Welcome to the premier meet in the country, Saratoga Racecourse on Run Happy Travers Week. Today, Canisi, 7-2 morning line favorite in the wide open, risk-averse, led every step of the way. In that last out effort at the meet, Skims, though, may be the horse to beat in the race, coming out of 3 consecutive graded stakes events. Gets a little class relief in the Thursday feature, and we'll talk Epicenter. He has been remarkably consistent, but still trying to get that elusive Grade 1 win on the resume. Will it come this Saturday in the Midsummer Derby? That is the hardware that awaits the winner of the Run Happy Travers. Live coverage, of course, Saturday, 4:30 Eastern start time on Big Fox. Looking forward to a tremendous field assembled for the signature race of the meet. Great crowd on hand for our Thursday action here in upstate New York. As we had set for the opener, just 3 minutes away from the first on the card coming up here at Saratoga Springs. I'm Greg Wolf. With me, champion jockey Richard Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin here as well. And we have this first race we'll get to in just a moment. In race number 2, though, potentially history on the line. John Velazquez, the Hall of Famer, will be his first mount of the afternoon today. He's sitting on 999 wins here at Saratoga.
It's an incredible accomplishment, 1,000 wins in a place like Saratoga. We see how tough it is here. You got top riders from all over the country congregating here. And Johnny is just such a professional. He does things so impeccably well. And at his age, that his legs are still as rock solid. That's the first thing you start to see with a rider. I don't see any, downfall in Johnny's game.
Well, the cool thing about the milestone, once he reaches it, we hope that it happens here in the next 30 minutes or so. When he does reach it, it feels like it's going to take a long time for someone to break it, if it's ever broken.
A really long time.
Yeah, I don't know if this ever gets broken, does it?
Well, listen, you've got young guys like the Ortiz brothers and Manny Franco and so many young, talented guys that are going to do well, but it speaks to the longevity and staying healthy, being healthy enough to be here that many summers to put together that many wins.
First, 6 furlongs, main track, $20,000 maiden claiming race, and we got 4 runners on this board of 5 between 2-1 and 3-1. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more.
And Greg, we'll take a look at some of those first-time starters. Taking a lot of attention is number 4, Supersonic, making his debut for the Robertino Diodoro barn. And yes, he comes in here with the 59 and change breeze, but that was back on July 30th. He hasn't had any recorded breezes in nearly a month. Watching him more, I didn't mind him back in the paddock. Let's start there. In that he looks fit, though, and he looks well-muscled. He's a very compact horse, kind of stout and built downhill, so very indicative of a sprinter. Still talking about number 4, Supersonic here, but I wasn't in love with the way that he was showing, what he was showing me on the racetrack. Kind of, see, stumbling there, kind of holding his tail straight out from him. At a short price, no thanks. Number 6, Monterey Peninsula. Yeah, usually with most trainers, you stay away from 5-year-old first-time starters, but it's a different story when it's Wesley Ward. First of all, he has great numbers with older horses, debuting in maiden claimers. And furthermore, Wesley's the type of guy that if a horse has, niggling issue or, needs time off, he puts them out on his Ocala farm and forgets about them. Maybe this horse had this happen quite a few times to him as he shows up here. Son of the Factor, the Dam won in Europe on the turf. This horse is a half to Matera Sky. He was a multiple group stakes winner in Japan, sprinting on the dirt. The whole family is chock full of sprinters, whether it's on the dirt or the turf, but Wesley opts to run him here. That's fine. You can see he looks like a quarter horse. Look how well developed that hind end is. He is just as stout as they come. Fitness, I question, but at least as of the last month and a half, 2 months, he does have a steady work tab coming into here. He's shown good energy. I like the way that he warmed up here with Jose Gomez aboard. And for me, he was actually the first-time starter I preferred, but everybody, I would think that Naked and Famous is a little bit on the maybe colder side as he does drop down yet again, gets back to the dirt, the right spot for him. He comes in here off a 2-bullet works back at Belmont. They do take the blinkers off. He is a horse that shows me that he's a little bit of a runoff speed type, especially when you go back and you watch that debut from him in which he wasn't blinkers that day, but he does lack a bit of stamina. And you can see he's not the biggest, most imposing horse. There isn't much of him, so therefore he's telling me physically that there isn't much stamina. Maybe he just needed his first 2 starts. He gets class relief here, but he also puts the front wraps on today. So all of this has led up to possibly 3 horses having a bunch of speed in here, at least from what I saw. So Greg, that led me to pick the horse that does have a little bit of look of a professional maiden, the most experienced number 2 Necromancer, because I think he'll be sitting possibly the right trip in here.
Javier Castellano will be on Necromancer for Bruce Levine. This is opportunity number 9. You could play this pick 5, which starts right here. Over $500,000 in that pool already with Naira Bets. That's the offer, and that's the promo code to use when you get signed up. Toga 200 at that website, nairabets.com. JK, Mig, where are you guys going to wind up?
I'm on the outside. I'm going to go to Monterey Peninsula. First-time starter from Wesley Ward. Half to Matera Sky. Was beaten 3 1/4 lengths in the Breeders' Cup Sprint last year. He's a graded stakes winner, grade 1 placed sprinter from Japan.
Multis, I'm going to go 2, 3, 4, but I'm going to use the 3 a little bit more. Naked and Famous. I thought that race 2 back showed a ton of speed early in a race that fell apart. I think if they can go a little bit slower here, they might be able to see this one through. And I'm not going to let the Rudy Rodriguez stat haunt me for the rest of this meet. He won one yesterday as well. He's too good of a trainer to have that long of a run without winning here in Saratoga.
Yeah, the dirt race for the 3, and as he steps into the gate, that was against a horse who ran huge first out, and start number 2 backed it up with a very credible performance in the Amsterdam.
Yeah, much tougher race for sure.
We are set for our Thursday card from Saratoga. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Awkward start for number 3, Naked and Famous, and he trails the field. 3 horses out for the early lead. Down at the rail it is a Vinny 2 Cents. And right alongside is Supersonic with Monterey Peninsula, the gray, sitting just off of them in 3rd. A hard to handle Naked and Famous runs in 4th, and Necromancer is the trailer in 5th as they head into the far turn. Vinny 2 Cents is on top here. Vinny 2 Cents, the leader here by a half length. And on the outside, it is Supersonic now getting right alongside. The quarter win in 22 3/5 seconds. Naked and Famous with cover in behind in 3rd. Down on the inside is Necromancer, and on the far outside is Monterey Peninsula. The field is at the quarter pole. It is Supersonic. And now on the inside, Necromancer now comes on through to challenge Supersonic for the lead. Vinny 2 Cents has dropped out of it. There is a furlong to the finish. It is Supersonic who gets clear now. Supersonic in front by 2 lengths. Necromancer next in 2nd. The others are far back, and it will be first-time starter Supersonic to win his debut. Necromancer was 2nd. Big break back to Monterey Peninsula in 3rd.
First-time starter Supersonic with the win. This race changed completely right after the gates opened. We'll get back to the start in a second.
Yeah, Naked and Famous, who would have been part of the pace. Jonathan, he just blew the break. We'll get a look at that in a bit, but Supersonic, well meant, good works. The mare now has had 10 foals to race. All 10 are winners, and 3 of them have won on debut.
It's funny with Supersonic, the workout report suggested the last work from the gate broke a little bit slow. Didn't break slow today.
Ricardo Santana Jr., Robertino Diodoro team up for the win at 8-5. Keep your eyes on the 3 here, and this is not anything the 3 won. This horse needs to be forward, and that was about it for him.
Yeah, he just kind of bellied down, lost his footing, got up. Now, your inclination as a jockey, you get left, is to kind of get the horse in the race a little bit. Manny kind of asked him a little bit, and then he wanted to run off and do everything all in the first quarter of a mile. Not a race that you could really put a lot of credence in, put a line through it. He's a horse that, at the same level, he probably had run a much better race if he broke cleanly.
The two Necromancer made a pretty menacing run up the inside, right outside between the 8th pole and the quarter pole, I felt like, and he just, Ricardo just had a ton of horse on the floor, Supersonic, and when he kind of asked him, he kicked away and kind of discouraged the two Necromancers down on the inside.
4-2, 6-1. First time out, Supersonic for the Diodoro barn. Gets his first winner of the meet. And Ricardo Santana Jr. Aboard for that victory. Again, the 8-5 favorite, our feature on this very good card later today. Risk Averse, named after a 3-time Grade 1 winner. And this just seems like a very wide open betting race as we take a look at the field. Quickly mentioned, Skims at the top of the program for Shug McGay. He's coming out of 3 consecutive graded stakes races in there. And then you have Kanisi, Customer List, Linda's Gift. They all matched up last time out. Kanisi was able to come out of that race and win, leading every step of the way. Let's look at the start. Actually, this was that race, 7-14, excuse me.
Yeah, Kanisi gets loose in here, and instead of very slow pace, if you liked Kanisi this day, you were very happy right about here when you realized going to hold that position on the inside. Just kind of galloped around there when they turned for home, kicked for home. But keep an eye on Customer List, who's towards the back in the Klarovich Silks, the red and white back there. This horse is closing into that slow pace. That's why I like Customer List today.
Yeah, they came home the last furlong, at least Kanisi did, in 11-2. Her making up ground into a slow pace like that, she had to come home even faster, wide, not always not a recipe for success on turf. Kanisi just got a very sweet trip this day.
So they'll go at it again. Linda's Gift, who was in this race, actually came back and ran August 12th and aggressively is going to return again for George Weaver off very short rest. You have Amorie, Todd Pletcher, first time on turf, but apparently worked very strong and took a liking to the grass. It's going to be a fun race later today. That's the race 9 on the card, mile on the inner turf. We're underway with an 8-5 favorite, the pick 4 coming up next as we take a look at what's ahead. The rest of this Thursday afternoon card presented by Claiborne Farm. So race 2 will kick off the early pick 4. 5th race will kick off the pick 6, and that risk averse part of that pick 6 and the late pick 5 and pick 4 as well. Ricardo Santana Jr., Robertino Diodoro, GMP Stables teaming up with this first-time starter at 8-5. As usual up here, very few secrets. First-time starter got bet.
Yeah, it's hard to hide one up here. It seems like the eyes and ears of the racing world are always on Saratoga.
Well, Saratoga's so tough. Like, you can't just show up here and just try to look at the form. You kind of need to know if there's a good one, first-time starter, and so people kind of chat about it. And I think that the word spreads pretty quickly, and the word spread on this one.
Let's head to the winner's circle with Maggie.
Here with Ricardo Santana. As Ricardo, we saw you very aggressive with the first-time starting winner that you were on for Robertino Diodoro, and you just said to me that you really like this horse.
Well, I working in the morning. It's a horse that, he always try, have a big heart. And I was really liking today. And I was liking my pose. And he broke really sharp today.
Were you, as a rider, do you ever kind of get surprised when you see a horse show up and, it's a lower level maiden claimer?
Well, if you work the horse in the morning, you got some confidence in the horse. And I work the horse in the morning. And I was really excited for him today. And today he's shown pro that he can run, son.
Ricardo, we saw you pick out some mounts from an ill Joel Rosario this past week for Steve Asmussen. We saw you guys winning so many races up here last year. Is this a hint at him, seeing and being confident in you?
Well, I'll be honest with you guys. I love Steve like part of my family. We always talk. And when Joel was a little sick, he told me he was going to put me in some live horses. And he put me in 2 nice babies. I worked for a few horses for him in the morning, and thank you to the trainer and Steve for the confidence and honor.
Yeah, well, you rode them to perfection as well. Congratulations here in the opener, though, with Supersonic.
Thank you so much.
All right, Ricardo Santana, Supersonic. That was an easy ride, and you can always tell when a jock is confident in his horses that he was sitting chilly the whole way around there, guys.
Been a tough adjustment for him. He was Steve Asmussen's main man, his go-to rider, especially at this meet, where he won all those grade ones for Steve last summer, and he's had to adjust, build up some clients, because obviously Joel Rosario, now the main rider for Asmussen, and he gets pickup spots for him.
Well, and it takes a void in his business, losing that steady supply of live horses. Steve Asmussen runs live horses, but I think the best way for people to understand it, for years, right, Robert De Niro was Martin Scorsese's guy, right? And then he started using Leo DiCaprio a lot. It's the same thing. If Steve's the director, he was using Ricardo, and then he started using Rosario more, and it's kind of the same thing. It's just who they're comfortable with in that moment.
You know, I think the thing for Ricardo is for him to kind of, when building his business back up, is for years he was telling people, no, I can't ride your horse because I'm on for Steve. And he had to kind of hold calls for Steve. So now you got a bunch of trainers that are like, oh, now you want to ride for me, but it just kind of changed the situation, and Ricardo's an outstanding rider, and so I just think he had to kind of work through some of that.
And at his point, a lot of times people, at least at first, not that understanding, but they'll come around, right?
Well, absolutely, and you've just got to try hard to keep your ego out of it. Be a professional.
Well, we're going to take a time out when we come back. Derby winner. Can he do it again to Epicenter? Still looking for his first grade 1 win. Zandon, is it his time in the Travers? We'll have a preview next.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bloodhorse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Bloodhorse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Bloodhorse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Bloodhorse Plus today.
Back on Saratoga Live, it is Military Appreciation Day, where we show our appreciation for everyone who's served. Veterans have several things going on throughout the race course this afternoon, honoring all that they have done to protect our freedoms. Our program brought to you each and every day in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy, never lost in his career while sprinting, now standing in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Run Happy Travers Stakes Midsummer Derby coming up on Saturday. Live coverage on Big Fox and Epicenter, the 7-5 morning line favorite. Here's the field he will meet. Cyberknife, the only multiple Grade 1 winner of this 3-year-old class.
Yeah, I love the post for Cyberknife, a horse that runs better inside, has a tendency to ease up when he hits the front, but seems to hold his interest more. Florent Drew's been riding him on that inside track, and he's been training tremendously well here.
Won the Haskell in track record time as well. Here's the Derby winner, Rich Strike. JK, can he do it again?
It's always cool to see the Derby winner. I don't believe that he can. I thought he had everything go perfect for him in the Kentucky Derby. I think these other horses are faster than he is, and it's pretty a long layoff, to be fair, to go for a mile and a quarter.
Iowa bred showing up. For Kelly Von Hemel, ain't life grand. He comes in off back-to-back wins in Iowa.
Yeah, last time against Iowa breds, 5 for 8 lifetime. How about that eye-popping 45-4 work? Maybe this horse is going to be part of the pace with that.
I'll tell you what, he beat a horse two-back that could give Jack Christopher a run in the Alan Jerkins Conager. Here's Gilded Age. He was a distant second to Artorias last start.
Man, you can't win it if you're not in it. This horse is going to have everything go his way to win, and I still don't know if that'll be enough.
30-1 for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott. The up-and-comer, the son of a Travers winner, won by 13.5 lengths. The great Arrogate, of course. This is Artorias, who now has put together back-to-back wins.
I loved his prep in the Curlin. Lightly raced son of Arrogate. Has the pedigree to get a mile and a quarter, and certainly has the mechanics, a physical stride on him that makes me believe a mile and a quarter is going to be something he relishes.
Current leader of this division, his Jim Dandy, was sensational for Steve Asmus and Epicenter. Still trying to get that first grade 1.
The other great thing about Epicenter, he's just so darn consistent. Just shows up every race, runs his race. We know he'll handle the distance. We know he can handle being forward. He can handle being coming from out of it. And I was really impressed how he overcame what I thought was the worst trip in the Jim Dandy.
The Preakness winner, early voting. Bit of a disappointment in that Jim Dandy. Can he rebound?
Yeah, he set a pretty even kind of pace in the Jim Dandy, but the track was very tiring, very taxing on horses at that point in the meet. Track has gotten tighter. He has that race under his belt. He certainly could come back to his best form that he showed in the Preakness.
And the third place finisher in the Kentucky Derby was second to Epicenter in the Jim Dandy Zandon.
I want to love Zandon so badly, but he couldn't get by Epicenter in the Derby when he had dead aim. And, I thought he kind of had an okay trip last time. I guess the only argument you could make is maybe he doesn't want to be that close. So maybe he'll be ridden a little bit differently this time. But, man, he's going to have to take another step forward to beat Epicenter.
Find out after Saturday what colors that canoe will be painted in the infield pond. One of the biggest races there is in this sport and leadership of this division. And likely, for many of these horses, a win in this race could seal a championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty wide open. I think Epicenter went slightly to that of the class in the Jim Dandy, but he still hasn't won that grade 1, and this is so important for his resume. But to me, he's been the most consistent 3-year-old colt.
Who, outside of him, you think is of the up-and-comers the one to watch in this race?
I mean, I think Artorias is definitely the up-and-comer, but I think the one that might be kind of being forgotten a little bit is early voting. I didn't like early voting last time because I thought he kind of had a soft trip in the Preakness. And if you look at pace figures, not to confuse too many people, but he actually arguably ran better in the Jim Dandy than he did in the Preakness, just from a pace figure standpoint on how fast he ran early. So if he gets loose in here, going a mile and a quarter with a more truly run race, he could get brave again, just like he did in the Preakness.
And off that performance, a lot of people look at results, may give up on him in that race.
Oh, I would think so. I mean, I think if you want to toss a horse that ran in the Jim Dandy, most people's first inclination would be early voting, because how much better of a trip can he get? I just think maybe he'll be a little bit better this time around.
That would be a big mistake, though, because early voting ran on a racetrack that was so much more taxing and tiring, and he probably got a lot out of it from a fitness standpoint.
Run Happy Travers coverage Saturday on Fox. Coverage begins 4:30 Eastern Time. We hope to see you then for the Midsummer Derby here from Saratoga Racecourse. Soon to be Mr. 1000. Is it coming up in race number 2? John Velazquez, the Hall of Famer, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. 1 win away from number 1000 here in upstate New York, and he's got a big chance to get it with a favorite next.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be cow bred.
We're back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Great to have you with us on Run Happy Travers Week, Military Appreciation Day on this Thursday afternoon here in upstate New York at this historic racetrack as we get set for the Pick 4 coming up and potentially history. We're going to witness in this next race ahead. John Velazquez, the Hall of Famer, he's on the 6-5 favorite. Playlist for Wesley Ward, a first-time starter. 2-year-old filly by Uncle Mo. And our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief, if it is Playlist. To the winner's circle here, that is win number 1,000 at this racetrack for Johnny V. Let's go to Maggie for more.
And it's just such an exceptional accomplishment, Greg, for John Velazquez and to just the winningest rider at Saratoga. As we'll take a look at his mount Playlist here in the paddock for trainer Wesley Ward. And her dam was a multiple stakes winner going long on the dirt. Also half to You're to Blame, who ran very well going long on the dirt. But you go back a generation, the dam is half to just one of the best turf horses of recent memory. And Gio Ponti, who trained by Christophe Clement, she definitely has a turf hoof to her. So the plethora, or the handful, I should say, of turf workouts leading into here speaks of the fact that she is meant for this surface and comes in here incredibly fit, very much of the mindset like she's been here, done that before. She just walked in here like she kind of owned the paddock. She is wearing blinkers. That's always typical for Wesley Ward with his 2-year-olds. And she's just well prepared. So I like what I'm seeing from Playlist. No qualms with your current favorite. Let's take a look at some other first-time starters. Number 5, Can't Keep Me Down, daughter of the Factor, the dam won on the turf. There isn't much pedigree going too far beyond that. Watching her work from the gate, she broke with an unraced workmate well in hand, and she was going slightly better on the gallop out, which I always pay attention when a horse is entered on the turf. A lot of times it's because if there isn't an abundance of pedigree, obviously, it's because they kind of come off the bridle. They struggle in the latter parts of their dirt works, but not her, which I also think is a positive sign because she definitely looks turf meant too, physically in her makeup. She's a little bit on the leaner side. So with that being said, she looks incredibly fit in here, definitely the most fit of any of the first-time starters. But I also feel as though maybe there's some strengthening up that needs to happen. But she is well spotted in this condition, going the 5.5 here on the turf. Moving on to number 6, Lady Caravaggio, for Bill Mott. She was bought for just over the equivalent of just over $105,000 at the Goff's yearling sale. She is a daughter of Caravaggio. Very accomplished turf sprinter. The dam won on the synthetic on the turf, in Europe, I should say, and has half to two-year-old winners sprinting on the turf. So there's precocity in this pedigree, albeit in Europe. The only problem I have with her is that she just lacks a bit of a hind end. So that makes me think that despite actually breaking well and professionally, looking at her breeze a 3-back on XBTV, she broke well that day, but I just feel like she needs to strengthen up a bit. Kind of the same predicament that I'm getting with number 5 in here, I pick up with Lady Coraggio. You just want to see these turf sprinters have that big hind end to them as well. Also, take a peek at number 8, Don't Look Back at All. She does. Don't Look Back at All as a daughter of Peace and Justice, who I must say is not very influential when it comes to getting precocious types. But she is very physically mature, and there's a lot of substance to her. So, again, with that being said, she does give me the impression that maybe she needs to start from the fitness perspective, but I do like her work coming in here. She did sit 2 lengths off with Flavien Prat aboard against an unraced workmate, easily got to her, and then she really wasn't asked that much on the gallop out where the workmate was and kind of cleared off from her. But she's handled herself very well, always well-schooled for the Christophe Clement barn. But as I always say, Greg, I like when they have that physical maturity. It just shows that they might be a little bit bigger and stronger than the rest of their foes.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Call to post we hear in the background as they make their way to the main track down Champions Way. Our post parade here coming up. This is going to kick off the pick 4. 5.5 furlong turf sprint, maiden special weight. We love these races. Elysian Field will kick things off, first-time starter.
Tough post for a firster, 5.5 on the turf. Have to break sharp, not taking much money on the board.
15-1 next door with a Graham Motion first-timer by Super Saver, the Derby winner.
Heard a little light buzz about this horse, but not taking very much money on the board.
Chad Summers changed the 3. Hat Check Girl, second dam, actually a Grade 1 winner on the grass.
Yeah, in South America, this is by Sharp Azteca. Sharp Azteca off to a very good start as a stallion.
Mark Hennig with a first-timer, Lexi's Spirit.
Mark Hennig only 6% at the meet, 8% with first-time starters in his career.
Can't Keep Me Down. Todd Pletcher, debuter with the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr.
Kind of interesting that this horse doesn't have any turf works, even though the horse has been stabled here in Saratoga, and you have the ability to work on the Oklahoma turf course.
Lady Coraggio by a good one. Caravaggio won the first 6 starts in Europe of his career.
Yeah, a ton of turf pedigree, but to Richie's point about the 5 as well, interesting to me that the 6 has not worked on the grass of the Oklahoma.
Steve Asmussen, first-timer, Rocket City.
Yeah, by Into Mischief has 1 sharp 3 furlong work on the turf. They must have liked something they saw there.
Don't Look Back at All. Christophe Clement, debuter with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, West Point Thoroughbred. You see those Silks got their 1,000th win recently. Johnny V, right out here, looking for his 1,000th win here as well.
And there he is. Will this be the historic winner for Wesley Ward? 7-5 favorite.
Look, this horse makes a ton of sense. Has been working on the grass with some horses that seem to have a little bit of ability.
And gets in from the also eligible list. Chad Brown-Klarovich, Manny Franco, Reflexivity.
Yeah, a horse that has some turf works by Lupe de Vega, who definitely stamps horse. See a lot of chestnuts, flashy-looking chestnuts that take to the turf.
5 minutes to post in a race that kicks off the pick 4. You can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's action with free Equibase past performances. Go to naira.com/TV schedule to download yours for free and follow along with all the action. So, not just Mig, a Hall of Famer, all that he's accomplished, all the wins here. Speak about Johnny V and the clout he holds in that jockey's room and the respect there is for him.
Well, he's the elder statesman now. Everybody kind of looks up to Johnny. He's been there, he's done it, and he works tirelessly for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, for the Jockeys Guild. He's always putting himself in a position to help other riders, and that's huge. I mean, he's a person that leads by example.
So 6-5 on a debuter that has been working reportedly pretty big on the lawn for this debut coming up. You heard Maggie talk about the dam, who is a sister to Gio Ponte, who was a tremendous performer on the turf for Christophe Clement.
And one of the things I like about this situation for Johnny is we all know typically how well Wesley Ward horses break from the gate. Being drawn towards the outside, this horse should be able to pop away from there and find position. I don't see this horse getting hung out wide. You get Johnny, he's going to be forward. He's going to get his position forward. Of those 999 wins he's had, I'd say 994 of them were up close to the pace. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's going to be forward in there.
Do you like the fact, too, Mig, that the 11 draws into this race and he's not on the outside?
Well, yeah, that puts a block. A lot of young horses will run towards empty space. They're like water. They flow to empty space. The fact that he's got a horse outside of him probably just keeps this horse's attention. But if this is a typical Wesley Ward well-meant firster, horse is going to be fast.
Could be the one out in front that everybody's trying to catch. That's how Wesley Ward has so much success with his youngsters. Meanwhile, the 8 don't look back at all. Flavien Prat, Christophe Clement. We're going to take a look at his OBS work. 10-1 right now on him.
Yeah, this is a half to NYC, a nice turf horse of Todd Pletcher's. And this is on a synthetic surface at OBS. And I know it's not turf, but I find there's definitely more of a correlation with how horses get over synthetic as to how they'll get over turf as opposed to dirt. Horse on the wrong lead, reaching out. Would have liked to have seen this horse kind of swap over to the right lead and pan out, but it was a good work, a lot of reach to it, and it was a quarter of a mile too. So not a huge gallop out, but did go a quarter in sub 21.
Double-digit odds right now from a barn that usually takes money. That speaks to some of the other pedigrees in this race. Let's go back to Maggie.
We'll take a look at some other ones that are somewhat big prices, as obviously there's a lot of guesswork to be done in here. But I do want to take a look at number 2, Asora, named, I'm assuming, for the city in Morocco. Do a little research there because that name gave me knots in my stomach on how to pronounce it. But looking at her, as we see Jose Ortiz aboard, she's gotten a big warm-up from Jose. Now, he was aboard in her lone work over the Saratoga, or I should say the Oklahoma training track, in which she broke out of the gate. She broke okay, not that quick, but incredibly professional. You know, she just broke straight to the rail, and she was going much better than her unraced workmate. But you could see that she definitely wants a turf. She has very high knee action. She has the flattest pancake feet. You can even see it as she's walking. She was walking along the sealed part of the racetrack there. You can see how flat her feet were. I'm a little concerned that she might want to go a bit further than this. The dam was a multiple graded stakes winner on dirt and turf, but actually ran her fastest race on synthetic and a half sibling best on turf. She is a big girl, but with me saying that she wants to go further than this, I'm definitely on the fence about that because she's actually really built downhill. And the fact that Jose has given her such a big warm-up and she's quite energetic out in the racetrack, just something you like to see. I'm going to watch this one with a lot of interest because, as JK and I have mentioned before, when it comes to these horses coming from Fairhill, there really isn't anybody out there. There isn't really any clocker reports. There's no steam behind any of these horses when they come in here. But she's one that definitely caught my eye that I want to pay close attention to. As we'll take a look at Reflexivity, who draws in off of the AEs. Now, she was a Goff's yearling sale, equivalent of 292,000, and then they tried to enter in the OBS April sale, in which she RNA'd for 240,000. She is by Lope de Vega, whose horses progeny do well when at their 2-year-old year. The dam won 4 races in Ireland, including a stakes. The one sibling to run has only run once, and it was a fairly disappointing effort. I take the wait-and-see approach with her. She's fairly green, not green in ill-behaved sense, but green just kind of, why am I here type of temperament, and screaming and just kind of looking around. Didn't possess any sort of intensity or intention behind her disposition today. I think physically she's well spotted here, sprinting on the turf. You can see in the physical makeup that she's smaller and shorter coupled, but just one that I wasn't enthralled with, and I didn't love her workout two back. I mean, albeit it was on the dirt, and a lot of times you see these turf horses come off of the bridle, but she was done like after a quarter of a mile. The rider was imploring her for more and just really not getting it. So she's going to be a Chad Brown runner that upsets this field and also upsets me, as I probably talked her right into the winner's circle, Greg.
Meanwhile, there's John Velazquez. Even money, so a lot of attention on this filly. Obviously, word out that not only is the Wesley, but this is what he does. This is where he's at his best, getting these 2-year-olds to break and fly from the gate and win first time out. But some big works on the grass, and the fact that it's a big moment potentially for this Hall of Fame rider, probably not helping your price either.
No, not at all. You've got a rider of Johnny's stature going for a milestone, for a trainer that's very efficient with these kind of runners. And, you know, thing that a lot of people don't know, Jonathan, how good a rider Wesley Ward was. Clips Award champion apprentice, could really ride, could finish on a horse, as strong physically as any rider I ever saw.
It's you got to imagine that a lot of these riders that have had, these trainers that have had success with Johnny secretly want to be the trainers that train the 1,000th winner. I would imagine Todd would love to be that person, and I think Wesley's in that category as well.
Yeah, it's always nice when you get to a milestone and you do it with somebody that had a meaningful hand in your career.
Gone over to Velazquez for Wesley Ward several times, so this would be one of those, yes, certainly, you know, 2 or 3 guys that you feel that this feels right, that he wins for this barn to get that historic number. Is this number 1,000 for that Hall of Fame rider in his brilliant career? We're going to find out. He's on the 10. We're set. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go to John Imbrial.
The rider is off number 4, Lexi Spirit, behind the gate.
So waiting on that 4, who's still being a bit of a bad actor. He's a first-time starter for trainer Mark Hennig. Javier Castellano, you see waiting patiently there in the foreground.
It looks like they're actually adjusting some equipment now. That, you know, sometimes when you pull a young horse forward, you might kind of, you know, shake the bit loose a little bit, or one of the straps come undone. They look like they fixed something on the bridle, and now they're packing this filly in, locking arms behind her, and kind of pushing her forward. Not an easy job.
And meanwhile, everyone else sitting, waiting in that starting gate. There's Castellano. He will hop back aboard. The 11 will load in last. Reflexivity. Let's go back to John Imbrial.
And the rider's off the 5, Can't Keep Me Down. Can't Keep Me Down has gone in. Jockey Gerard Ortiz Jr. back aboard. And 1 more to go in. That's the 11, Reflexivity. And now they're all in. And they're off, and a good start for Playlist from the outside, along with Reflexivity, and the 2 of them are right together as Lady Coraggio now moves up. So it's 3 of them across the track, and right behind is Can't Keep Me Down, who is racing in 4th. Rocket City on the outside is next in 5th, and farther back it's Eswara down on the inside in 6th. Don't Look Back at All right alongside in 7th. Then comes Lexi Spirit in 8th. Followed next by Hat Check Girl, and trailing the field is Elysian Field. The quarter in 22 seconds, and the field of firsters comes for the top of the stretch. It is Lady Coraggio on the inside, and Playlist on the outside. The favorite Playlist right alongside of Lady Coraggio as the field comes into the stretch. Don't Look Back at All is now gaining ground. Don't Look Back at All has now taken over the lead. It's Don't Look Back at All getting away now. Lexi Spirit has come on now to grab second. Eswara down on the inside. And Elysian Field, who was last, making a late run, but Don't Look Back at All is the winner. And it's a photo for second between Elysian Field and Eswara.
Don't Look Back at All, a dominant scorer To kick off this pick four, first time out for trainer Christophe Clement with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, professional debut. This horse just kind of inhaled the field, no matter of strides coming off the turn under Flavien Prat. And talking so much about Johnny Velazquez milestone, how about West Point Thoroughbreds with a milestone earlier this week, or within the last week, 1,000 career victories for that syndicate.
Yeah, it's a very impressive debut. Like you said, just kind of inhaled in there. Johnny's mount with the 10 playlist just was never really there. I had no excuse.
No.
Had a great trip. Just no excuse at all, and was done, right when they turned for home. I thought the 2 ran extremely well on the inside. Jose kind of had to shuffle around in there. I think this is a horse you might want to add to your list to try to bet back next time.
47-1 shot in second, by the way. 11-1 on your winner. 8-1-2-4. 11-1 over 47-1 over 14-1 for that trifecta. Throwing a 15-1 shot for the super. As you look at Miguel Clement, son to Christophe, important part of the family affair.
Big part of the team, and Miguel has the horses for his dad up here in the spring once Saratoga opens for training in the spring, and has shown that he does very good work, although this horse had been at Saratoga early, went to Belmont, and then shipped back to Saratoga recently and had that most recent work on the turf.
Well, there he is. Had to like what he saw here first time out. There were some nice pedigrees in this race. This horse just put this group away. That was a pretty big margin for 5.5 on the turf.
I'd say for a filly, too, really kind of got a lot of substance to her. Loved the way she accelerated, and I could be reading body language wrong, but doesn't it look like Miguel was kind of expecting to be standing down there by the winner's circle?
He did. He looked like he had a feeling he was going to be there. I just hope that this is somebody's birthday, because this is a very, very big superfecta.
Well deserved. Little kiss, peck of the cheek from Acacia.
That's just pretty good motivation to win, huh?
Yeah, she's part of this team, too. She's named some of the horses in their barn.
Sunday.
Absolutely. It turned out to be a very nice one. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. Coveted prizes for the biggest race. Oh, the blanket of roses being put together for that Run Happy Travers, who will be wearing it after Saturday evening. We'll be back.
The best.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Back on Saratoga Live on Military Appreciation Day here on FS2. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for being with us. Race 2 in the books. And don't look back at all. West Point had that historic 1,000th winner earlier in the meet. Hey, team up here with trainer Christoph, Clement, Flavien Prat, and a first-time starter with the victory. Let's go to Maggie.
Sorry to interrupt everyone, but I must borrow your trainer. Here with Christoph Clement, when West Point wins, there's a lot of people that want to congratulate. A job well done. Don't look back at all, Christoph. She was beautifully prepared by you. Big, good-looking filly. Peace and Justice. You don't see many of his progeny running around, though.
No, you don't see many of them, but that one can run, which is nice. You know, it's a good story. I saw you. She was at Ocala stud in the winter. She trained well. She went in a 2-year-old in training cell, West Point bought her. I forgot about her. And when they called me to train her, I was very happy because I did like the filly before the sale. And she's trained well ever since, so no, life is good.
And two, talk about the professionalism that we saw as Flavien Prat, who had been working her too, just seemed very confident, was able to wrap up late, going 5.5. Usually don't see that.
Yeah, no, she was so impressive. He just said, touch slow from the gate, but he said she was very mature in the race otherwise. And, you know, there were a lot of first-time starters. You just have to, you know, before, I mean, I'm delighted and I'm thrilled with the way she won. You just have to be a little bit careful the way you see the race because you have so many first-time starters. But you can't do more than just winning first time out, so let's enjoy it.
Absolutely, and looking for another talented runner a bit later on in our featured risk-averse Canisi. She has done really nothing wrong in her 3 starts to date. Now, you did have her in a tougher spot last week, opted for this one. How can we expect her to run today?
She's trained very well. I just saw the other race was a touch too tough on paper. Maybe I was wrong, and you know, she's not black type yet, so let's get to black type first. And then we can go to better things. But today is not an easy race. It's a tough race. It's a very, very good anti-capping race. But I'm very happy with her.
She won on the front end last time. Is that going to be the same deal this time around?
Well, you know, I trained them and we let Javier ride them.
He's done very well with her so far. Christoph, congratulations. Best of luck later.
Thank you so much.
Don't look back at all. She's not looking back at all. Win this debut victory for the Clement stable, guys.
Impressive first time out, no question. And this barn usually takes money, especially if they have a firster that can run. This one did slip through the cracks from everybody up here.
Really did, too, and a horse that, you know, is half to NYC, a nice runner for Todd Pletcher, Declaration of War that stakes place. But I think that you see that in Saratoga, especially when there was so much buzz about Wesley Ward's horse.
Yeah, look, if you win here a first time out, no matter what, it's exciting, especially with a 2-year-old, because that's where the future kind of begins. You can start thinking down the line, thinking about stretching out, thinking about a stakes race now or an allowance, whatever. It's always fun when you win first time out here at Saratoga.
11-1 here in race number 2. Big one coming up on Saturday. Run Happy Travers, and the blanket. Like it's about done to me. Susan Garrett, her team, Danker Flores put this together, and it is beautiful. They do it for all these big stakes races. We did a story on it a couple summers ago. Meticulous and how they get each and every flower in that blanket. Take a look at this field. It's going to line up on Run Happy Travers Day. 4 go with a champion leading the way. Jackie's Warrior, the Alan Jerkins, the Jack Christopher back in action. Distaff showdown on the personal ensign. JK, give us one horse that you're most looking forward to seeing on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not going to be the greatest betting proposition, but as a fan, I cannot wait to watch Jack Christopher back around 1 turn. Jack Christopher tried the Haskell last time, going 1 mile and 1/8, 2 turns. That didn't work out. But in my opinion, his race downstate at Belmont, in the, I'm going blank now, the Woody Stevens, I thought was the most impressive race I've saw from a 3-year-old this entire year. So I'm looking forward to seeing him back around 1 turn. He's a really special horse. He's fast. He shuts off. He listens to his rider's cues and finishes well. I'm also excited to compare the times between him and Jackie's Warrior, because they're both going to be running 7 furlong races on the same day. And sometimes the racetrack can change a little bit from race to race, but it still will be a nice comparison between the 2 of them.
Don't just hand it to him yet. We'll see. He's got some interesting competition in that race. He's going to be fun to watch. Mig, for you, who is it?
I'm really interested in the Sword Dancer and the horse Broom. This horse is a runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Turf last fall. Been running well in Europe. I like this horse shipping in for Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore. I have a tendency to want to call him Richard Moore. Then I get a text from my wife, and it's Ryan. Ryan's afraid of the ball. Ryan Moore. But this horse is just a true stayer, true mile-and-a-half horse. And the fact that he's been effective already, finishing second in North America in the Breeders' Cup, I'm really looking forward to seeing him. I think the European form against the American form for horses going a mile-and-a-half is just a bit stronger.
Well, we just don't have any bricks and mortars like we used to, that mile-and-a-half division. Just a little bit lighter, I would think, especially with Yabir not in a race like this.
And this year, too, in terms of the runners based here, there's not any sort of standout. It's just a free-for-all.
No, it is a free-for-all. And listen, turf racing's about trips, but Broome, if he gets out of the gate well, because at times in Europe he has a tendency not to break that sharp. And, here it's critical, three-turn race, get some position.
Jack Christopher, Broome. Maggie, your turn. Who are you looking forward to on Saturday?
Well, Greg, I know you guys are probably thinking I'm going to say Jackie's Warrior. And yes, I am so ecstatic to see Jackie's Warrior. But I'm going to actually go with, as far as most excited to see, just because I think it's such an interesting division this year. That's another Steve Asmussen runner, Clairiere, who I just saw schooling in the Paddock last race with her competition, Latruska, where it seems as though in their last two meetings, or last meeting, that Clairiere may have surpassed Latruska, though she did look good in the Paddock. But Clairiere, I had a double take. I thought for a second she was a colt, that when I first saw her body walking in, that she was epicenter. She has just done so well, and I remember catching up with Steve Asmussen way back in Oaklawn for the Apple Blossom, and I could not believe how confident he was in his filly. Even though she didn't win that day, we have seen her do nothing wrong since then, winning the Grade 1 Ogden Fitz, taking down the Grade 2 Chuvie here, and yet again she's going to meet many of the same rivals. But I feel like after a filly who was somewhat of a bridesmaid last year in that three-year-old campaign, that the tables have turned, and she might be, well, A, running to that lovely pedigree that she has, Curlin, out of Convorting, but two, surpassing her competition and dominating this older distaff division, Greg.
So many great storylines in all these races. I think in that race, it is a very important race for Latruska. And with her speed, Rail's got to be great, right? That first turn comes up quick. Can she assert herself and get loose? I know that big duel with Search Results in the Ogden Phipps did her and that one in, and Search Results finished great in there, but what do you think?
Yeah, the fact that Search Results still hung around after putting Latruska away, and Latruska's not only fast, she'll fight you for it. But she has one way to go, and the rail just simplifies things. Let her roll.
And I get it's a five-horse race, but it's the right five-horse race. Who else do you want in there, right? You got pace, you've got closers, you've got three-year-olds, horses that were great three-year-olds. I think it's got everything that you want.
That'll be race 9 on the card. Grade 1 star-studded card on Run Happy Travers Saturday afternoon. It's going to be fantastic. On Military Appreciation Day, let's send it upstairs to Johnny Brielle.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the winner's circle, where Al Shimo, a Marine Corps veteran of both World War II and the Korean War, will perform the ceremonial ringing of the bell in honor of Military Appreciation Day at Saratoga. Marine Sergeant Shimo, who served in the armed forces from 1945 to 1951, is a member of the Marine Corps League from nearby Schenectady. He is 94 years young. Naira is thrilled to welcome all veterans and active duty service members to Saratoga Racecourse this afternoon, and we thank them for their sacrifice and service to our nation.
Well, thank you to everyone, veterans, active military, who have helped protect our freedoms. We're going to have the story of another Korean War veteran a little bit later on in the program.
Just incredible. And thank you to all the men and women that sacrifice so much to ensure the liberties and freedoms that we get to enjoy every day. Just actually kind of choked me up a little bit watching that gentleman. God bless him.
We'll move on to race 3 here on Military Appreciation Day. Mile and a 16th, it's over the inner turf. And for runners who have not won 2 lifetime, St. Joe Louis right now, the 6, is the favorite. Joel Rosario will ride for trainer Chad Brown, owned by Peter Brandt. A lot of seconds on the resume for St. Joe Louis. Meanwhile, Jose Gomez back in action after he was out for a bit and trying to rack up a few more wins. Final week and a half of the meet. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana Ocean Road State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending and Tribovan, and here is Domestic Spending to take the lead in deep stretch and win.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes. And champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live here in upstate New York. Our program brought to you in part where you can play it all. Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 3 here at Saratoga, mile and a 16th on the inner turf. 50,000 claiming race. They're all for sale, and they have not won 2 lifetimes. So everyone just with that maiden win on the resume, including the one to beat who you're looking at, St. Joe Louis, who will have Joel Rosario aboard, the 2-1 favorite right now.
It's just one of those situations where, you know, if you've tuned into the show before, you're aware that Chad Brown wins a lot of races here. And this is just one of the horses where, from a speed figure standpoint, isn't a standout as much as they're making this horse to appear to be a standout with the price. Sure, St. Joe Louis can absolutely win this race, but I have no interest at 2-1.
1 for 9. You see those 5 seconds as well, Mig.
And look at the way when he runs up alongside horse, you can see he's very content to lay on top of a horse, but he might have the right rider in Joel Rosario. He's got a knack of getting horses away from other horses to make their run.
Let's go to Maggie.
You guys said it. I mean, St. Joe Louis has been the beaten favorite in 8 of his 9 starts. When are people going to give up on him? Evidently not today, after being well beaten in a 30 claimer at Monmouth, in which he had an ideal trip, and again, as Meg was just pointing out, hung. I've actually weirdly never seen this horse in the paddock prior to a start, as he does only have 4 previous Naira efforts. He's not a bad-looking type whatsoever. He's quite appealing to the eye. He's a little bit of a nervous, high-strung type, as they had to saddle him outside, kind of got a little bit antsy, but has since relaxed. I just can't take horses like this at short prices. I think we're all singing the same tune when it comes to St. Joe Louis. So let's take a look at number 3, Icarus, and here for trainer Brad Cox. Last time out, a horse that finished second, Credit Event, returned to win with an 81 in a similar spot. Now Icarus shows up for a tag for the first time. And last time from the far outside post, you know, Eric Cancel kind of had to get him into contention. And when he did that, he kind of started to run off a little bit. And not take nothing away from Eric, he does do great with a speed type of horses, with some of them, but ones that want to pull a bit, I find that he'll get in a struggle with them a little bit more. So we see Manny Franco aboard. This horse makes an excellent impression on me, despite being a younger horse facing some older rivals today. So I like what I'm seeing from Icarus. And 2, I know he showed that speed in that last start, and it could be dangerous if we were still on the inner turf that we were last week and the week before when the rails were down. The rails are now out 9 feet, so sometimes that does mitigate us having that quote-unquote gold rail that we can see on this inner turf course. But I do foresee him being forward and tracking here today. Number 5, Hard Rye Guy. He turns back in distance after a 1 3/8 and a 1.5 mile race. And last time out, Balthus, we saw a return to win impressively here earlier this week with a 93 buyer. And Ann Wilkes decides to cut him back. He does look physically like he wants longer than a 1 1/16. He's a very evenly framed, kind of tubular horse, but watching him in those races, and while he is typically out the back door, so to speak, he was getting a little bit headstrong, just a little bit in that first kind of quarter of a mile last time with Trevor McCarthy. And I just think when you turn a horse back, that alleviates that problem that you sometimes see with these horses, and they won't be fighting the rider quite as much because they will have a quicker pace out in front of him. I think he fits well as he does drop in class here too, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-1. On Hard Ride Guy, Ian Wilkes, Trevor McCarthy will ride, trying to get his first win on the grass. Coming up, there's Trevor. So tough for young riders like him. He had tremendous Aqueduct and Belmont. But to come here with this stacked colony, it is difficult to make an impression.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's a process. And, you know, I think Trevor understood coming in here how hard it would be, knowing that you stick it out, you work hard. Next year it's better. The following year it's better. Think about Dylan Davis. You know, he had a couple of very lean summers up here, but he kept building and expanding his resume. Wound up being leading rider at the Aqueduct Spring Meet. A real good showing at Belmont.
You know, but to the point about Trevor, I mean, he stays in the Mid-Atlantic, and then he's just gonna be a good jockey in the Mid-Atlantic for a long time. Coming here is that opportunity for greatness. Now it's an uphill battle. It's tough to have to face the people that he's got to face, but you get in the right barn, you win a couple of right races, you get, you find yourself on a good 2-year-old, you win some bigger races. Next thing you know, you're right there with Dylan in contention to win the Belmont meet. It doesn't have to be about Irad and Jose and Joel and Louis all the time. So I commend him coming up here, and I think he does a great job. And I'm excited to watch him in this race. I think if this horse, Hard Ride Guy, can stay close, and they do that thing where they just kind of all bunch together, I think he could grind this group down when they turn for home.
I agree. I think position is the key, though. And Maggie talked about it, a little bit keen going further. Might translate well in the turn back.
Going to get to our post parade here in a moment. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post. 2-1 favoritism. You know, often in these races, when they are somewhat closely bunched, they'll go to the leading barn at the meet, and you get Joel Rosario as well. But Chad Brown, Joel, for Peter Brandt, usually take a lot of money in turf races here in New York, and that's the case here as well. We're going to start with maybe the ultimate hunch play. Good to see young Jose Gomez back. He was out with COVID for a bit. Glad to see he's healthy. He's returned. He's on Stop the Spread here.
Yeah, like you said, the hunch bet. This horse could turn out to be the speed inside with the rail draw. And good thing for Jose Gomez, he does get those days back on his bug. Anytime you get sick or you get hurt as an apprentice, they'll give you an extension for the days you missed. Entry
mate gets paced post 4 assiduously.
Yeah, kind of complimenting South assiduously, more of a closer.
Fast Courtney got his lone win via DQ.
Via DQ, comes in off a 363-day layoff.
Icarus showed speed last start, drops in class.
Drops in class, and probably would be happier just having a target, somebody to kind of follow for a little bit.
Todd Pletcher, runner here, Royal Spirit.
Yeah, had a horrible trip last time. I'll forgive that race. The races at Gulfstream in January and February make this one a competitive part of this race.
Here's Trevor McCarthy. I like this one quite a bit here, 5-1.
Yeah, facing much easier than he's been facing, and turning back in distance could work out a trip.
The favorite, St. Joe Louis with Rosario.
Yeah, like we said when we were watching the replay, this horse can absolutely win, doesn't have to win, too short of a price for me.
And Merci, outside off the claim for Jose Camejo, claimed off of Christophe Clement.
You're welcome. Merci, I think, is definitely a contender. Should get a good trip, should find himself in more of a stalking kind of a role from the outside.
So back to the young man we were just talking about, Jose Gomez. He will be on Stop the Spread. He has been tremendous. He has a good man in his corner, too, helping him learn this game, in Angel Cordero Jr.
Yeah, he is getting his first stakes win of his career. Finished strong, a little bit excited, a little pumped up here. Think he's happy? Came to Saratoga, I'm sure, worried about how he might do, but if you're going to be a good rider, you got to ride with good riders, and good habits rub off, and he does have the right mentor in Angel Cordero, arguably the greatest race rider in the history of the game.
No, I love that you say that, Richie. Like, some might think, go somewhere easy and just rack up some wins. But, to me, if you go somewhere easy, you're riding around a bunch of guys that aren't as good as you, or surely aren't as good as Irad, Jose, Louis, and all the rest of them around here. You just get bad habits, and you got to think you're going to get a little complacent because you're just out there winning because you're better. I think being here, having to be plugged in and paying attention every single mount, and having these great riders around you, it has to elevate your game.
You're going to improve. You're just watching how they prepare, their approach, their discipline, what they do in races, how they compromise you in a race, the things you'll learn. Years ago, we had a very good apprentice here, was very patient. They decided to send him to Monmouth for the summer, and he lost all that patience. He became a complete speed rider. He forgot how to rate horses. He learned bad habits riding away from the best riders.
And even if Jose doesn't have a mount in all these Grade 1 races we're going to watch this weekend, he's going to be sitting in the room watching the other guys prepare and then watching the decisions that they make and being able to ask questions when they come back to the room. I think it's a great decision for him to be here.
Yep.
Yeah, just know how to carry yourself at this high of a level, too, with this great colony. Did it take you a while, too, as any young rider, finishing and getting that strength? Does that take a little while?
Absolutely. You just have to mature physically. There's a big difference between a 16-year-old kid and a 30-year-old man. Even if you're all in the same weight category, your body is just becomes so much harder, so much more steeled up to this, and the fitness level. And I've seen it with him, though. His finish has improved markedly since the kid we saw in January. And don't forget, he's got the bug, his apprentice allowance, all the way through this year. To me right now, he is odds-on favorite to win the Eclipse Award as champion apprentice.
2 minutes to post coming up as we take a look at Merci, no longer with the Clement barn, just claimed with more. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, to a barn that has outrageously good numbers. First off, the claim, granted, it is a little bit more when you're dealing with dirt horses in the Jose Camejo barn. But Merci is a horse that, once again, is drawn wide. Not quite as wide as last time, as he was 10 of 12. But he was on that hard chase, 3 to 4 wide. Now, it was on the outer turf course, so not quite as up against it as you often see with the inner turf course. But this is a race where there isn't, there's not an abundance of speed. Yes, the 1 could go. Yes, the 3 could go. We'll see what they do with the 2 coming off the layoff. But this guy, Merci, has Louis Saez aboard. And he's built like a horse that should be quicker. We see Louis giving him a big, aggressive warm-up. He's kind of like your typical Noble Mission. They tend to be smaller, kind of rounded type of horses. And he just gives the impression that he should be more forward, and we'll see what kind of trip Louis can work out here. And 2, Jose Camejo with his horses off the claim, often they will show a bit more speed, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Just getting set to load up. Heroes of our military all across this racetrack this afternoon as we continue to celebrate Military Appreciation Day. and thank everyone for their service. Active members, veterans, those who gave the ultimate sacrifice so we could enjoy our way of life. We can't thank you enough. You really can't say anything. Words can't do it justice.
No, not at all. And the courage they show and the selflessness. You know, I always bristle a little bit, Jonathan, when you hear people talk about like an athlete like as a hero. Yeah, maybe they're to be admired and looked up to for their discipline and their hard work. But these are men and women that run towards danger to help other people. Again, the selflessness is what really, really moves me.
Yeah, I mean, to me, being in the military, even in peacetime, is something that's hard for me to fathom. The sacrifice and that they put up, and then to think even in war, to be overseas, and it's just, it's something that I think we should all be very grateful of, and I'm glad we have days like this to highlight those wonderful men and women.
And we'll continue to do that throughout the afternoon. So we get set for race 3 here. The favorite remains St. Joe Louis. And JK, looking at the board and this horse's resume, what do you think? 5-2 fair here?
I mean, I understand why the horse is 5-2, but no, I don't believe that. If the horse wasn't trained by Chad Brown, I don't believe they'd be 5-2. But the horse is trained by Chad Brown, so you know, where do you go there? I just think there's other options in this race.
Merci, last to load from that outside post. The 7, we're set. Let's go upstairs to John Embriao.
There in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, it is Stop the Spread, who is going out for the early lead. Fast Gordon came away racing in second. Now from the outside, it is Merci moving into third. Then down at the rail, it is Icarus, who's next in fourth, followed by St. Joe Louis in fifth. Almost 3 lengths. Back to Assiduously, who runs in sixth as they go into the clubhouse turn. And then it is Royal Spirit next in seventh. And the trailer is Hard Rye Guy in eighth. The quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds, and the field is on the backstretch now. And up front, it is Stop the Spread. With the lead here, Stop the Spread by 1.5 lengths. And Fast Gordon is tracking in second. Then on the inside, Icarus sits in third. Alongside is Merci next in fourth. And farther back, it is St. Joe Louis in fifth position, followed by Hard Rye Guy, who has now moved up into sixth. Then comes Assiduously, and trailing the field is Royal Spirit. Half mile in 48 4/5 seconds, and it is still a long shot Stop the Spread, who takes the field around the far turn. Stop the Spread by 1 length. Fast Gordon runs in second. Icarus towards the inside and in third. Mercy's on the outside in fourth, and Hard Rye Guy is fifth as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. And Stop the Spread has been in front right from the start. On the outside is Fast Gordon. Here comes Icarus now, and here comes Merci. 4 of them across the track, and looking for a way through is Hard Rye Guy. And here comes Royal Spirit, and here comes St. Joe Louis. It is wide open, and it is Royal Spirit from well off the pace to win it. St. Joe Louis was second, and it's a photo for third.
Royal Spirit, Todd Pletcher, Rad Ortiz Jr., Rapoli Stable, St. Elias Stable team up for the win.
This horse comes with the last run. Any one of 7 or 8. Well, how many 7 in the field? Any one of 7 could have won it at the 8th ball. And this horse comes with the last run. He was able to find a seam. You see St. Joe Louis with Joel tried to kind of put him back down in behind horses, and Irad had a little bit too much horse. Terrific ride by him. Was able to muscle through late and get up for the victory. Some trips in here. You got to go back and watch turf racing over several times, but St. Joe Louis is second where he wants to be again.
I watch a lot of races. I know we all do. Richie, you've ridden a lot of races, watched a lot of. I had no idea who was going to win at the 16th pole. No clue.
Completely wide open, turning for home, and even mid-stretch as we take another look.
Yeah, and you can see the Icarus, the 3-horse, had just hit the front. Hard Ride Guy with Trevor McCarthy in behind him. Really just never a comfortable spot. No place to be. You got squeezed
bumping with St. Joe Louis a little bit.
Icarus came out into him and forced him into the 2-horse there. Fast Gordon. Wasn't a lot of room, but Icarus did come out. And then the winner, you know, he made his trip. He put his shoulder on St. Joe Louis and said, no, I'm gonna take this lane if you don't mind.
I will say the 5 hard ride guy had he had a ton of horse in behind there, and I'm not saying he was going to win when they bumped with the 3, but he did have a lot of horse. If you were interested in that horse here, or you weren't, I think this is a horse you might want to consider out of this race off of that trip. The 5 hard ride guy.
He's just unlucky, and there's a big difference between a bad ride and an unlucky ride. You could do everything right, save ground on turf, and 1 out of 20 times it doesn't open up the way you need it to.
Got a quick look at Todd Pletcher, likely making that winning phone call to his owners. Had a couple of wins yesterday. There he is. He's got to have a very expensive cell phone bill with all the wins he has to call his owners as often as he does. 7-2, Royal Spirit on Military Appreciation Day. Told you we'd have a story about a Korean War veteran. We will have that story when we come back of a true American hero, Sergeant Reckless. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Back on Saratoga Live at this historic racetrack on Military Appreciation Day. And the 3rd in the books. Our program brought to you in part by Run Happy. Never lost while sprinting in his career. Now standing at Claiborne Farm. Royal Spirit, Arad Ortiz Jr., Todd Pletcher team up for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
Here in the winner's circle, you will see us in just a moment, I promise. But it's always awkward when you're doing an interview and there's no camera on you, Todd. But let's talk about Royal Saint, a horse that lost his way, but I thought he had excuses in each of his last 2 starts. This was the right spot for him today.
Yeah, it seemed like it. You know, he'd kind of gotten a little off track, and we wanted to try to put him in a spot where we felt like he'd be competitive, and pulled through with a good run today.
Now, Todd, I do want to ask you about your runner Malathat coming up in this weekend, and you said that she just wasn't herself last time out in the Chevy. Talk a little bit about what you saw.
You know, just when she came to the paddock, it was a very, very hot, humid day, and I didn't feel like she handled it very well. She's normally a very well-behaved filly, but that day she was a little bit quiet, a little bit dull. Johnny said the same thing in the post parade. She just never really, picked her feet up, and so, I thought she ran okay considering, but I don't think she was at her best.
What have you noticed from her since then, and is she telling you that she's ready to go?
Really good energy. I hope we don't get too hot on the day, and I think I'll have a better feel when she comes to the paddock. Paddock schooled yesterday, left there, good energy, bouncing on her toes, so that's what we're looking for.
Todd, wishing you the best of luck. Congrats with Royal Saint.
Thank you.
All right, Royal Saint takes them as he bursts through the pack to win this one today for Todd Pletcher, who's looking to gear up and get Malafat back on track on Saturday, Greg.
Be fun to see that rematch with Clairiere. He's gotten the better of her the last 2 times out, but there's some other tough ones to worry about in there, including the reigning champ of the division, Latruska. As you see, Royal Spirit, $9.60 for the win. St. Joe Louis Merci, 2nd and 3rd on this special day here, Military Appreciation Day, as we celebrate and honor all those that make this incredible sacrifice so we can enjoy our freedoms and enjoy a day at the racetrack here at Saratoga. Well, on this Military Appreciation Day, we remember a war hero who came from the most unlikely of origins. Purchased for a mere $250, she became a decorated warhorse who went on to hold official military rank. This is the story of Sergeant Reckless.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest warhorse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250. And he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire. And truly, after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large. And before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk, and Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines, and especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954. is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. And she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
Just an amazing story that we've seen several times on this program, but every time you listen to it, just continually am amazed. 2-time Purple Heart Award winner. Time Magazine named one of the 100 great heroes of all time in our country, who became a star, learned the routes sometimes after just a couple of trips, and would take those trips to evacuate wounded by herself without a handler.
That's incredible, and just shows you how smart horses are, that they can learn those things. And for her to take cover, lay down in battle, run the routes herself, it is just a fantastic. It's like the favorite piece that we've done. I just love that we still honor her.
Just a reminder to me about why this sport is so much better than so many other sports to me, is because you have the equine athletes that you get to admire outside of their athleticism, just for being themselves. They're just such cool animals.
They really are. So smart, personalities. I see a lot of characteristics in horses that I see in people, but I like my horse like my people, hardworking and honest.
Great story on this Military Appreciation Day here at Saratoga. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back with a lot more still to come. The best of the cards still ahead of us. We'll get into the 4th when we return. Stay with us. We'll be back on Saratoga Live on FS2 right after this.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
is America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on Saratoga Live on Run Happy Travers Week. The big one just a couple days away. We're getting set for race 4. It's 14 minutes to post coming up. And we'll take a look at the field. Current odds. 6 furlong, $75,000 maiden claiming race. And the favorite right now, Iya. Debuted at Monmouth in June and was second showing speed against a horse who came back and ran second in the Sanford Stakes here.
I'm a huge fan when horses show speed in their debut. There's always an improvement, it feels like to me, because they obviously have the talent. That's the speed that they showed early in the race. They just got a little tired. And then when you have horses like you mentioned, like Great Navigator, who come back and run well, and even the third place horse came back and ran well, it lets you know that that race was actually better than it looks on paper.
Let's head to Maggie for a Paddock report.
We'll take a look at some first-time starters here, though, in this maiden claiming 75, beginning with Mr. Bob. I love that name, obviously owned by Bob LaPenta, but back in with his former trainer, Nick Zito. Good to see. And Mr. Bob comes in here as a son of Practical Joke, who can definitely get a horse to win early. As he hits at 18% with his 2-year-old first-time starters. The Dam won her first 2 starts at 2, and she was a multiple stakes winner sprinting on the synthetic. She doesn't produce much, but watching this guy's workouts, at least the one, I know it was 49, so it's not that quick, but he was going along really nicely on the bridle. Again, he might not be the fastest horse in the world, but you can tell he tries, as he kind of has a spirited disposition here in the paddock, too. He's about 90% fit. Wish he looked a little bit more fit for me to wholeheartedly recommend him here in the face of several runners who have shots that have experience, but I think he's a little bit interesting, and one that I want to watch with interest is number 3, Warman Road. He's taking no money for Rob Atras here, but again, he's been prepared down at Belmont. But I did watch his OBS June sales workout. He worked 10-1. He did stay on his inside lead. He was asked a bit, but I like the way he covered the ground, and he's been the utmost professional here, shipping in from Rob's Belmont string, and comes in here looking possibly the most fit of any of these first-time starters. I don't mind this horse at all. Making his debut here. There isn't as much pedigree to write home about, but the half-sibling was a minor stakes winner going long on the dirt. Maybe he wants a little bit more ground moving forward than the 6 furlongs, but he's just done everything right and looks well prepared here. As we'll move on to number 5, Secret Thunder. They did pay $120,000 for this son of Bolt Doro, and you know that was before the Bolt Doros were really taking off and winning everything, and now they have won everything, and yet they're still wanting to offer this horse up for $75,000. As he did work 10 flat. It wasn't the prettiest of workouts. He was kind of getting out a bit, and he took a while to swap leads as well. And here in the paddock, while I love his hind end, I mean, he has that proverbial kind of apple bottom to him where he's really, really well muscled. The midsection is just looking a bit soft. He kind of has that baby look to him from the mental side of things and the physical side of things, though he is taking some money. We'll see what he brings to the table here for Danny Gargan. And then Yeehaw for David Jacobson. He puts blinkers on today, just a shortcut. Looks like a horse that displayed that first time out quickness that he did at Monmouth. Kind of short, low to the ground, can really push off from behind, but he's very calm here in the paddock, which I like to see. You know, he's not bothered at all by making his second start, and the second of which being at a somewhat and often lively Saratoga, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. And this again, the return of trainer David Jacobson, trying to get his first win back as a trainer, and you think they want him to be in the lead. He's quick already, and now they're putting blinkers on him.
You got to think this horse is going to pop away from there and be a little bit more fit. And, you know, David Jacobson has been away for a while, but when he was here, he was a 20% winner. He won, you know, almost 1,200 races when he was extremely active. And so now he's back in New York and clearly knows how to train a racehorse. And I think this horse will take another step forward. And like we mentioned, the race that this horse exits, it's been productive. Great Navigator came back and ran second and ran well. The third place horse, Roll Again Dancer, came back and ran well and improved the speed figure. I just think this horse is going to run better. And I like the fact they're putting the blinkers on. When there's a speed horse who tires and then they put the blinkers on, it tells me that they thought that focus had something to do with why. I mean, the horse doesn't need to go any faster early.
And to show that kind of speed going 4.5, you got to be quick. And like you said, the race was productive.
Another horse is coming out of that race. The problem is, and there's the horse we're talking about, Iya. Jose Ortiz will ride. The 6 horse, Royal Mover. He came out of that race and went backwards for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, the issue I have with that horse is the horse, if Todd shows up with a Rapoli St. Elias horse in Monmouth, they're supposed to be shorter than 3-1. They're just supposed to be shorter than 3-1. The horse shows up there 3-1, is fourth beaten 9 lengths, then tries Monmouth again, and is 3-1 again. It is 6 beaten 8 lengths. I just don't get the impression that this horse is very good. And I think the tote board is a little bit of a clue, but also the 2 performances I think are another clue.
And then you have the 8, Star Attitude. Only dirt start was in a race with a pretty good one named Lost Ark, who was a 4-5 favorite for Todd Pletcher.
And had a bit of excuses, too. You know, kind of the ground broke away at the start a little bit. They tried turf. That always confuses me, though, Jonathan. Like, the horse didn't run badly first time, and then they tried turf. It feels like they're trying to figure it out. They're reaching a little bit.
Yeah, dirt, turf, drop. It just, you know, it's just kind of like well, didn't run that great on the dirt. Let's try the turf. Okay, let's see if someone else wants to try to take a shot with this horse.
Certainly an excuse, though, as you talked about for that debut. We'll see what happens if this horse can get a better break. Things are different on the dirt as we get set for our post-parade. Enzo's World. Carlos Martin trains this one, trains the one on the outside we were just talking about as well.
Yeah, light, slow work tab, but out of a mare that did have 4 foals to race and all winners.
Mr. Bob Nick Zito sends out this debuter with Manny Franco.
Yeah, and Nick Zito's career, he's only 6% with first-time starters. Was never really his thing. Now, this year, he's 0 for 53.
Warman Road, another debuter for Rob Atras.
Yeah, this one gets Ricardo Santana, Kendrick Carmouche. This mare's had 5 foals, and all 5 are winners.
D. Wayne Lucas with the most experienced runner in the field, although has been badly beaten in all 3.
Yeah, ran an okay figure on debut, and then just seems to be going backwards.
Danny Gargan, first-time starter, Secret Thunder.
Yeah, out of a mare that won on her debut at 5 furlongs. Get Luis Saez here.
Here's the one coming out of the same race as the favorite. Has had a race since then for Pletcher.
Yeah, it just appears that the 6 Royal Mover is probably not that good for Rapoli Stables, but don't worry about Mike Rapoli. He's got a filly named Nest.
Iya, the one to beat and probably the one to catch, the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, Speedy Iya, Golden Sense. Got a sire speed, huh?
Javier Castellano, Star Attitude, turf back to dirt.
Feels a little bit like a give-up drop after trying the dirt, trying the turf. Blinkers on, lots of changes.
Everybody maybe seeing this one in the distance. Yes, quick. Equipment change, blinkers on. Brakes clean. This race could be over early. He's a 2-1 favorite here in the 4th. We'll be back.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law, tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back on Saratoga Live. One of the many great things around town, the Saratoga Springs Carousel, purchased by the town and brought over here, and now in Congress Park. My son took a little trip on it, as did I.
Nice.
It's a good time.
Did you like the plaque there? It said the carousel was in Coney Island as well, my neck of the woods, where I grew up.
Did you go on it then?
You know, I don't think so.
Well, you can
As
do
a
it
kid, we
while
actually
you're here.
stole a couple of carousel horses and we ran them around the neighborhood. All the kids would the bigger kids would push me around on the carousel horse because they all knew I was going to be a jockey.
Mig did get up to some mischief in his younger days.
Oh, I can only imagine. Running around Brooklyn.
Here's the one to catch. 9-5 favorite, Iya. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Those blinkers on for start number 2 and was chasing a horse who, again, came back and ran very good in a graded stake here at the meet in the Sanford. Great navigator. Let's go back to Maggie.
Taking a look at a horse that he also faced first time out to his inside. Yet again, number 6, Royal Mover, as you guys were mentioning, has disappointed for Todd Pletcher in his maiden special weights while at Monmouth. And look, though, he's a horse that comes in here, and I can't find anything wrong with him other than, as I've always said, when Todd Pletcher debuts horses as 2-year-olds in blinkers, it's not a good sign. And this guy's worn blinkers in all 3 of his starts. He is, as the name would suggest, a very good mover. I mean, he looked fine back in the paddock. He looked even better out on the racetrack. The only thing wrong with this horse are his efforts coming in here from my vantage point. If he didn't run so poorly at Monmouth, I would pick him. So we'll see how he does here as number 8, Star Attitude, makes his 3rd start of his career as well. I know that the throwing everything against the wall method has not worked yet, but I often wonder, restricted maiden special weight, maybe they wanted to take advantage of that. Now he's in for the tag. Blinkers do go on, a fairly full cup, and this guy is a lot sharper than what I've seen from him in the past. He's also way more fit, especially going back to his first start. He just looked like he needed one to get going. And Richie, I like the fact that you picked number 2 in here. I was so on the fence. Again, I liked Mr. Bobby, warmed up beautifully. He made a great impression in the paddock, but the record for Nick Zito with his first-time starters moved me off of him, guys.
All it takes is a talented first-timer to put that streak to bed, and we'll see if he has one here.
I just didn't trust your favorite, the 7, and I like the way he warmed up. And I know I'm trying to buck a trend here. Nick isn't known, even when things were rolling for Nick, that he would win with first-time starters with regularity.
It's pretty cool, I think, that Bob LaPinta, who's had a lot of success with lots of different trainers, Chad, Todd, Brad Cox, Jonathan Thomas, but he had horses with Nick Zito, and to give him a horse, to give him a chance to kind of get rolling, I like that. I like that gesture.
8-5 favorite though, Iya. If he runs like we expect, he could be very tough in this spot. The 8 definitely interesting, getting back to dirt. We're set for the 4th. Here's John Imbrial.
Riders off the 3 Warman Road will have a delay.
So that Ricardo Santana Jr. off of that first or Warman Road. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, as you saw, I mean, Ricardo Santana was ejected from there, and I just heard over the veterinarian's radio that number 3 Warman Road will be a late scratch in here. You could hear it over the loudspeaker how hard he went up, and so obviously if a horse hits their head or those hocks touch the dirt, they are an automatic scratch here at Naira, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. So yeah, have to protect the horse always in a situation like that. So back to the barn for Warman Road. He'll debut another day.
Richie, to me, I've always felt like, and you see Ricardo with a little light limp there, I feel like, it's dangerous in there, but getting thrown back out of there and trying to land on your feet has to be dangerous as well.
Yeah, but at some point when a horse goes up so high and you know they're not going to come down the right way, they're going to come over backwards, you've just got to do whatever you can to get away from them, because you can't take the chance of getting pinned down underneath them. You've got to kick out the back, and it's like hitting the ejector button. You want to try to clear those back doors and get as far away as you possibly can. Now, they'll also have to look at the horses around this horse, the two, Mr. Bob and the 4 Western Gent, because when a horse turns themselves over like that, they'll tend to get a leg into another stall, and sometimes they'll inadvertently kick one of their rivals to the left or right of them.
All right, so late scratch at the gate of the 3. They're going to back everybody out, move those numbers over, and as Mig said, look at those horses that were next door to him of the scratched runner.
Rich, you ever have a serious injury getting ejected out of the back?
Well, the one I got really hurt was right before the Breeders' Cup 2004. The horse flipped, but I didn't get out. And I landed, and the horse landed on top of me. Broke my wrist, cracked my pelvis, a couple of ribs. And then I went and rode Artie Schiller anyway.
Mig
Not
had
one of my best
basically
professional moves.
You had a serious injury just about every way you could imagine.
Yeah, that one was a freak one. And the thing was, she wasn't a very big filly. So when she turned over, when I went to kick out, I just never cleared the back doors, and I landed in the stall with her. Just bad luck, really.
And who teaches you sort of that protocol? Or is it just
it's
fight
instinct.
or flight?
Honestly, it's instinct. You kind of know when the horse hits that point of no return, they're going to lose their balance and come over, and you do your best to get away from them. And the thing is you've got to be alert, but you can't be tense about it, because then the horse feeds on that nervous energy that you have. You've got to be very cool about it, but at the same time be very, very aware of it.
I would think such a dangerous situation, too, being next door in a stall while a horse is acting up.
Well, you saw Manny Franco got away from him, because you can't take a chance. Sometimes horses will come over into your stall. So you saw Manny, he was, no, I'm out of here.
So they have moved the numbers over, reloading as you can see. Still Ia, the 7, there he is. The one to beat, probably the one to catch as well. Let's go back to John Imbrial, race 4 from Saratoga.
Once again set for race 4. And they're off. Western Ghent broke well, joined on the outside now by Ia, and down on the inside by Mr. Bob. So it's 3 of them across the track for the lead, with Secret Thunder sitting off those front runners in 4th. Royal Mover is next in 5th, and then it is Star Attitude in 6th, and Enzo's World is the trailer in 7th. Up front, Western Ghent, the long shot leader here. Ia, the favorite on the outside, is a close second through a quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. So it is Western Ghent and Ia right together going around the far turn. Ia on the outside, Western Ghent down at the rail. Then it's Secret Thunder running in 3rd. Mr. Bob down at the rail next in 4th, followed by Star Attitude and Royal Mover. The half in 46 seconds, and the field is in the stretch. And it is Ia who has the lead here. Ia in front, Secret Thunder now moving up on the outside into 2nd. Far outside it is Star Attitude now with the 16th to the finish. It is Ia with the lead. And then giving chase here is Western Ghent. Ia, Western Ghent, photo finish. Very, very tight at the end. Western Ghent coming back again. The favorite Ia, the 2 of them in a photo finish.
Photo finish indeed here in the 4th. Horse who was unexpectedly on the front end in here re-rallies and may have won this race.
Well, Western Ghent showed so much speed, gave it up when the 7 Ia was going so much easier, the 2.
It's like he won it.
And it looks like the 4 Western Ghent got up, but it just looked like maybe Ia hit the wall at the 16th pole, no?
Yeah, just got tired. It's funny when they turned for home, Jose, I kind of wanted Jose to open up. That's just as a horse player, I just like when they open up. But he was just being very patient, and I started to kind of get the impression that he was trying to milk himself to the wire to save as much horse as he possibly could. And right inside the 16th pole, you know, EA looked to get very, very tired.
He's put up the 4-horse at 13-1 on the lead early and then backs up. And you think that's basically it for him. This horse re-rallies. You don't see that a lot.
You don't see that with older horses, let alone 2-year-olds. You know, the 7 EI crossed over through some dirt in his face. He wound up sifting back out to the clear, and then he just kept finding. And how often have we seen this over the years? Wayne Lucas dropping a horse down, maiden claiming, and they run big at a big price. And then he brings some young fans from the stands to the winner's circle with him.
D. Wayne Lucas, the legendary coach, with a win here in this 75 maiden claimer. Let's go to Maggie.
And Wayne honoring something he has done for years up here at the spa, bringing young kids in to the winner's circle. We see Ryan and Grayson here. Guys, I know you had the horse that just got beat. My apologies, but this legend is going to make up for it for you, Wayne. Talk about Western Ghent coming back.
Did your dad bet on this one?
No, they own the horse that you just beat.
Well, it doesn't matter. We're going to get a damn nice picture here with this horse, and you can get one each. When this is over, you go to the photographer, and he'll give you one, and we'll sign it for you.
Wayne, it's something you've done for years up here. Talk about that.
Well, I just think it's the easiest thing in the world. We're coming down. We just grabbed this couple of kids here. They get to experience something that they would never get to experience any other way. So it makes fans. We get guys that are 25, 30 years old come up and say, you took me to the winner's circle when I was 9. Of course, I'm old, you know.
Only as old as you feel. Quickly, Western Ghent, though, he was brave and tenacious.
Today. He woke up today. He really did.
Wayne, it's good to see Wayne having such a good meet, too, as Western Ghent and these fine young gentlemen getting their picture taken, not with their dad's horse, but still making lifetime memories.
Wow, he's the greatest ambassador to the sport. We have the coach, D. Wayne, with a winner in the 4th. We'll be back.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into 2nd. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. You're watching live coverage of the premier meet in the country here on Saratoga Live in upstate New York. Saratoga Springs and Run Happy Travers Week, that Midsummer Derby coming up on Saturday. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin here with you for the early portion of this card, and a tremendous weekend ahead. Not just that Run Happy Travers, but a loaded, star-studded undercard.
It's an incredible day of racing, something for everybody. You got returning champions, you got 3-year-old championship on the line in the Run Happy Travers. Great day of racing.
Yeah, I mean, in racing, there's Breeders' Cup Day, there's Derby Day, there's Belmont Day, and there's Travers Day. Those are the 4 best days. In racing, I can't wait.
Yep.
We just saw the 4th race. It is in the books, and legendary trainer Dwayne Lucas, the coach, with a horse who unexpectedly was on the lead, backed up, and then you think that's it for Western Gent, the 4. He re-rallies and comes and nails the favorite at the wire for the win.
Yeah, I mean, EI made the lead. Even right here, he's going to kind of cross over, and Jose Gomez sifts back out to the clear with your eventual winner. He puts his head down, and he keeps running. That never say die attitude of an apprentice jockey. Jose Gomez getting his 6th Saratoga win, got his first stake win. And how about Wayne Lucas, his 4,877th career victory?
Western Gent looked like he was going to be 5th for a second there, and then found and came back.
Well, even on the form of what he'd shown his previous 3 starts, there was not really a reason to play him in this race. $28 winner for Dwayne Lucas, the apprentice, Jose Gomez, who we'd been talking about earlier in the program for those who were with us. At a number here in race 4, Iya, the big favorite, defeated. Still to come, Run Happy Travers weekend. Horse who just set a track record time in the Grade 1 Haskell Cyberknife. Could it be his day on Travers Saturday? We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
I'm from a very small town in upstate South Carolina. My parents were an engineer and a nurse, so there wasn't a whole lot of horse things to be had.
Katie Tolbert is certainly making up for any lost time around horses. After graduating Clemson University with a degree in animal science and equine business, Tolbert began riding racehorses at Juddmonte Farm when she was 22. Her association with Juddmonte led her to her first racetrack job with the late Hall of Famer Bobby Frankel in 2009. 13 years later, Tolbert has a chance to be the regular exercise rider of back-to-back Travers winners for trainer Brad Cox.
It is Essential Quality and Midnight Bourbon. Essential Quality has won the Run Happy Travers.
He was just wonderful. He was amazing. I mean, he had some quirks, but he was really easy to ride. He was easy on himself. He was just beautiful, and we had a lot of fun with him last summer.
While Essential Quality was on his way to a championship season last August, an unraced and unruly 2-year-old named Cyberknife arrived in Cox's Saratoga barn.
I don't think anybody else really wanted to ride him, so I decided, oh, maybe I can try to be friends with him.
She's done a tremendous job with him. She didn't get on him last year, but once he went to the fairgrounds this winter, she became his regular rider, and that carried over to the Arkansas Derby and went to Oaklawn with him and everything. So, you know, she has a bond with him.
So I feed him peppermints, and I go and snuggle with him in his stall, and he's very kind, like in his stall. He's not a nasty horse. He's just really, really rambunctious sometimes. Maybe the reason that I get along with him is I have a lot of patience. It's not going to help get mad at him. So you just sort of have to figure out your boundaries of, you have to do this, but we can kind of work with the rest and slowly get to where we want to go.
It's huge. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're able to do with him now and preparing for training and his day-to-day activity that we were not able to do last year. Obviously, he has a lot of confidence in her, and she has confidence in riding him, so that's probably the biggest key there, is the confidence that she gives him and that he gives her. So it's worked out really well.
A lot of us girls, and probably guys, get attached to them. And I love all animals. I'm crazy about my dogs and my cat and the horses. And even if I weren't into racing, I still love horses. But it's so exciting and it's so rewarding to see the progress and to, like, you know, have those big moments winning the big races.
Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell.
He's so athletic. He's so talented. He's such a nice mover. Like, he's mentally kind of catching up with his physical abilities, but he feels so strong and sound, and he's got a huge stride. And I have total confidence that he can win. So hopefully we get lucky.
Cyberknife coming off the second Grade 1 win of his career, and that was a track record time. His rider, Florent Giroux, says this is a horse that you don't see it on dirt a lot. He has gears. You usually see that with turf horses.
But you see when he hits the front, his head comes up a little bit and he starts waiting on competition. It seems like since Florent's been more mindful, like in the Haskell, waiting to get through inside. And it reminds me of Ferdinand, a horse back in the 80s, Shoemaker. When he would get through inside, he would keep his focus. I see that with Cyberknife. Listen, I think Epicenter's going to win the Run Happy Travers. But if there's a horse that's going to upset him, I think it's the one, Cyberknife.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you're going to have those kind of quirks, you better be facing a group of horses that you're potentially better than. And that's my biggest concern, is I don't know if he's better than some of the horses he's facing. So if he gets to start acting goofy a little bit or being rambunctious like they mentioned, he's going to have an uphill battle dealing with those horses.
One from the rail in that Haskell, so we know he can handle it. And Florent Giroux, as well said, on the turns. He's so athletic, too. He handles the turns with ease.
I think it's a perfect post for him. And, again, I've seen Florent. I could read his mind watching the race. He's consciously trying to stay on the rail. He thinks he runs better on the rail. He's got a perfect draw for him.
Starting to figure things out, and a horse who's been mentally a little difficult for Brad Cox, but coming off that huge effort, the best of his career. And that Grade 1 Haskell win, you'll see it live. Run Happy Travers on Big Fox this Saturday, 4:30 Eastern start time for the Midsummer Derby. And one of the biggest prizes in this sport, coveted Travers Stakes. Going to move on to race 5 on this Thursday card on Military Appreciation Day. 1 1/8 on the main track, $20,000 claiming race. Favorite right now is Dust Devil for trainer Bill Mott. He'll have Joel Rosario aboard.
I thought this race was extremely tough. I felt like I needed a lot of them in here. Every one of these horses has a race recently that you would think can win this race. Some of them are switching trainers where if they improve, they'll win this race. I thought this was one of the hardest races on the card, to be fair.
Might be one of the hardest races to meet.
Yeah. If someone tells you they love a horse in here, they're lying to you. It's impossible.
Well, you can love the horse. It's not love him from a wagering standpoint.
Love him from a wagering standpoint, of course. We love all the horses in this race.
Let's try and get a little help. Maggie, what can you tell us?
Well, to be fair, I do have a soft spot for my husband's horse in here, locally owned. But let's take a look at number 5, Dust Devil, whom I haven't seen since this winter. Things looking much better in the middle of summer than the middle of winter for a horse that just really wasn't carrying his weight well, didn't look particularly great in his coat either, and he was just very lethargic that day. I am going way back to February, so things could have changed, and his form as of late hasn't been great, and I feel like there are some horses that have that. You know, there's some horses stepping up off of claims and some horses stepping down off of poor efforts. But Dust Devil here in the paddock shows up with wearing, like I like to say, his good race on his sleeve, in that he just looks ready. He's far more awake, far more alert, and everything physically is where it needs to be with him. Plus, he's a horse that I don't mind the 1 1/8, whereas some of these, I questioned it. And the same thing goes for number 2 in here, that Jacare, as Rudy Rodriguez dips back in and takes this horse back for the $20,000 that he lost him for. Yes, he shows up in the same spot, but that's okay. And he's a horse that I have always thought that the 9 furlongs was best for him. I know he's only 1 for 6 at it, but he's run effectively with a decent figure in the past, and he looks great here for Rudy. I don't want to harp on that. Rudy's meet isn't going well. Some of his horses are running well. They're just not maybe winning, but I feel as though Jacare is one of the ones that could step up here, Greg.
Seems that way. Thank you, Maggie. Just as we talked about, JK was mentioning anybody. It seems like they can win this race. We get a look at Jackie Davis. She'll be on the biggest price on the board. She closed out an early pick 5, and that will do this here earlier in the meet on a 25 to 1 shot for her dad. And it seemed like they had just won the Travers with that family celebration in the winner's circle. That resulted in a $48,000 pick 5.
Well, Wolfie, I did my patented move here.
No.
Yep. The all but one, baby. The all but one.
So who do I need to bet on?
The 6.
Okay.
That's the all but one if you're at home.
Which we say it all. I don't know if you have as bad a luck as I do with that, but it's the win percentage when I go all but one for that one is about 80%.
We joke about it, but
I'm not kidding.
I do it sometimes because I just. If you're playing all the time, you're playing every day, you're playing $3 tickets, $4 tickets, it adds up when you add horses.
I
and
get
I'm just not going to add a horse because I'm scared the horse is going to beat me. If I don't like the horse, I'm not using the horse.
But too, in a way, when you look at a race like that, and you think it's telling you just about anybody in the race can win it.
Yes.
Isn't that telling you anyone can win it?
Yeah, except for the horse that's 20 points slower than the other 7. That's yes.
That's what I felt when she won at 25 to 1. Let's go to John Imbrial for more.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the video boards and monitors as Naira welcomes 4 members of the New York National Guard to the Saratoga Paddock to announce riders up ahead of today's 5th race, named for New York's military services. Here to do the honors are Sergeant First Class Casey Harris, Staff Sergeant Brandon Mosman, Staff Sergeant Steve Ludwig, and Staff Sergeant Josh Sanzo. Members of the New York National Guard, take it away.
Riders up!
Special afternoon here at this race course, honoring all those who have served, our veterans, active duty service members as well. Thank you all for your incredible service and the sacrifice that you have given. So we get set for our pick 6 here coming up on this Thursday card.
That's pretty good. They did that in unison, too.
It's my dream to do Riders Up one day.
You got it. Riders Up. You got a really inflection.
Well, now he's a Riders Up coach.
That's how they used to do it back in the 80s, guy. Every race.
Well, because the paddock judge says it every time, right? But he just doesn't. We just don't mic him up, right?
Right. Exactly. But years ago too, when you came back, you had to salute the stewards for permission to dismount. You didn't just jump off your horse. You saluted the stewards, then got down.
Did you have to wait for the response back?
Well, it was ceremonial that you didn't actually see them nod or anything, but you had to do that.
When did that go away?
I don't know. It just seemed like it disappeared.
JK, this pick 6 starts here. In terms of finding key horses for the sequence, what'd you think?
I thought the first 2 races were virtually impossible. Obviously, I talked about spreading here. I thought in the 8th you could lean on the 5, Tizzy in the Sky. I thought that horse ran extremely well last time. People are going to bet the 7 liquidity provider for Chad Brown, and I thought kind of going the other way was some value adding. And then in the last, I just felt like it was the 6 and the 7. I was looking for a speed horse because the 6 and the 7 kind of come from out of it, but I couldn't really find one. So I just felt like they'd be bunched, and the 6 and the 7 were the best from a closing standpoint and would be able to kind of kick home from there. But tough sequence, that's for sure.
Good luck to everybody trying to put it together today. Wouldn't that be something if we had a carryover? We'd have to, build for a couple days, obviously, but if we get to Run Happy Travers Saturday with a big pot, I don't think we have had a 2-day carryover to meet, have we?
We had one. Trust me, I remember. We had one.
Post parade coming up for the race that starts this Thursday, pick 6. Here's direct order. Joe Sharp just claimed this one off of Gustavo Rodriguez.
A 12-time winner, gets a good inside post. Luis Saez for a horse that's been very popular at the claim box.
Giocare, Rudy Rodriguez, just 1 for 66 at the meet. Had a runner earlier today, too, that missed the break.
Yeah, a claim back for Rudy. Great and really good claiming trainers. When they claim back, I pay attention to that.
Horses won at 1 mile and 1/8 as well. Here's the 3 amounts. Bill Murray
was claimed for $32,000 at the beginning of the meet by Bill Murray. Waited 30 days so he can drop this horse in for 20. Horse was favored for 32.
Bill Mott sends out Dust Devil.
Yeah, Dust Devil, another horse taking a drop in class. Bill Mott having a strong meet.
Here's the all but one. JK did not use. This horse actually has some big figures back earlier this year at Fairgrounds.
Yeah, I mean, they're betting the horse a little bit too. 11-1 in this field. It's shorter than I would expect.
Has speed too, or used to. And then Kumar at 7-1.
Yeah, ran huge in the mud at Valmont. 2 starts back. Has races that definitely make this horse a look here.
Locally owned, who's been very good. Best moment going very long.
Yeah, famously beat the stablemate from an ownership standpoint, Lone Rock. Was fortunate that day. I think got himself on the right part of the racetrack and hasn't really been doing much since then. We'll see if this spot can wake him up.
So let's go back to Kumar. Here's the 7, Jose Lezcano for Gustavo Rodriguez. This is a horse who certainly wants to be forward. This was back on this wet track.
That was game. Fought. Looked like he was going to be swallowed at one point coming off the quarter pole. Then it looks like he might get run down here. But every time he felt the horse, he kept fighting. He kept finding more. He's a horse that definitely doesn't mind a battle.
Yeah, I mean, this is just another illustration. These are just trips with these horses. I mean, whoever works out the best trip, to me, is the one that's going to win in here. And that doesn't always happen. I mean, sometimes the horses get the best trip don't win. The last race, the 7 had the best trip, didn't win. So I know it sounds counterintuitive, like, well, if you get the best trip, you're going to win. But I do think that this is also one of those races where I feel like when it's over, we'll be able to say that a horse that ran 2nd, 3rd, or 4th was arguably best. It's just who works out the best trip in these evenly matched races like this.
And here's a look at the 8. Makes a nice appearance here. This is locally owned. That win we were talking about when he was certainly on the best part of the racetrack. That was 1 mile and 5/8 when he beat his stablemate at the time, Lone Rock. He's been around for a while on the circuit, and he's just shy of $500,000 in earnings.
A little bit shorter today.
A little bit shorter, but I love this ride that day from Dylan Davis. He executed a plan, and he wasn't bashful. Around the turn, he went all in. He said, I'm going to win this race by the 8th pole, and he came through on the inside, was the best part of the track. I like when riders are decisive. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but make a decision.
Yeah, and look, he's drawn outside. He obviously has a lot of stamina, and I think, these 1 mile and 1/8 races at Saratoga, feels like when they turn for home, it's always just like, well, who's the least tired? And this horse obviously has a nice foundation.
He's 3-1 right now. Let's go back to Maggie.
I was joking around with owner Jay Provenzano in the paddock as he was teasing me because locally owned is one of my favorite horses to ride in the morning, that he's going to get claimed. And look, I've grown up in this game my entire life. I know how it is. I mean, I remember when my favorite horse when I was a kid for my dad, Colonel Hill, got claimed, and luckily he was also my dad's favorite horse, so every time he was back in for a claim price, he went and got him again, and eventually ended up being my off-track thoroughbred. And I was joking with Jay saying, I'll go back and find him, don't worry, he can be my pony. And Jay was like, no, you can have an even better pony, mentioning Lone Rock when he's done too, because both of these horses are just so laid back. I mean, you can stand them out on the racetrack forever, and that's the type of disposition you want for horses that do want to go those really long distances. So of course locally owned is going to be a-okay at 1 1/8 here today, and though he looked great out on the racetrack, we'll see what he brings to the table as he's switched to favoritism. Now the thing with him, as I speak wholeheartedly from my heart, is I don't know if he has any try left in him, but this is the level where he's supposed to try. Greg.
He's the 3-1 current favorite. I like the way he looked on the track. We'll see if you would think a 1 1/8 it can be testing. We know it's Saratoga here. For him, it should not be an issue. He's getting easier.
He has stamina, and he's dropping in class, made a nice impression. I went up on the 7, and he completely won me over in the warm-up. I thought this horse warmed up better than anybody out there, made a fantastic look. He's been working well. I'm all about the 7 Kumar here.
I went with a 3 amount. Just a situation. Bill Morey, a high percentage trainer. He's not doing well at this meet, but I'm not one of those people that thinks that like high percentage trainers suddenly just don't know how to win anymore. I just think that it's a tough place to win, and you know, this horse has some back races, and if Bill Morey can somehow reach in and find some of those back races, I think this horse could be competitive.
Amount 7-1.
He's got a heck of a pedigree. He's a Curlin, he's a half to Mucho, and a bunch of other Claiborne bred horses you can see. Length, width, size, end. Those are some of the other ones that this one's related to.
And Mucho, who started out so incredibly promising here at Saratoga as a 2-year-old, then kind of forgot about it. He went on to have a very good career.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he ran on the show at America's Day at the Races. I feel like this year.
Several times.
At Oaklawn. Or Churchill, maybe.
Well, I believe when sprinting on the turf, on the dirt, became a very good dirt sprinter.
Yeah.
See what happens here. Wow, that's a lot of money now. 5-2, locally owned, is your solid favorite. As Kumar steps in, 5th from Saratoga. 2 turns, 1 1/8 coming up. Let's go upstairs to Johnny Brielle.
There in the gate. And they're off. Warrior in Chief. Now from the inside, Jacade at the rail. It's direct order from the outside, Kumar, and locally owned as they head into that clubhouse turn. And it is Kumar who has come away with the lead. Warrior in Chief is just behind and racing in second, with locally owned in third. Dust Devil next in fourth. Jacade is 5th. Then comes Amount, and trailing the field is Direct Order in 7th. The opening quarter mile went in 24 and 2/5 seconds, and now the field is moving up the backstretch, and it is a 3-way battle. Kumar, locally owned, and in between horses it is Warrior in Chief, and sitting just off of them is Dust Devil in 4th. Midway up the backstretch, and Kumar is the leader here. It's Kumar in front by a neck. Warrior in Chief in between horses. Locally owned is on the outside. And getting a good trip there is Dust Devil just off the front 3 in 4th. Now it's 5 lengths back to Amount. And then down on the inside is Jacade with Direct Order. 1/2 mile in 49 seconds. So it is Warrior in Chief and locally owned as Kumar has dropped back now down at the rail. Dust Devil is on the outside. And Amount has drawn within 3 lengths of the lead. Now Warrior in Chief drops out of it, and locally owned is the leader as they come for the top of the stretch. It is locally owned in front. Dust Devil now moves into second. On the far outside is Amount. It is locally owned with the lead as they pass the 3/16 pole. Locally owned has opened up here by 4 lengths. Locally Owned is the leader here, with Dust Devil giving chase in second. Locally Owned isolated here as they come on for the finish. Locally Owned, much the best, won by 5 lengths. Dust Devil was second, and Amount finished third.
Dropped down from 50,000 claiming to 20, and Locally Owned, much the best against this group today.
He really was. I mean, he was just perched out there 3 wide, attending the pace, and when Javier Castellano set him down, he found another gear and just pulled away readily. Tom Morley continuing to have a tremendous Saratoga meeting.
I mean, I lied, fellas. I said that when this race was over, there'd probably be a second, third, or fourth place horse you could say, you know, might have been best off a trip. Not true at all. The 5 Dust Devil had a phenomenal trip, sitting in behind a three-horse kind of vie for the lead, and Locally Owned, who was outside, actually, you know, put away those other speed horses and went on with it and pulled away from the 5 late. Locally Owned was much the best today.
And if someone did happen to claim this horse, showing here, he's got a little life left in him, no question. 8-5-3-1. Let's go to Maggie.
They claimed him, Greg. I'm a little choked up. No, I'm kidding. Jay, he won impressively. They did claim pretty much everybody in the field, I would think, except for the 6 here. But, Jay, this is how you got to play the claiming game. He's given us quite a ride.
Listen, what does he owe us? I mean, he wins some name that they couldn't even fit on a saddle towel. That's why they didn't put it there that day. I mean, you know, he win an allowance right off the bat for us. I mean, we had to pick his head up. You know, we knew he was better than this, and I just wish the next person luck with him. That's all. He's such a cool horse. You know it. It's the only horse you come to gallop.
It is. I know. I'm going to go chase him down, whoever's gotten him.
We'll get him back at some point for you.
The best owner there is. Jay Provenzano, go get your picture taken. I'm going to get in this one too, Greg.
I don't blame you. Well done. Her husband having a terrific meet this summer at Saratoga. This horse looked great warming up, ran to it, and the drop paying dividends here, but that's the price you pay. Probably going to lose this one.
Well, they claimed the horse for 40. They had him about, a year. He won 3 races for them. They lost him for 20. I mean, you have to be realistic where you spot them and make it easier for the horses, too.
What stands out to me there is, in that interview, is it was not really about the financial part of the entire transaction, right? It was more about the fact that that horse means a lot to them, gave them a lot of experiences, was a lot of fun. Maggie obviously close to the horse, and so when you lose one in the claim box like that, I think it is a little bittersweet. And I love how Jay said, that's all right, we'll get him back. We'll claim him back at some point.
How about Maggie with the microphone in one hand, taking the blinkers off with the other? That's horsemanship.
That's multitasking. 8-5-3-1, Locally Owned, closes out this early pick 5. Late pick 5 is next. Good luck to you. I know you're going to play it.
Don't point the fingers. You're playing too.
I'm going to see if I can maybe ride somebody's coattails.
It's a difficult sequence this afternoon. Good luck to everybody who's getting involved. We're going to say goodbye. Lafitte, the rest of the crew coming up with the second half of the card. That includes that Risk Averse, named after the 3-time Grade 1 winner, and Christophe Clement could have a big say in this second half of this Thursday card here at Saratoga. Already a winner earlier on in the card. Can he get a few more? Stay tuned.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of Warfront proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, Millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Run Happy Travers Week for trainer Christophe Clement. That means a title defense in Saturday's Sword Dancer with Gaffoe. But first things first. Today, Clement unleashes this filly, Canisi, the most lukewarm of favorites in the most wide-open editions of the Risk Averse. Among many, standing in her way, Skims, beautifully bred English filly by Frankel. In her saddle, the jockey riding the Travers favorite, Joel Rosario. In her corner, a legendary Hall of Fame trainer, Shug McGahee. So glad you could join us on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Colors of last year's Travers winner, Godolphin, essential quality. Important day at Saratoga. Military Day here. From all of us, thank you to the men and women defending our nation here and abroad, allowing us the freedom to enjoy this incredible sport as our coverage continues. Run Happy Travers Week. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The last 2 days really have felt more than just about thoroughbred racing. Ukraine Day yesterday, Military Appreciation Day on this afternoon. That'll continue all afternoon. As for the live racing, the one stakes race today, aforementioned Risk Averse on Saturday, a few more than that. One of the biggest days of the year in the sport anywhere. 6 stakes races, the rundown there, 5 Grade 1 events, and multiple champions, a star-studded cast. Massive day, the Run Happy Travers. And if you can call it an undercard, go ahead, but it feels like a championship Breeders' Cup program, Grade 1 event after Grade 1 event. The guy next to me has won a lot of Grade 1 races, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. Gary, the main event is the Travers, but that aside, is there one horse, one race in particular you're looking forward to most?
I could pick a horse in any one of the big races, but for me, it's going to be Broom in the Sword Dancer, Grade 1 Sword Dancer. He was second last year's Breeders' Cup Turf at Del Mar, beaten a half a length that day. Won the Grade 2 Hardwick Stakes 2 races back. He's had luck here in the United States. Looking forward to Broom. Aidan O'Brien's Irish bred, ridden by Ryan Moore.
Runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Turf last fall. Would you have lost this bet like in a bar? How many races has Aidan O'Brien won at Saratoga in his career?
Donut?
None. I mean, he's only started 11, but still, Aidan O'Brien looking for his first win at Saratoga. Broom, and he will be ridden by Ryan Moore, one of the very best in the world. As for that aforementioned Risk Averse, today's feature, take a look at the field with these 3-year-old fillies. We'll get to the restriction a little bit later on. Kind of complicated. Big field. Scratch, number 8, Spirit and Glory. Number 5, Canisi. 7-2 morning line favorite. As we say hello to our handicappers, Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca. I don't know that there will be a stakes race this weekend. Much more difficult to figure out than today's Risk Averse.
Oh, I'm sure I'll find some stake races this weekend that are more difficult. How about you, Paulie?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really difficult race because, you know, 3-year-old fillies, they can grow up overnight. But I truly believe that the 5 Canisi is the horse to beat, at least on paper. Now, got away with slow fractions, so you can make a case for other horses. And this was the last race, Andy. And listen, got everything her own way and was able just to kick away.
You know, my friend James is going to visit the set, and he's involved with Canisi, and he said he was coming up the set to explain to me why she was going to win, even though I picked her fourth and don't like her. I hear you. The problem is the customer list, who was favored over her in this race, got in significant trouble early, and not only did she have that trouble that she was steady, she actually almost went down early in the race, but she got, because of the trouble, she was so far back behind the slow pace that I think she's going to be favored. So I don't think Canisi will be favored by post time. Might be wrong. Interesting enough, you know, it's also an interesting thing with Javier Castellano. He is as good as any rider I've ever seen to adapting to circumstance. She was not the speed in this race. Danny Gargan had a horse who was the speed in this race, was a late scratch. Yeah. And Javier adjusted on the fly, basically, something we've seen him do before, and that was a super ride. She's good, Canisi, but is she a little dressed up off her last race?
She might be a little dressed up, but you look at her other two races, she was able to rate. She got the job done in her first start from off the pace. Second start, she did come from a little bit off.
She was also unlucky in that race. She was blocked behind horses.
She's not going to be in front. There's way more speed in here. Maybe she can lay fourth or fifth.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't think that anyone who thinks she needs the lead to win is absolutely mistaken. Yeah. She's run well rating, and she's a player. It's a fun race. The risk-averse race, it seems to come up a strong race every year, Lafitte.
Trip, gentlemen. Featured later today, Saratoga. Today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Late pick 5 starts in like 18 minutes. Late pick 4, one race later, makes sense. The risk-averse race 9, main track fast. Turf course is good. Temperature in the low 80s. As you know, the Travers in 2 days. Final 2 weeks of the meet. Get signed up if you haven't. Join Naira Bets today. Use that promo code TOGA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. This was a fun scene moments ago. Jay Provenzano's locally owned for trainer Tom Morley. Maggie there was in the winner's circle. Javier Castellano, locally owned. 6th lifetime victory, Gary, the 6-year-old in a first here at Saratoga in command, turning for home.
Yeah, dropped him in for 20 today, found his friends, and then some. Easy winner. Maggie not only was in the winner's circle, she was on the racetrack, microphone in hand, taking the blinkers off, giving him some love, going to a new home.
Can do it all. And for locally owned, comes home a winner. Big meet. Tom Morley. Locally owned, much the best. Results, 5-2 at post time, 780. No excuses. Dust Devil just wasn't good enough, wasn't close. Amount to complete the trifecta, 853. That early pick 5 over $4,100. The late pick 5 about to get underway. Segway, turning the page, race 6. Marathon, 1.5 miles. On grass, allowance optional claimer, fillies and mares. Number 4, good measure. Johnny Velazquez sitting on 999 wins at Saratoga, but the favorite at the bottom, Rocky Sky, at 3-2. When we come back, the hardware. Awaiting the Travers winner on Saturday, Man o' War Trophy. You know what it represents, but how did it come to be? Why this trophy? That story's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential quality has won.
In the Belmont,
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana. Domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. It will be State of Rest pulling off the upset in this $1 million Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany & Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife, Elizabeth, donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is now known as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track's signature event. A smaller, gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy, inscribed with the winner's name, is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport. So much history and tradition. The Man of War Cup, the hardware to the winner of the Travers. Gary, you won the Travers twice. What do you remember most?
In 1995, I remember relief after the start of the race. Thunder Gulch, he took a little stutter step, backing up and then moved forward, and my assistant starter kept a hold of him when the gate opened. He was straight up in the air. That photo wound up winning an Eclipse Award. Well, I thought it cost me the race, and I was going into the first turn, and all of a sudden he was up underneath me, gave me confidence, and he won for fun.
He still won after all that.
He still won after that, and then with point given in 2001, I guess I felt justification, relief. After getting beat in the Kentucky Derby, he went undefeated the rest of the year, wound up winning a championship, and he was deserving of it.
153rd running of the Run Happy Travers, and of course it is the America's Best Racing's race of the week this Saturday. The Travers 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter. We'll take a look at the field. 8 deep, $1.25 million purse. Number 6, Epicenter, 7-5. Morning line favorite, and like the best part, we get to do this all over again, Gary. The Kentucky Derby, Rich Strike, Epicenter, Zandon, first time they will all have met since that first Saturday in May.
Yeah, and this was such a fun stretch drive to watch with Epicenter and Zandon on his outside. They were sort of having their own match race up front. And it looked at one point like Zandon was going to run right by Epicenter. He couldn't get by him. And down on the inside, here comes Rich Strike under Sandy Leon. Got a perfect trip, a perfect ride, the right setup. Everything about it was perfect. And who's to say that he's not going to get that same kind of setup this weekend, Rich Strike?
He just loves a mile and a quarter. We don't know. One of the biggest upsets in the history of the sport. The question now, it's like, what happens when you get them all together again on Saturday? We're going to find out. Top 3 finishers in the Kentucky Derby going head to head to head in the Run Happy Travers. Meantime, horses in the paddock here for the 6th race. Saratoga, it's the start of the late pick 5. We mentioned that it is a marathon, mile and a half on grass, 3 turns. We'll have a live look in the updated odds. There we go. Current favorite towards the bottom, Rocky Sky, 8-5. John Velazquez, 999 victories on number 4 with good measure at 3-1 as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show. Standing by in the paddock, Acacia, when you're talking about these long-distance types, is there anything different, like anything specific you're looking for from a long-distance turf runner in the paddock pre-race?
Well, like any type of runner, Lafitte, you will see outliers and different types of physicalities. But in general, for horses going this long distance, they will have some good substance to them, some good size, and more than anything, their demeanor. They'll tend to be a little bit more laid back because they will have to navigate a longer distance. You'll see more of an even running style often, too. And starting with the number 8, Rocky Sky, as she does stretch out in distance, I like what I see from her. I wasn't in the paddock for her most recent race. I haven't seen her since last August. She has become so much more athletic since then, too. She is really well muscled. She is very calm. She is very relaxed, very professional here in the paddock. And my notes from last year with the way that she was built and the way that she was acting was that I was a little concerned about the distance for her. This year, coming back and off that last effort when going a mile and a 16th, I'm really not. I like what I see and how she has progressed. The number 4, Good Measure. I really liked her getting back onto the turf last time as John Velazquez does look for that milestone victory here. She does have to step up, and I think face much better horses than she did last time out. That being said, I think last time she got back onto the surface that she prefers and onto the distance that she prefers. She's sharp once again here in the paddock, and for what it's worth, she had a huge gallop out last time out. It will be a tall order coming back into this group, but I think she's in the right spot. The number 7, Light Stars, I think has a big opportunity to improve, and she has a different type of demeanor than what I was just talking about. She is so much sharper today than she was last time out. And I had noticed that she had some good substance for a European runner, for a French bred, as sometimes you'll see the Euros running on softer courses over across the pond and just have a little bit of a lighter frame to them. She was carrying really good weight last time. That being said, she looks way more fit today, and you'll absolutely expect to see a better performance from her. She also got really headstrong and was fighting Joel Rosario. He knows her a little bit now, so we'll see if he can get her to settle better today. But for a little help on this wagering sequence, Paul, help us out with Pick 5 ticket.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little cheap here. 7-8 to start. If I was going to add a horse, I'd add the 2 as we start the post parade, and we'll get to that a little bit later. We'll get up to Lafitte. Canisi's going to be my single, Lafitte.
Canisi, the single. We'll revisit Paul's Pick 5 ticket in a moment. Beside herself, high-profile connections.
If I had a little bit more money, I'd add this horse because I'm a little worried this horse could be the pace setter of this race.
Thunder Gold colors, Michael Tabor. 1 or 2 of Stevens' Travers wins. Queen Bourbon pictured.
To me, she's the price play in this race. While this is a tough field, she's been wide to nowhere in her last race, and she actually makes a lot of sense. 8-1's too big a price.
Good measure. Ready to roll. John Velazquez, you know the story, 999 wins here.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell whether they're betting John Velazquez to get his 1000th win or not. This horse is getting hammered at the window from 10-1 to 7-2.
Typically the way it works. There's Mia Martina.
Yeah, I think she looks better on paper than she is, but the reality is this price if you like her player.
Creative Cairo, Governor Barrington Jones, homebred.
You know, she ran so well at Laurel. I was a little surprised. She just did really no running. She was wide most of the way. Maybe she gets a better trip today, this gray filly.
As Acacia mentioned, a sharper Light Stars.
I like Light Stars. Surprised as big a price. Like a lot of Clement horses that come from Europe, she probably needed the race.
Rocky Sky, Peter Brandt's Irish filly, 5th start in the States.
Well, this horse got beat by Cone Lima and obviously Bleecker Street. If I believe it's 7 or 8 lifetime or 8 for 9, one of those. So she's been beaten by some good fillies. Today is got to be the day. I would think if she's going to win, today's the day.
3-2 favorite. We'll get to your Pick 5 ticket, Paulie. First, wanted to remind our viewers you can take home your share of $10,000 today when you play with Naira Bets. Just hit the late Pick 5 at Saratoga today, and you win a share of $10,000. The bonus is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in at nairabets.com. All right, Paulie, let's see it. What's the strategy? How are we attacking this thing?
Well, I used 7-8 to start. Like I said, if you're going to add one more, it would probably be the 2 for me, even though the 4 is getting bet, because I just think the 2 might get away from this group. Is she good enough? I think that remains to be seen, to be honest with you, because the 7 and 8 do look tough in here. 3, 5, 7, and 9. I think the 5 Dripping Gold's got a big shot in race 7. Race 8, 2, 5, 7, 8. I'll get to my single, Canisi. Now, tough race. So sometimes when you get a tough race, I try to take a stand. I just thought Canisi ran really well last time, and a lot of people are going to look down and go, okay, she got away with 51-15. But she kicked on well. The time before that, she was a little unlucky. She could be undefeated filly here, and she's working gangbusters. So I'm going to single the Christophe Clement runner, and then race number 10, the 4, the 6, and the 10. Milano Digital Future might be a heavy favorite for Chad Brown. First time gelding. I'm going to throw the 10 in. Big Boss Ben for Joe Sharp.
As far as the favorite in this race, the 8 Rocky Sky, when she won that race in Europe back in April of 21, she wired the field well in front the whole way. And I wonder with a horse that's been a disappointment, you see her last time, she got a very good trip and ride. Maybe she was a little apprehensive, go through on the inside, but maybe she's just got a little bit of just not quite getting it done in spots you get it done. My feeling is if she was my horse, and I don't train her and I don't ride her, I'd send her the front, Paulie. I don't disagree the 2 could have speed, but I think a decisive move early by Irad, and she could wire this field. To me, that's her best chance. Don't make her have to get brave.
Yeah, I can see where you're going there because she's shown some speed, and if you look back, you made a good point. Her race that she won over in Navan in Ireland, she actually went to the front and took that field gate to wire and won by 4 1/4 lengths. So maybe that is the tactic. Is Flavian Pratt committed with the 2? to get to the front end.
And anyone
it
here
remains to be seen.
are there ever any two riders committed in one race to go to the lead around
That's
here?
true. That's true.
As far as light stars, Christophe Clement's numbers with his European shippers, and he's had quite a few over the years, they're not great. It's not because he's not a good trainer. It's because they usually need a start. Now, she ran some top races in Europe. I don't know the French fillies, the 3-year-olds last year, were as good as some prior years, but she still kept very good company. To me, her last race was a horse that needed a race, a strong gallop out. Today is the day for her to run.
I couldn't agree more. You know, she won in a 1.25 miles first time over to the synthetic, so you obviously have to have some stamina. And then they went into 1 5/16, 1 5/16. So the 1.5 miles is not going to be an issue, and I think she'll improve in her second start for sure.
Both of us, I think, are against the 4. It was taking that John Velazquez money for some reason. This is a tougher spot, and she was in. You're scared of the 2 maybe wiring the field, but the distance is just a complete unknown.
That's the unknown. You're right. I mean, the 3/16 race where she did wire the field, she got away with 1:13 and 2. That was okay fractions. The racetrack was playing pretty fast at Keeneland that day. She's going to have to walk the dog for a long time. I see Gary's got her on top to try to walk the dog, and she's a 3-year-old, so she gets a tiny bit of weight, only a couple pounds on her older rivals.
I want to say, as we head back to Lafitte, I think Acacia may be on an interesting horse in this race, though, at 6-1, Queen Bourbon. To me, she's the best price of the strong contenders.
Seeking a second victory of the meet, Queen Bourbon, 1.5 miles. With a 8-5 favorite, Rocky Sky, and looking at good measure, John Velazquez on the brink of yet another milestone at Saratoga. Will it happen here aboard good measure or later? His mounts the rest of the afternoon. Gary, the Gray Wizard, a contender in the 7th, a Juddmon's precursory in the 8th. It's just a matter of time.
It's a matter of time if it's going to happen today, tomorrow.
It will happen.
Saturday, Sunday, but it will happen.
Do you put any more pressure? Because everybody's waiting, and you're constantly being interviewed and asked about it. When you get to that number, when you're 1 shy of the milestone, does it put any more pressure on you? What's the mental approach for the rider?
I don't think it's any added pressure. You just want it to get over with so you can go on about your business. And everybody's keeping track of it right now, and it's only a matter of time. When it's meant to be right, it'll happen. He's not doing it. He's not changing anything up. You know, he was favored in the first race on the first-time starter for Wesley Ward. No excuses in there. Thing about Johnny, he always puts his horses in a position where they have a chance to win. And if they're good enough, they're gonna win. If they're not, then they might run a few lengths better than they were going to run. But you know.
And he just got to $9.99. It's not as if he hasn't won a race in a week and a half. He's been winning a lot of races, Acacia. But I know you think he's going to have to wait at least one more race. Yes?
This could be a very tough spot for his mount in here, Lafitte, and I'm sure Johnny will be very happy when we're not asking him about the milestone here at Saratoga anymore. But talking about the number 3, Queen Bourbon, that just as Andy said, I thought she was an appealing price for a filly that I am sold on the distance for her. I like this spot for her. I also thought she had a little bit of an odd trip last time out. She was at the back. She ended up 3-4 wide early, kind of making a middle move, came up close, and then hit the front and got swallowed up late. It didn't really seem to me like a race where she was allowed to settle and get into a good groove, and she was always kind of being urged along and wide throughout. I loved her back at Belmont, 2 starts back, going 1 mile and 3/8. And talking about the potential pace in here, Jose Ortiz gave her a big warm-up, and she had some good energy out on the racetrack. She's another one that I think has improved, and I like this spot for her. As far as the 2 beside herself, she also was sharp back in the paddock and out on the track as well. Just doing a little bit much for me. One thing I will say is that she has strengthened up in her last couple of starts. She did try Graded Stakes Company off the back of her maiden score down at Gulfstream. She's always been one that I've never really been sold on, just wondering how good she really is. I think her class will be what's come into question in here versus this group, but maybe as far as the pace is concerned, Flavien Prat gave her a good warm-up out on track, but she wasn't as sharp as a couple of the others in here, and for what it's worth, Naira Ortiz kept Rocky Sky Lafitte very quiet in the preliminaries out on track.
Rocky Sky, 8-5 in the Peter Brandt 2-tone green. It's interesting when horses just seemingly go in different directions. I think back to the Hillsborough at Tampa, Bleecker Street was running with Rocky Sky, and at the time they were thought to be comparable. Bleecker Street, Chad Brown was a little bit hesitant to run her that afternoon because she likes firm ground. It had rained a little in Tampa. Still had Rocky Sky. Since now Bleecker Street, a Grade 1 winner, Rocky Sky still seeking that first win in North America.
Yeah, and it's interesting. He was worried about the ground that day, and we were off the turf yesterday, so still quite a bit of moisture from the heavy rains that we had the night before last. So be interesting to see if Rocky Sky likes a little bit of giving the ground.
At 3-2, filing into the gate. All set for the late pick 5 on this Thursday afternoon. Rocky Sky steps forward, 3-2 favor with the leading rider, Irad Ortiz, in the saddle. John Ambrial with the call, 1.5 miles at Saratoga.
And they're off. And it is Beside Herself, along with Queen Bourbon. And the two of them are 1-2 here, with Beside Herself taking the lead here. And now moving up on the outside is Creative Cairo to grab second, as Queen Bourbon sits behind in third. Right alongside is Light Stars next in fourth. And then it's the favorite Rocky Sky, who's on the outside of Champagne Ivy. Those two are together fifth and sixth. At the back of the pack are Good Measure and Mia Martina, as the field comes into the stretch for the first time. And the leader is Beside Herself, who gets away here to lead by 2.5 lengths. The quarter went in 23-3. Creative Cairo running in second. Then it's Queen Bourbon in third. Down at the rail is a Champagne Ivy, followed next by Light Stars. And now we have 1 lap remaining. Beside Herself shows the way by 2. Creative Cairo next in second. Queen Bourbon running in third, and Champagne Ivy is fourth. Then Light Stars in fifth, as the field goes into the clubhouse turn now. At the back are Rocky Sky, Mia Martina, and Good Measure. Beside Herself ran the half mile in 48-4 and leads by a little more than 2 lengths. 3/4 up in 1:14-3, and they've reached the backstretch. Beside Herself is the leader here. Beside Herself in front by a length now. Creative Cairo gets a bit closer in second. Then it's 2 lengths back to Queen Bourbon in third. Another 2.5 to Champagne Ivy, who's racing in fourth, followed by Light Stars in fifth. The favorite, Rocky Sky, is down on the inside in sixth. Then Mia Martina and Good Measure. Beside Herself has the lead, has been in front right from the start. Continues to lead here in this 1.5 mile marathon. Beside Herself, 3/4 of a length. The gray Creative Cairo runs in second, and Queen Bourbon is next in third. And now the pace will quicken as they come for the head of the stretch the final time. It is Beside Herself who has the lead into the lane. Beside Herself is in front. Queen Bourbon on the outside, and Creative Cairo down at the rail. And then comes Rocky Sky, who's putting in a late bid here, but still with a lot to do, and now just the 16th to the finish. It is Beside Herself in front. Beside Herself. Flavien Prat did it beautifully. Wins here wire to wire. Rocky Sky did get up to complete the exacta.
Hypnotizing this field on the front end, Flavien Prat Beside Herself. Wire to wire, we were talking Thunder Gulch in those Tabor colors. Todd Pletcher, second win of the afternoon. Second win for Flavien Prat. Gary Stevens, who rode Thunder Gulch and picked Beside Herself 8-1 to kick off the pick 5. Well done.
Thank you. I'm looking at her form, and the regret at Churchill Downs. She won 3 races back, and it was an impressive allowance race that she won at Keeneland. Run at Churchill, that's a race I throw out because of that turf course over there. Then she came back at Ellis Park. She had all kinds of trouble. She got shuffled back, and that was a throw-out race. So you go back to that allowance race, the one other than that she won, and it puts her in the winner's circle, and there she is.
8-1. Andy Paul, wire to wire to kick off this pick 5 Beside Herself. No catching her today.
I'll tell you something. Sometimes horses win race like this, and you say it was a theft on the front end. There's some give in the ground. This horse went honest fractions early in there. I don't think it was a theft at all. I think this horse took a giant step forward, stretching out in distance. I think you'll hear more from this horse in distance races, Paul.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I apologize to the public. This is a horse I wanted to use, 278, and I just backed off of that.
You mentioned to people on the air.
I should have used this horse. Good call by Gary. But, you know, I think what won the race, Andy, you were right. 48-4 going a mile and a half is rolling. He stole that other quarter at about a 26, right. And I think he gave the horse a little bit of a breather. Then the race was over.
But she won so easily. And, I mean, honestly, isn't Todd Pletcher, she's a 3-year-old, isn't he supposed to look at this race and say, I may have to try that the big filly race, the last race in a 1 3/8 at Aqueduct when we get back there? Same thing, a 3-turn race. You know there's not going to be a lot of speed in those races, and it's a $700,000 race. I know it's probably in about 3 weeks, but if you're Todd Pletcher, you have to be thinking about that
Well,
race.
I give Flavien Pratt a lot of credit, because now you look at this filly, when she has the lead by herself and she can go fast early and then shut down, she's won every time she's been alone on the lead.
Good point. No, this is not a horse that, in my opinion, that got lucky on the front end, guys.
You're watching her travel beside herself, Gary, and you're looking at the rest of the pack, and let's see if Johnny V makes a move for win number 1,000 in good measure. All right, so who's going to make their move? Who's going to advance? You're looking beside herself, still in control every step of the way and not tiring.
Yeah, I mean, when Paulie's got a point. When you can go 48 into that first turn and then slow him down to a 114 3/4 of a mile, race was over with, and her ears were up. She was happy. She's getting over the ground good, and it was kind of put to bed early on in the race.
Michael Tabers beside herself, 8-1, wire to wire, 2-8-3-6 at Saratoga. Steve Asmussen, not much he hasn't accomplished in this sport. No trainer has won more races on the continent, but winless in the Travers. That colt could end all that. Epicenter, Run Happy Travers favorite, as our coverage continues on Military Appreciation Day at the Spa.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Well, the November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this Fasig-Tipton November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 minutes. 9-5, now to 9-5, 9-7, give me 3.5.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Military Appreciation Day. What a cool shot right here in the infield. Thanks to all the men and women of the armed forces allowing us our freedom to enjoy this game that we love. Thoroughbred racing continues at Saratoga. Our coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Join at nairabets.com today. Beside herself, entering the winner's circle, Gary, Flavien Pratt. You had this one on top. She goes out there and runs them off their feet. How hard is it to go wire to wire in a 1.5 mile race?
It's really not if they leave you alone like that, and if you've got horse. And they're fun races to ride when you get one switched off midway down the backside and you've got an easy lead established. It's a lot of fun.
And she had a good jockey in the saddle. Flavien Prat standing by with Acacia.
Yes, she did. Lafitte, Flavien beside herself. You said that you were a little surprised she was that price when she got so comfortable on the front end. What's that feeling like, especially when you're going a distance like this?
Yeah, no, she was traveling super. Obviously, she broke well, and we got right to the front and felt really confident when I hit the backside. And she responded really well when I asked her to keep on going.
How important is the middle of the race? When you're going a distance, you have a filly that's on the front end, and you get a chance to give her a little bit of a breather and see her relax.
Yeah, no, it's always really important, and you know, when they travel well and they travel freely, it's always a big help.
Now, coming up later on in the stake in the risk-averse, Gina Romantica, she's on the turf for the first time for Chad Brown. When you have a filly trying the grass for the first time, can you feel it immediately out of the gate?
Not really out of the gate, but yeah, usually as the race develops, you can tell if you travel well or not. Obviously, if Chad Brown put her on the grass, she probably like it.
Well, we'll see if you can get the win with her later. Congratulations on the nice win here, though, Flavien.
Thank you.
Flavien Prat taking them at gate to wire here in the 6th, Lafitte.
Flavien Prat, and for beside herself, as Andy mentioned, might be ready for bigger and better moving forward for Todd Pletcher.
Absolutely, and I think distance is the major thing for her because of the lack of pace in these type of races. If you can establish those type of leads early on and you can control a race, yeah, she's ready for a step up.
8-1 shot to kick off the pick 5. The follow along, 1880, more than $940,000 in the pool. 1 down, 4 left, and the late pick 4 gets started in about 21 minutes. Turning the page, race number 7. Another distance grass race for the boys this time, 1 3/16. That Johnny V money again, the Gray Wizard number 7 at 5-2 with 21 minutes to post. Trainer Steve Asmussen doesn't have a runner in this race, but he does have one in the run-happy Travers, Epicenter, the 7-5 morning line favorite. Steve Asmussen, who's won just about every major horse race under the sun, but he hasn't won every major horse race under the sun.
Last summer at Saratoga, Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen became North America's all-time leading trainer. But for all his wins, all his accomplishments, 2 races have eluded him: the Kentucky Derby and the Travers. And this spring at Churchill Downs, he was so close.
Epicenter and Sandon, these two, stride for stride, simplification down the outside is next. They're coming down to the wire. Epicenter, Sandon, Rick Strike is coming up on the inside. Oh my goodness!
Disappointed with the 2nd place finish in this year's Kentucky Derby and Preakness with Epicenter. The Travers gives him another opportunity to put himself at the forefront of a very good 3-year-old division.
And Epicenter gives Asmussen another opportunity to earn one of those trophies missing from his case.
He's trained really well since he's been up here at Saratoga. Epicenter's approach, his consistency, his appetite, his attitude. Obviously, we're very excited about how he ran in the Jim Dandy over the racetrack.
And Epicenter is coming on now. Here is Epicenter, and he's the center of attention now. Epicenter comes from off the pace to win the Jim Dandy Stakes.
It's there for the taking. It's a very solid group. I think a very impressive lineup for this year's Travers. But we're very fortunate to have Epicenter to run in it and expect him to do well. We've been trying at it for a while. We were 3rd with Pyro and 3rd with the Gun Runner also. And Midnight Bourbon, very valiant defeat last year with a 2nd. But I think, with Epicenter, another opportunity. That's what makes horse racing. We're just very fortunate to have a very good chance in a great race. And it means so much. I'd like to help him paint the canoe.
He'll help him paint the canoe if Epicenter wins. He knows we'll hold him to that, right?
I hope he does. I hope he does.
You guys heard it. Epicenter wins the Travers. Steve Asmussen will help paint the canoe. But first things first, Epicenter needs to handle his business on Saturday. What's the key for Epicenter to win the Run Happy Travers?
To have that same Epicenter that ran in the Jim Dandy show up again on Saturday, which I think he will. The biggest thing about him has been his consistency. He really hasn't run a bad race. He's been a victim of circumstance, I think, in the Preakness when he got shuffled back. And then just flat on Derby Day, he got outrun. I mean, period.
Yeah.
By a horse that was great on the day. Rich Strike got the perfect trip. I'm not going to knock a horse for getting a great trip, and I'm not going to knock Epicenter for getting beat in the Kentucky Derby. I got beat on one of the best horses I ever rode in the Kentucky Derby. He came back, did just fine, got his picture taken in the Travers.
Avenged it in the Travers. That's the thing, Andy Paul, that this one is big for Epicenter and the team on so many levels when you consider it's hard to fathom that he's still looking for that first Grade 1 win of his career.
It's a little scary on the set today. Paul and I are agreeing way, way too much. There must be something in the water, in the air. And I totally get, as do you, why Epicenter's the favorite and why he's the horse to beat. The thing about Epicenter is he's consistent. Unlike some of the others that have run good races but may not be as reliable, Epicenter shows up with his race every time.
No, he does. He had one bad race, which was his debut. Other than that, he's just been very, very good, and he brings his game almost every time. Now, in a four-horse field, tactics got changed. We didn't think this horse was going to be in dead last, and he turned it into a sprint late. And Zandon's just kind of on the grind. I can't figure him out. He seems like he doesn't want to go too far, then he runs like he wants to go 2 miles. It's because he grinds so much.
Yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't feel, I don't look at a lot of these horses and feel like distance is a limitation for any of them. I feel like Zandon is the horse to beat. My problem with Zandon, and I picked him second in the race, is if somebody else runs a big race, I think they're going to beat him because he hasn't broken out with that big, fast effort. Now, it's not to say he can't. Midnight Bourbon, second this race last year for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah.
He ran a huge number, a big improvement for him to do it. So I won't be shocked if he does it. You don't win.
Military Appreciation Day at Saratoga, honoring veterans, active military members. From all of us here at the New York Racing Association in Saratoga Live, thank you to the men and women defending our nation here and abroad. Allows us the freedom to enjoy this incredible sport. Military Appreciation Day at Saratoga. And the live racing does continue. Horses in the paddock along with everyone else. Updated odds, start of the late pick 4. Good allowance turf event. Wide open allowance turf event as we check in with Acacia standing by with this race 7 paddock report. Acacia.
And Lafitte, I think there are some really interesting runners in here. We'll start with the one making his second start here in the U.S. for Grand Motion. That's the 7, the Gray Wizard, taking that Johnny V money, but did run a good race on U.S. debut at Laurel off of a layoff, too, coming in from Joseph O'Brien's barn after winning, going 1.25 miles on the synthetic over in Ireland. Now, if anything, I do think he wants the distance. He does come back as a new gelding, too, after that last race. And watching it, he wasn't very quick out of the gate, as oftentimes first-time Euros running in the U.S. aren't. And then he kind of threw his head up and as a result was jostled around at either side. He was lugging in late. He just seemed like a horse that was a little bit all over the place and not the easiest to ride. And looking at him here as he has been gelded, I can see that. He just seems like a bit of a distracted type. He was really kind of looking around, a little bit vocal, a little bit chatty when he first came into the paddock. That being said, he's fit. He seemed to, once they got the tack on, handling himself well. I'm still a little bit dubious about him coming in, and maybe he has some things to prove against these. But again, I am convinced that he does want the distance. Looking at a couple of others, the number 9, Modern Science, was a horse that I remember always wanting to see him go longer. He is a stunning son of Galileo. He carries so much substance. There's a lot of good size of him. And he has some speed too. As you see him kind of bobbing his head on the walking ring every time I've seen him, that's what he's done. He's a little bit of a quirky type as well. He's high energy prior to the races, but he's not doing too much in here. Does come out of a second place finish last time out where he was dueling down to the wire with another foe alongside Colonial last time. I thought that he made a early move to 3 wide. I would expect him to be forward here under Julian Lepper, and we'll see if he can get him to relax and be forwardly placed in this spot. The number 5, Dripping Gold. Will he ever run back to that maiden win when it seemed like he had a big future? And we've since learned that first time out maiden special weight score here last year. He didn't beat much that day, and he does stretch out in distance today. Now, looking at him just at face value, I would not peg him immediately as the type of horse that wants to go longer. He's a little bit on the smaller side, a little bit of a handier type of frame, but the way that he's been running, and Shug McGahee does put blinkers on him in here today, he's relaxed. He's the most fit that he's been. I'm a little bit intrigued by him going long with his running style, and he adds another interesting layer to Andy and Paul, what I think is a fascinating 7th race.
It's an interesting race, and one of the horses to beat is the only one that's won multiple races, the New York bred Dance with the Stars. Dripping Gold, I know, is a long shot that you're a little interested in. Not that big a long shot, 7-1 though. Yeah,
I just think the blinker's on. You know, she touched on the win first time out. Then they went to the Summer Stakes at Woodbine. That's a tall ask. Now, she's drawn 2 outside posts, so I'm going to forgive those last 2 efforts, and I'm hoping that Jose Lescano puts this horse in the race.
The horse that I think is interesting is a ridiculous price is the one that gets off the also eligible Saranac. Why is this horse 17-1? I just think based on his PPs, he's just a player in here, and people are almost forgetting he's in a race.
Sometimes Lafitte, people don't turn the page.
Because he's also eligible.
It takes a lot of energy.
Post-parade, James Jones, Peter Brand, homebred, trained by Chad Brown.
I like this horse near. I don't expect to get the 5-1. I thought his last race better than it looks. Norris to beat him is okay.
Danzig with the Stars, 3-time winner on this turf course.
I just think this is a super logical horse that's run well, and he gets in the condition because he won his New York bred conditions.
Daunt, better post this time for Mark Keller, Bobby Robato.
I agree. This is not the worst 19-1 shot. They put blinkers on this horse, and he's had 2 rough trips. He needs to get out of the gate. Since they put blinkers on, he's forgot how to brake.
Quick turnaround. Dripping Gold, blinkers on, Shug McGahee.
Taking some money in here. These guys, both Lakeisha and Paul, have some good things to say. I didn't see it, but I wouldn't be shocked by a lot in here.
Snows Island at 20-1, graduated opening day at 8-1.
Yeah, 8-1. Got beat by Baltus, who did come back to win, but this horse is going to have to really improve today.
The Gray Wizard. Is this Johnny V money, Andy?
It is. At this point, it's becoming kind of ridiculous. And this horse does make a certain amount of sense. Probably moved too soon last time. Supposedly a new gelding. Doesn't really matter. Ran fine last time. A player, but this is 5-2 silly.
It provides opportunity elsewhere. Here's impulsiveness with Joel Rosario and overlay.
Yeah, Luis Saez caught him sleeping last time when they went this gate to wire after 1 sprint. Now Joel Rosario takes over.
The Galileo Colt, Modern Science.
Yeah, his last race isn't that bad, but he did lose at 1-2 at Colonial, but at least a better price if you like him today.
Dante's Fire, number 10. Mike Maker won yesterday's John's Call with Girl Dad.
Yeah, 0 for 5 the last 2 years, and, you know, you're wondering if this horse can get back to some of that old class.
Irad Ortiz, you don't see him on many 22-1 shots. Carloon.
Maybe he's trying to get Kerry Bryan to ride him in a jump race or something. If you're an Irad Ortiz fan, you're getting 22-1. If you aren't, you're probably not taking it.
C Falls here. Manny Franco on the outside. Expect him to have him involved early.
Yeah, I would think so, Lafitte. This is the outside speed in here, and I would think Manny's going to try to send and maybe clear this field at 30-1.
Don't tell anyone, Andy. Saranac snuck in.
No, I'm not going to tell anybody that I think this horse is interesting at a price. See what price he goes off, but his last race makes him a player. But he does have to work out a trip from that post. But keep in mind, the race starts right around the top of the stretch. There's plenty of time to work out a trip from the outside post.
Field for the 7th at Saratoga. Start of the late pick 4. Post time 4 minutes. You're looking at Dripping Gold, trained by Shug McGahee. Will he run back to that maiden win? Shug standing by with Acacia.
Nice enough to give us some time as Shug McGahee. I'm just going to steal you real quick. And sorry, Barbara, talking to Barbara Benke there. But Shug, Dripping Gold, stretching out and adding blinkers today. Can you tell us a little bit about the thought process for this race?
Well, I've been disappointed in his first 2 races. He trained better than that. So I said, let's stretch him out a little one-paced in his other 2 races. So put the blinkers on him. I think he's worked 3 times on the grass with them on him. And I thought he went excellent all 3 times. So we'll see today.
Do you think those blinkers will just add a little bit more focus for him?
I think if we break good, we'll be laying close.
Now, coming up later in the risk averse, you're running Skims coming out of the Lake George. What have you seen from her as she looks to get back to the winner's circle?
Well, she's trained well. You know, I sent her down to Fair Hill after her last race for a week. They like a little break like that. Brought her back up here. I think she looks great. You know, it's a little bit of a lesser company than what she's been used to. So hopefully if she gets a good trip, we can maybe get a stakes win into her.
Always appreciate your time, Shug. Best of luck today.
All right, okay, thank you.
Shug McGahee with the busy couple of races coming up here, Lafitte. We'll see if those blinkers can make a difference for Dripping Gold.
At 8-1 Acacia, Dripping Gold and Jose Lizcano riding well. One of my favorite all-time Travers winners. Easy goer. 1989 for Shug McGahee. Fans of the 1863 club. So we'll see about this guy for West Point. West Point seeking a 2nd win on the afternoon. Dripping Gold. And Gary, you just gave us an 8-1 wire-to-wire winner in the 6th. Your top selection in this 7th race, Danzig with Stars.
Yeah, I mean, there's like 5 horses that I could have picked here, but I'm picking the horse for the course. He's won 3 out of his 5 starts up here at Saratoga. I'm a true believer. The horse likes it up here, whether it's the dirt or the turf or just their surroundings up here. He's been a happy horse ever since he's run up here, and he's coming back pretty quick. But look, he won easy enough in his last race. You know, I think he's taken advantage of the situation where he still fits this condition because he is New York bred. Won this condition last time out, so he gets to repeat here in open company, and horses in form. So that's why I'm picking him.
And guys, what was it that impressed you most about Dancing with the Stars' last effort, his win here, day 2 of the meet?
Well, not a lot. He got a very good trip. That taken up early is complete and utter nonsense, in my opinion. I think a lot of times they write that when horses have to steady a little behind horses because they're saving ground. Got a great ride by Louis Size and got it done. There's no doubt he's done well up here. He certainly doesn't dislike it in Saratoga. I think one of the questions with him is whether or not a mile and 3/16 will suit him as well, Paulie.
Yeah, because he's got that closing style. You know, before that, he had shown some speed off the layoff, and I think he hadn't run since December. Then he showed speed, and I think the last 2 times now, 3rd and 4th time off the layoff, he's been able to relax. Maybe the blinkers going back on have helped, but he can't come from too far back going a mile and 3/16, can he?
I don't think he'll be that far back. I expect him to be about 5th or 6th in the running here. He can be forward. I like the one James Jones in this race. Maybe a little intimidated going through the inside last time, but also he was running against horses that are okay. I mean, the winner of that race starting over is pretty good. He improved his Beyer figure 6 points that he won the next time. He's a Rob Falcone horse, has some stake experience. I've always thought this horse was okay after he broke his maiden his 2nd time out at Churchill, and I just wonder if trips haven't been perfect for him. Today's the day, though. He needs to run well. He got the right post.
Yeah, he does got the right post. And his pedigree, these more than readies, they usually can run all day. And, you know, he's been in some big fields. That field at Monmouth was actually a better than look field. There was 3-year-olds and up. There was actually some salty horses in that race. So I can see where you're going. Flavian Pratt looking for his 3rd on the card, and that's usually the magical number. Do you believe the 7 does have a shot, but at 3-1 with Johnny V?
If they're going to be over-betting horses, because John Velazquez is right, Johnny's a great rider, because he's going for his 1,000th win, you have to be playing against those horses, and after he wins his 1,000th, you get back to betting him, Acacia.
I would agree with that in this spot, Andy. I'm taking the wait-and-see approach with Johnny's mount. But as far as the horse that you like, James Jones, down to the inside, what a beautiful son of More Than Ready, the way that he's put together. And this is actually my first time seeing him in the flesh. But remember covering his couple races at Churchill, and he really struck me in the warm-ups as a horse that wants to go a distance of ground, and I feel that with him in here. A lovely kind of floating stride on him. He carries a lot of good weight and substance. One thing I am a little bit not concerned, but one thing to think about is that I agree. I thought last time he was a little bit hesitant down on the inside. He was also a little bit hesitant when he first broke, and he was in between horses. So Flavien Prat will need to get him into a good, comfortable position where he doesn't feel intimidated breaking from the inside. But Flavien seems to be in a great groove right now. As far as the 13 Saranac, the French bred, gelding by Glen Eagles with a lovely pedigree too. He had a trip last time out. He was not the sharpest out. He was steadied back early on too, not just in the stretch. And then as he was starting to close, I don't think he was going to be a winner, but the hole that Forrest Boyce wanted to take him through pretty much closed up. And he's not the biggest. He's a typical kind of European put together horse, but he's incredibly athletic. I'm a little bit intrigued by this guy as he's a big price to the outside, and I do think that he will appreciate a little bit more distance, as it seemed that he was kicking on late last time out and just ran out of real estate, Lafitte.
Saranac with Jose Ortiz. John Velazquez, 999 wins at Saratoga, and those Eclipse Thoroughbred partners, colors, co-owners of the Alabama winner Nest last Saturday. Packed winner's circle with the Rapoli family and friends. Eclipse, over 100 people in the winner's circle. John Velazquez here. Gary, if he's going to be successful today, what does he need to do here with the Great Wizard?
Well, he didn't break his first out in the United States at Laurel. He broke slowly and then wound up making the lead early on, faded late. So just a good break, a little closer position than what he was in that first out. First time gelding, a lot to like here.
Post time for the 7th at Saratoga. Johnny I standing by.
They are in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, it is James Jones, who broke well. Now Dripping Gold moves up. And on the outside, here comes Sea Falls. Sea Falls to the front. Dripping Gold has made his way down to the hedge and running in second. Impulsiveness is next in third. And then Modern Science, who's next in fourth. James Jones is now back in fifth. Danzig with the Stars in between horses in sixth. Carloon's on the outside in seventh. Daunt down on the inside running in eighth. And then comes Snow's Island, who's in ninth. Followed on the outside by Saranac, and alongside Dante's Fire. The trailer is the Gray Wizard in 12th. They've reached the backstretch. The quarter went in 24 seconds, and it is Sea Falls who leads the field up the backstretch. Sea Falls the leader here by a length, with Impulsiveness tracking in second. Then on the outside is Modern Science. At the hedge is Dripping Gold. A close-up fourth now advancing a spot. On the outside is a Modern Science who's racing in a fourth, followed by James Jones in fifth. Carloon is alongside in sixth. The half mile went in 50 and 2/5 seconds. It is big long shot Sea Falls who continues to lead here as they go into the far turn now. It's Sea Falls by a little more than a length. Dripping Gold now moving up. Dripping Gold has advanced now into second. Modern Science has had a wide trip. Impulsiveness is next in fourth. Then Carloon and Danzig with the Stars, followed by James Jones. The field is in the stretch. And here comes Dripping Gold now to challenge Sea Falls for the lead. James Jones has come off the inside, racing in third. And the Gray Wizard is putting in a late run on the inside. Here comes James Jones on the outside now to take over the lead in deep stretch. James Jones is the winner. Then Dripping Gold and Sea Falls.
James Jones turns it on late. Peter Brandt owned for trainer Chad Brown. Flavien Prat, 4-1 at post time.
Getting his third on the day. It doesn't matter if he's on the lead, if he's coming from off the pace. I guess you could say he timed this exactly right. He's getting after him right now, and it was a slow burn. But when he finally lit the fire under him. 100 yards from the finish line, 50 yards from the finish line. It was over with quickly.
Andy's top selection. Paul had the 5 he ran second. Dripping Gold. Bold run along the hedge. Gary from the Gray Wizard and Johnny V from last.
Yeah, he broke flat-footed once again today and was a long ways back with a lot to do. He had to save ground down inside. Got lucky, found a spot, but just too much work to do in the last 16th of a mile.
Guys, Flavien Prat winning races on grass back-to-back in just about every possible way you can win races on grass.
I'm starting to think this Flavien Prat guy might be a pretty decent rider, Paul. He might have a good career ahead of him. Thank you. You and Acacia both helped me with the 5. I like the 1. I had exactly because of you guys, so thank you.
No, good call by you. I mean, listen, the 5 ran a tremendous race. The 12, Seafalls, they tried to slow it down. I thought Jose Lascano gave the 5 a tremendous ride. He waited as long as he could because he knew, listen, I got to get this distance here, but Flavien always had their measure. He was just sort of just drafting behind him, and none of the other favorites really showed up here, Andy. It was really never in doubt. It looked like the 1, 5, or 12 were going to win this race.
Johnny Velazquez actually gave the Gray Wizard a subtly great ride. Just a over bet. It's not Johnny's fault. He probably should have been about twice the price he is because he saved ground every step of the way. I mean, he was the one. He was dead last going down the backside, and they're walking up front. Everybody else that was there was right towards the front, and the Gray Wizard saved all the ground. Johnny did a great job. He just rode a horse that was 3-1 that Lafitte probably should have been 6-1 or higher.
Understandable. That souvenir money. Everybody wants the $2 win bet on the jockey getting his 1,000th victory at Saratoga. And for a few strides, it looked like he might contend late, the Gray Wizard. But in the end, too much James Jones. Peter Brandt-owned colt. A homebred for Peter Brandt. Chad Brown, 3 wins on the afternoon. Flavien Prat, 1-5-12-7. When we come back, that guy is an absolute rock star. This is his backyard, Jackie's Warrior. 5 for 5 at Saratoga. 5-time Grade 1 winner. He runs on Saturday in the Forego. Do not miss. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the field.
Life is good. Next
Go to the back. Good luck.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
Military Appreciation Day continues on Saratoga Live at Saratoga. Gorgeous shot. And a beautiful treehouse. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. This treehouse is awesome. Post-bar paddock, the view in itself overlooking the paddock. All the amenities you would imagine. Great way to spend an afternoon at Saratoga. And time's running out. Less than 2 weeks left. As sad as it is, Gary. I got to get over there.
You know what? I worked an early shift on Sunday, so I may just finally make it to the treehouse.
Time's running out. We got it. I'll get on the early shift. I'll get off the late shift. I'll get on the early shift. We'll go hang out in the treehouse.
There we go.
Flavien Prat, you can find him in the winner's circle. Hey, look, it's the last 2 races, wire to wire. And here with James Jones, Gary, tracking the leaders, cuts him loose, sees daylight. James Jones responds.
Yeah, it was a perfect ride. I mean, saved all that ground around that final turn right there. Gets the split. Look, when you've got a horse underneath you, like he had here, it's easy to find those gaps. And the sudden acceleration to get through those gaps. And that's what he was able to do here with James Jones.
It looked like it took him a few strides, and then once he did, just found that extra gear, ran down Dripping Gold, who ran a good pick, Paul, 8-1, does everything but win, and C falls to complete the trifecta. But James Jones really turning it on late.
I think he was blinded by the light when he saw the daylight. Took him a couple of strides.
Not bad. $10, James Jones. Gary had beside herself 1880. Andy had James Jones. Late pick 5, 3 left. 8th race in 24 minutes. We go back to the main track. Older maidens, maiden special weight. Fillies and mares, 7/8 of a mile. Current favorite, Tizzy in the Sky at 9-5. Another event contested at 7/8 of a mile. Saturday's Grade 1 Forgo. Let's go by the numbers. Named after a legend, Forgo, 3-time Horse of the Year. In that race, speed is everything. Who's fastest? Mighty Matoli, whistling 7 furlongs at 120.80. Most wins. 2 horses have gone back-to-back. Groovy and the local hero, Quick Call. Most wins by a trainer. Bobby Frankel went on a tear during that 6-year stretch. 4-time Forgo winner. Most by an owner. 3 have done it twice. Villain Coring Heilig broke most recent with Matoli and Yopan. Jockeys with most Forgo wins. The King of Saratoga, Angel Cordero, 4-time Forgo winner. The Forgo Breeders' Cup Sprint Sweep, 3 have pulled it off. Orientate in that runaway train, Midnight Loot, biggest blowout, a firm success. 1998, 8-length Stroll in the slot. Forgo winners crowned sprint champion, 8 of them, including Aldebaran, stretch running sensation 2003. The Forgo, by the numbers, Gary. 1 category missing. Most timed Savage. That would be Yo-Time Yopan last year. And what took place in this stretch a season ago, as exciting as Essential Quality was in the Travers, this is what everybody remembers from Travers Day last year. And Firenze Fire savaging Yopan in the stretch of a Grade 1 race.
Firenze Fire had enough.
Look at that.
And had enough even more. And Yopan just keeps finding. It was, I've herd animals. I'm better than you. You're not beating me today. No matter what you do, guess what? He beats you anyway. Gets a hold of the rein there for a couple strides. No panic from Ricardo Santana. Just kept at it. And look, I've got to think that they were going to just make a disqualification had he wound up.
He just stayed after him. I'm just glad Yopan's tongue was hanging out the other side of his mouth. And you have to remember that Firenze Fire was involved in another savaging years prior. You say, okay, well, he's done it before. He was the one that got bit the first time.
That was a learning experience for
him. Clearly. Can't beat him, bite him. Firenze Fire last year, Yopan somehow still winning. You've been there before, though. What's that like? Like, being on the receiving end?
It's not a lot of fun.
I can't imagine.
Especially if they get a hold of your leg. Lower limb, no good.
Hopefully, this year's Forgo less eventful, or not. Field for the 43rd running of the Forgo with Jackie's Warrior, the 1-2 favorite. Andy and Paul for everything Jackie's Warrior has accomplished, making history in his last win here at Saratoga, looking to go 6 for 6 at the Spa.
It just feels like he's such a tough horse to beat, especially considering who's running against him, because people are afraid of his speed, but he doesn't need the lead to win, as we saw in last year's edition of the Alan Jerkins, and even last time out. And you've been around the track a long time. We're both track rats, Paul. You ever see a horse win a Grade 1 race as easily as this horse did last time?
I'm going to say no. I've never seen a horse basically just get throttled down so easily. his brilliance, he's just gotten better and better. And Steve, he hinted at it when he ran at Churchill at Oaklawn, and then when he came to Churchill, and he came to the True North. It's just like you said, you're just wondering if anybody wants to face him, and I just want to see the bottom of him. I want to see him go.
No, I don't disagree with that, and we'll see as time goes on. And I think Cody's Wish and even Pipeline are relatively reasonable challengers potentially to him, but he's going to be very hard to beat. And for me, when I think of Steve Asmussen as a trainer, you know, people remember all the wins he's had and obviously a lot of good horses and big races. What I'll remember, he's not going anywhere, but when I think of Steve Asmussen, I think of a trainer that is able to get horses to improve over time and keep them in good form. When you think of some of these horses that get progressively better, a Gun Runner, a Jackie's Warrior, other examples, of course, are around as well. And that's a real mark, I think, of a great trainer, is being able to get these good horses to improve and then hold that form or even improve on it.
No, you make such a great point, because he's been able to win races like Tapiture when he won the Breeders' Cup Mile. He's been able to win races going sprint distance. They're all lucky that Majestic Perfection got injured before that Breeders' Cup.
Well, he trained him too.
Oh, yeah. So like he's sort of a 5-tool guy where he can train all different kinds of horses.
It just seems like he's as good a dirt trainer. And a lot of people talk about Bob Baffert, and justifiably so. But Steve Asmussen, he's a great trainer. He's also a great job with these dirt horses.
Jackie's Warrior, but now we're going to another level. You know, rarefied air as you look at the numbers and the stats and accomplishments, making history, becoming the first horse ever in his last win, the Vanderbilt, with 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in 3 consecutive years. Now, Gary, should he win the Forgo, he would join 4-Star Dave for most stakes wins all time at Saratoga in the modern era. 4-Star Dave would be his 6th here at the spot for
They're going to have to name
Jackie.
they're going to have to name a race after him.
Or
4-star,
3?
yeah, at least. It's interesting how Steve keeps coming up with these top sprinters, top class sprinters. Matole, top sprinter, and now we've got to enjoy Jackie's Warrior. They could send him off the stud anytime they want to, and not the case. We get to enjoy him one more time this weekend.
And our as racing fans, we're spoiled in that the Robersons wanted to bring him back for another season, a champion. Typically, the breeding shed would have been next. They wanted to bring him back and see him one more year on the track, and he has delivered time and time again. That Vanderbilt win couldn't have been more visually impressive. He is must-see, Jackie's Warrior, and a chance to see him on Saturday in the Grade 1 Forgo. Again, looking to tie 4-Star Dave for most stakes wins at Saratoga in the modern era. Also, the personal ensign. Latruska champion back to defend her title. Search results took the starch out of Latruska last time. Crazy beautiful, tall order for her. Malathot, last summer's Alabama winner. Statement race for her. We'll preview the personal ensign next.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale. Atalapa. Military Appreciation Day at Saratoga, honoring veterans, active military members. Moments ago, members of the West Point parachute team did their thing, jumping out of perfectly good airplanes, landing in the infield, and the crowd absolutely loved it. We said at the top of the show, thank you to the men and women defending our nation here and abroad. Big standing ovation, Gary, from the crowd here at Saratoga on Military Appreciation Day.
Yeah, and this guy, he landed right behind us, Lafitte. I'd give him a 10 plus on the arrival.
9 3/4. Gary thought they were clapping for him. It's just instinct. Racing continues. Updated odds for race number 8. Go back to the main track. Some high-profile connections in this one. 7/8 of a mile. Tizzy in the Sky is 8-5. Acacia's in the paddock. How does Tizzy in the Sky look to you, Acacia, the favorite?
She looks fantastic, Lafitte, and I wasn't in the paddock for her first race, but I was told that she can be a real handful in the preliminaries as she does saddle with the pony alongside, but I have to say, so far, so good, knock on wood, as she seems to be well settled. She's very fit coming second time out as she does make her first start for trainer Jose Camejo. Also, the blinkers do come off as well. I would imagine trying to get her to settle, and not to mention in her last work, which you can see on XBTV, she went solo that day, and while it was a very quick work going 47-4, urged along just a little bit late, she didn't look like she was going as fast as she was. She was really covering the ground quite well as the rider had a pretty tight hold on her early. There is some good size to her as well. I like her getting the extra half furlong, and Joel Rosario does stay, as it seems like he was very confident on her in her debut as he moved wide to take over the lead and then got run down late. So she's certainly one that could take a step forward as Connections just giving her pats and keeping that pony alongside, getting the tack on. But physically, I like what I see from her in her second start. The 7 Liquidity Provider, this is a filly that I really liked first time out. She's a very elegant type, but I did feel that she could go a little bit longer, that 6 furlong try might be a stepping stone for her. I like her stretching out to the 7/8 today, an extra furlong, but I just think that physically it looks like it will suit her quite well. And while I thought that she was very athletic in her debut, she does look like she's strengthened up behind out of that first race too in those hindquarters. Once again, she's the ultimate professional here in the paddock, and just one that I really think should be very tough in this spot. And again, getting a little bit more ground, I do like for the way that she covers the ground. She too hit the front and then finished second behind Backyard Money last time out, but one that I think is a major player with Irad Ortiz aboard. The number 3, Miss Solveig for Phil Antonacci. She was a huge price first time out, and I remember that we had talked about her a little bit because it seemed intriguing that Flavian Pratt stuck around to ride the last race and ride a filly who was such a big price. And to me, she looked about 85% fit that day. She is much more fit this afternoon. I do think that she has to take a step forward, but she finished third at a big price. She's going to be a price again in here today, currently at 13-1, and she's done well coming out of that race. While Flavian Pratt does go with the Chad Brown first-time starter, you do get Ricardo Santana in the saddle today. And once again, I just think this filly by Bernardini has the potential to build off of that first race. This is sent across the paddock, and check in with Andy and Paul.
Got a heck of a ride by Flavian Pratt last time. A horse that had a trip in this race we didn't even talk about. I know that you thought I was live was the 2 Alessia for our friend Nick Zito. But the 5 Tizzy in the Sky is the right favorite in here, at least in, I think, my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, she made this long, wide move, and it was probably too soon, Andy. I mean...
Well, you know, the rail was very good this day, so she's out in the middle of the track, so she had that against her. The winner came up the rail. The winner came back here and was on a dead rail and actually ran pretty well in a subsequent start. So I think she had so much that worked against her. At the end of the day, I just thought she ran well last time, and she's going to be tough to beat in here.
Yeah, she had a 5-length lead, and you know what? Usually Joel's usually has a ton left, but this horse actually beat her on the square. I'd rather have this than to maybe beat her right on the wire. Your worry is that going to happen again? Now the blinkers come off. Is that going to be a recipe? Is she going to still show the same speed?
We'll see how it works out, because the 7 liquidity provider is not slow. And you have to imagine going 7 furlongs. They're going to look to be aggressive with her. Now, was she supposed to win last time? Well, Backyard Money came up the fence, got a good trip to beat her, and Backyard Money came back and improved her by her figure 1 point, legitimizing the race. I just wonder if this is a tougher race than she was in last time.
You make a great point. Like, do you take every runner out of that backyard, that race, or do you throw them all out? You know, it's one of those things where, okay, I think Miss Solvig ran very well. I also think Dover Dreams at 14-1 is not a bad proposition, considering she's a filly by Arrogate that's going to love an extra furlong. She's, to me, at 14-1 is not an awful play. So do you want to use that whole race, or do you want to throw out that whole race?
There's a lot going on in here. You know, Bill Mott's got 2 horses in this race. One on the rail handbell is better than she looks. Whether that's good enough remains to be seen. But Precursory, I think Precursory is going to benefit from cutting back from a mile in her last 2 races, 7 furlongs. It felt to me like a horse that it wasn't finishing, but she was running against some pretty good horses.
No, she really was. The blinkers last time on, I thought helped her a little bit. And sometimes when you look at horses that get beat by open lengths, when the races are spaced out like that, they tend to be better races than when the races are bunched up. So maybe this horse is coming out of a very good race. And Fitness has been very, very good at this racetrack. So she has 3 races underneath her belt, which is an advantage.
We'll see how it plays out, Lafitte.
And not overbetting the Johnny V filly. He'll ride Precursory. Good maiden race. Graduation day for one of these fillies and mares. There he is, the Hall of Famer, 999 victories at Saratoga, seeking that 1,000th. He'll get a leg up from a fellow Hall of Famer, Bill Mott, with Precursory, the 8th in 8 minutes.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign, what the Peter Pan.
And it's all Tyler's Tribe to the final furlong. He's putting on another show tonight. He is 8 lengths in front. Now it's 10, now it's 12. Tyler's Tribe pouring it on as they come down to the line. He's going to win by double digits, and he stops the clock in 104.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Today, just like it says on the roof, Military Appreciation Day. Saratoga, good crowd.
What's that? Is anybody talking to me?
48 hours out until the 153rd Run Happy Travers post-parade race 8. These maidens, fillies, and mares, 7/8 of a mile. Let's start with Handbell, Summerwin Equine, homebred by Tappet.
I think the figure for the last race, the 35, might be on the low side, but Paulie, it better be a lot on the low side. She'll need to improve off the layup. Not impossible.
Alacia, one time for Nick Zito.
Yeah, right. I mean, she had some kind of trip. I thought she was dynamite first time out. She's working great guns. I would not discount her at all.
Miss Solveig closed nicely in her debut to run third.
Miss Solveig's a horse that, you know, didn't break well from the rail and probably will show a little bit better speed today.
Flavien Prat didn't even have to change.
Yeah, right, he did. And this is a first-time starter. And this horse is actually taking a tiny bit of money. Debuts with Lasix for Chad Brown.
Tizzy in the Sky, 3-2 favorite.
This is a horse that had a lot of things go wrong last time. She's a right favorite, but it's a tough field.
Now with Jose Conejo, heavy favorite. Dover, Dreams number 6, owned by Jeff Drown, owner of Zandon.
Yeah, I think a horse that, listen, I don't, maybe not going to end up in the winner's circle, but maybe a horse you can throw underneath by Arrowgate, who these horses are getting better and better at distance.
Liquidity Provider just missed in her debut, 2nd at 2 for Chad Brown.
She ran well last time. I still think she may need to improve to win this, but obviously she's a player.
Precursory, World-Class Connections.
Yeah, and you're getting 5-1. And, you know, the stumble at the break last time out, you know, she took a couple stutter steps with the blinkers on. She's been working great guns in the morning, and I think she's going to run a big one from the outside.
5-1 if you like her. Field for the 8th at 10, Saratoga, post time, 4 minutes. Maidens, 7/8 of a mile, good purse, $105,000. Circling back to the 7 guys in Liquidity Provider, who had that solid debut, and essentially Andy Paul just did everything but missed. And Acacia mentioned seeing her in the paddock, and she looks even stronger. This was her debut.
Well, I mean, that's the point you have to ask with horses in their debuts. Are they going to improve, or were they cranked up to win first time out and they take a step back? She probably needs to improve a little bit to win here, Paul, don't you think?
Yeah, but you got to love in her first start, she was in a dogfight. And, you know, she just came up a head short. You know, she's trying hard as can be. They ran 1:13. This was a tiring racetrack, and she'd got beaten by a horse that already had a race. So I don't forgive her. I thought she kept on coming on the grind. Maybe the 7 furlongs going to be better. That's why she's 6-5, because she's tactically can get there. I don't understand about the chart caller. Was she ever half a length in front?
Was she?
It says that she was a half a length in front. She was never half a length in front.
I would have to review that myself. Who am I to disagree with the chart caller, Lafitte? I disagree only with all you guys.
Red Ortiz, Liquidity Provider, 7-2. Tizzy in the Sky, Joel Rosario, pictured. New barn, same rider from her debut, Joel Rosario. And here's what Rosario will be up to on Saturday. Travers Day Stakes mounts, Gary. Like, wow. Jackie's Warrior, favorite in the Forego. Clariere, favorite in the Personal Instant. Epicenter, favorite in the Run Happy Travers.
Yeah, I would definitely trade places with him if I could.
And Gaffo? And Gaffo.
Trying to repeat.
Trying to go back-to-back. Joel Rosario with the 10 graded stakes wins thus far at the meet. Date with Epicenter. Every jockey seeking a first Travers win riding in this year's Run Happy Travers. Good thing Rosario got sick last week instead of this week. Poised for a big Saturday here at the Spa. We check in with Acacia.
He has good timing on the racetrack when closing and good timing of when to miss races as well. And he does have a very logical horse in here. But looking at a first-time starter, the number 4, Loot Player. This one cold on the board for a firster for these connections, and plus Flavian Pratt looking for 4. And I think a large part of that is that she has such a big pedigree for turf on the bottom. The dam was unraced with the second dam. Dame Ellen, who Chad Brown also trained, was a stakes winner on the turf. And there have been 2 foals from the dam Jazz Flute. One was a winner on turf in her 4 starts. The other one was 0 for 3, but all of those races were on the grass. She does have a little bit of a turf look to her. That being said, she's incredibly fit. Flavian Pratt took her away from a big warm-up, and she was very keen. She was kind of swapping her leads, throwing her head up. I think she still has some things to figure out, and maybe this is a starting point. Sadly, that last Saratoga work was not available on XBTV, so I couldn't see how she was training coming into this. But a first-time starter, I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach with agreeing with the public. The number 1 Handbell does come back off of a layoff, and yes, she did get that slow figure as the favorite in her maiden back in October, but the horse that won that, Nostalgic, turned out to be pretty good also for Belmont. I was hoping she'd be a little bit more focused today. She was always one that was a little bit tricky back as a 2-year-old. She's still pretty sharp and a little bit all over the place. She was really, really pulling and acting up a little bit with the pony in the post parade, and I was surprised that Jose Ortiz didn't take her away from the pony and maybe acting to instructions and trying to keep her quiet. She has grown a bit. She looks fit coming back. I think mentally she still needs to settle a little bit, though, Lafitte.
Has to deal with the rail. Acacia in Handbell. The Tappet filly, Gary Tizzy in the Sky, acting up a little bit, the favorite behind the gate.
Yeah, and she's throwing a little tizzy. Let her catch her breath right now. Play my game, not playing yours.
Alessia.
There you go, Joel.
At what point do you decide? Like, she wasn't throwing a tizzy in that moment. At what point do you decide, I'm going to jump off, let them handle this?
At about the point he did right there, as long as you've got a starter that will allow you to do it. And I noticed a lot here at the meet, and I love it. Get that weight off. It's easier for the guys to pack them in. They can take a deep breath, settle, climb on them in the starting gate, prevent getting in a war with them before the battle starts.
Let's hope she remains settled. Miss Solveig, Ricardo Santana filing into the gate. And on the outside, Johnny Velazquez, 999 victories at Saratoga aboard Precursory. Loot player, Flavien Prat looking for a 4th win on the afternoon. Here's John Ambrial.
We are set for the start of race 8. And they're off. From the outside, it is Liquidity Provider away well and going out for the lead. Now moving on through is Ms. Salvig up to challenge. And then comes Loot Player next in third. On the outside is Precursory. And down at the rail is Alessia. It's a break of almost 5 lengths now. Back to Tizzy in the Sky, who runs in 6th. Followed by Dover Dreams in 7th. And trailing the field is Handbell in 8th. The opening quarter mile went in 23 1/5 seconds. Liquidity Provider and Miss Salvig, the two of them are right together. Precursories on the outside in 3rd. Now moving up in between horses is Loot Player. Alessia is down at the rail. And now Tizzy in the Sky has gotten closer there in 6th as they go around the far turn. Still Liquidity Provider and Ms. Salvig. And now Precursory joins the front runners on the outside. Precursory makes his move up to challenge Liquidity Provider. And it is a Tizzy in the Sky who is widest of all coming into the stretch. The half went in 46 2 as they move down for the 8th pole. Liquidity Provider and Precursory, and the two of them are heads apart for the lead. On the outside is Tizzy in the Sky. Now at the 16th pole, it is Precursory trying to hold off Tizzy in the Sky. It is Precursory, and this is going to be a Saratoga moment for the ages. Win number 1,000 at the Spa for Hall of Fame jockey Johnny Velazquez.
And there it is. Another milestone reached at Saratoga. The Hall of Famer John Velazquez, 1,000 career victories at the Spa. Wow.
Something else. And the boys earlier on the early show were talking about will it happen for the right person? I think this qualifies for sure. Billy Mott, Hall of Famer. Got a little assist at the start here, but Tizzy in the Sky missed the break. Made a gallant run, all muddied up out in the middle of the track. Johnny V, nice and clean. He was loaded coming around the turn, and I think he was wanting this pretty bad, Lafitte.
He's going to work. Joel Rosario on the favorite, breathing down his neck with Tizzy in the Sky. John Velazquez able to coax Precursory home. Guys, August 5th, 1990, his first victory at Saratoga. Here we are in 2022. Johnny V still going strong and racking up a 1,000th victory at Saratoga. Incredible.
Well, the public had gone broke from overbetting him in the last 2 races, so this horse was a very fair 6-1 in here. The cutback in distance helped, but I also think, to be fair, Gary pointed it out, if the 5 doesn't blow the break, I think the 5 wins the race.
Yeah, 5 was gallant. I mean, Joel really patient and made that one run. You got to give Precursor a lot of credit, was able to turn it away. And you made a good point. We both looked at each other and we said we both should have picked this horse because the price was right. The stumble was legit out of the gate last time with the blinkers. And we've been talking about foundation over this racetrack. The 2 horses that had the most foundation were the 6 and 8, but the 8 was by far a better horse, and he got the money here. And I'll tell you right now, if you're alive in this pick 5 and pick 6, you just need to get some horses home now.
Yeah, I mean, sort of logical horses are winning, but they're winning at very fair prices. And congrats to John Velazquez, who's got so many great achievements in his career. I'm not sure he's putting the 1,000 at Saratoga at the top of him, but he'll take it.
Leona, his wife, all smiles. A moment for the family. John Velazquez, there's Ron Anderson, Johnny's agent.
Oh.
Whoa.
Don't stumble and fall off at this point.
For cursory, the handshake there with Jose Ortiz, who had idolized Johnny Velazquez along with his brother Irad. The three of them born in Puerto Rico. Look at Leona and how exciting this has to be for her. His talent, the longevity, Gary. August 5th, 1990. Don't hit me. You had not won a Breeders' Cup race yet. You won your first Breeders' Cup race that fall on In the Wings at Belmont Park. That summer, he won his first career race at Saratoga, and here we are in 2022. That's his 1,000. It's amazing.
Unbelievable. And what keeps going through my mind is the Breeders' Cup when he had that horrible accident in the juvenile fillies, and that could have been the end. Not just to his riding career, but to him, period. Serious accident that he had. A lot of people that thought that would be the end of it, his riding career. Not to be. No quit inning.
Lee O'Brien's daughter, Leona, that was perfect. Wife Leona leading in for cursory, and Johnny V in his 1,000th victory at Saratoga. Ron Anderson, his agent, and the reaction from the fans here. Gary, he has been a fan favorite for so long to these fans.
Yeah, for the people at home, we're at the 8th pole is where our set is, this apron set, and the ovation that he got through the whole grandstand when he returned to go in the winner's circle. That's something that when we have our grade one winners, when Nest walked by us the other day after her race, she got an ovation, a loud ovation. This was just as loud.
You could feel it. You could feel it as soon as for cursory. It was clear that she was traveling well and that this might be it. And John Velazquez and all the riders will come out, and you see Ramon Dominguez there as well. And again, he's the jockey the jockeys look up to, Gary.
He's the face of the jockeys nationwide. He's not just looked up to by the jockeys here in this colony. It's clear across the United States and worldwide. Riders know who he is throughout the world, and very much respected. He's great for our game, great spokesperson, and does so much for the riders, Disabled Riders Fund, all the jockeys together.
Can you expand on that? Everything that he had for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, what he's meant to these causes, so important for fallen riders as well?
He's tireless. I don't know where he finds the time to do what he does for the Jockeys Guild alone. He's got a lot of good people behind him, but the time that he puts in for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, with the help of Ramon Dominguez and many other people. I was watching a clip earlier on, and I think we'll see it here in a few minutes, but you'll understand.
And while all the other horses he was riding seemingly overbet, this one wasn't. $14. Johnny Velazquez, 1,000 wins at Saratoga.
Well, I think what makes Johnny such a great rider is he's a complete package. You know, he can ride any kind of horse well. He's good on speed horses. He's fine on horses that come from off the pace. He's good in sprints, routes, turf. Very good with 2-year-olds. Excellent gate rider.
He is aggressive and he's smart.
One of his biggest attributes is he gets a horse in positions where if they're good enough, they can have a chance to win.
You know, he's got a great attitude. He wants to win, and he's been doing it a long time, and now, of course, he's got, you know, tons of experience and ridden every kind of horse in every kind of race. So, you know, he's ready for about any situation that comes up.
He's a favorite of mine.
They're into the final furlong. Code of Honor.
Johnny rode a good race because he waited on him and let him finish.
Code of Honor has taken the lead, and Code of Honor and John Velazquez have won the Run Happy Travers.
You know, whenever we had Johnny on board, we always felt confident that, first of all, he was going to come to the paddock well prepared. He was going to, know what the competition was looking to do. He was going to have a game plan, and he was going to also have the ability to call an audible when needed. We had a lot of great memories together. I think one that stands out to me was when he won the Travers on Flower Alley.
Flower Alley, who wrestles that lead away from Bellamy Road, who's battling up game lead.
You know, Johnny executed the game plan perfectly that day and kept just enough pressure on Bellamy Road that he was able to come get him late.
Flower Alley is the winner of the 136th Travers Stakes.
Well, it's been a role model for us. I think for all Puerto Ricans guys, young guys, we always look at him. He got everything you need to be great in the sport. His personality, his talent, his abilities. We all love him. You can see in the pictures, and we are very young. We look at him like a role model, and he really is.
And here's Lawyer Ron, who storms to the lead just inside the 8th pole, kicks clear, and kicks clear in a big way. Commentator, to win the Whitney again, the champion of Shadow wins the Go for One.
Marathon, back in the win column.
He has it, and people will remember that.
His legacy will be that he's won a lot of big races. He's always been a good guy. He's always been a clean rider. Sometimes he can be a little bit too opinionated, but...
You know, his name is going to be remembered with some of the greats. Shoemaker, Bailey, Pat Day, Cordero, you know what I mean? Everybody has memories of those particular riders.
Of horse racing, he's the GOAT. I mean, it's a lot of work, a lot of dedication, and a lot of winners.
For any jockey to win 1,000 races is an amazing accomplishment, but when you think that John Velazquez is doing it at Saratoga with the most competitive jockey colony in the world, makes it even more amazing. It's a tremendous accomplishment.
There's almost an Albert Pujols thing there, the way the young riders look up to and the way they speak of John Velazquez. As you see him there, his wife Leona, and celebrating this moment, 1,000 wins at Saratoga, and such high praise from some of the most respected horsemen in the game. Of course, Shug did have to get one in there.
Yeah, he did. Over-opinionated? I don't think so. That's one of the things I love about Johnny. When he has an opinion on something, he'll stick with it, and he's not going to back down. He's not intimidated by anyone in this sport. He respects opposition, but he speaks his opinion, and he will never back down, and that has been great to have him leading the Jockeys Guild in the United States.
In 2017, when he won the Kentucky Derby with Always Dreaming, it felt right that Todd Pletcher and Johnny V won together. And for it to happen here at Saratoga, those 1,000 victories, all of this with a crowd and the energy just feels right. John Velazquez, 1,000 wins at Saratoga with a case in the winner's circle.
And what a true honor, Lafitte, for me to have the ability to interview John Velazquez after his 1,000th victory at Saratoga. Johnny, I have to think one of the most special moments about this, though, is your wife, Leona, getting to lead you into the winner's circle.
Yeah, I was very surprised. Mr. Matt was very, very nice and let her come in with the horse. It was awesome. And obviously, I had to say thanks to a lot of people, started from Angel, was the one who brought me here from Puerto Rico. From all the trainers, that have helped me after watching the whole thing that you guys did, and very beautiful, and people speaking about me. And I think Shug has to have me right on the head. It's like he can be a little opinionated. I always have to say something. Sometimes gets me in trouble. But no, I'm really blessed that we're working with all these people, giving me the opportunities they have given me with all these horses. And I keep watching now the replays on those. I'm very blessed to ride all those good horses, to be here in Saratoga and having all that success. Without all of them, I couldn't be here. Mm-hmm.
The crowd applauding as you cross the wire and then coming into the winner's circle. What do the fans at Saratoga mean to you?
This is what Saratoga makes it special. The crowd, the people who comes in, enjoy day in, day out. They're the best crowd ever, though. I'm a little biased. I'm here in New York, and this is my home for a long time. And I really said Saratoga is the best place ever, and to do this here in front of them, everybody, I'm very, very glad, and everybody get to enjoy it. And believe me, I have a lot of people saying, "Come on for 1,000, come on for 1,000." I said, I think I have too much weight on my horses now. Everybody on top of my horses. We got it done and it's out of the way.
You have been such a great mentor to so many young jockeys, a representative of the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund as well. Talk a little bit about what it means to be those roles outside of a rider.
Well, for me, it's something to give back. You know, I've been very blessed and I had my injuries myself, my ups and downs, and I've been the blessed one that I'm lucky enough to come back and do what I love. You know, for me to give back and try to, you know, do a partnership with the racetracks and try to make safety issues with the jockeys and make it better for horses and jockeys. If I can do better, I think we all do better and we do a better job, I guess. I don't know.
Johnny, it is always so fun to follow you on the racetrack. Congratulations on 1,000 victories at Saratoga.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the crowd. Thank you to Naira. Thank you to all of my family who's always there for me. All of you, really. Naira and everybody else, every trainer who has supported me for all these years. That without them and the horses, obviously. The horses and the people and behind the scenes, the grooms and their assistant trainers and the hard workers, they always get friendship with, you know. Just to keep you coming back and help you on the barns. Hey, you got to ride this horse, pass for this horse. So you have to thank them all, really. So thanks to the crowd, thanks to Naira, thanks to everybody.
All class, as always. John Velazquez, the Hall of Famer, and a milestone victory today, Lafitte.
All class is right, Acacia. The consummate professional, John Velazquez, with wife Leona. Look, I know there's more racing now than there ever has been at Saratoga, but can you try to put that number into context, considering, you know, how difficult it is to win races here, and over that extended period of time, going back to 1990, to win 1,000 races for a jockey here?
And it's the amazing part to me is he's not finished with this. I think we can look forward to seeing him back next year. He's going to continue to get these good horses that he rides with the relationships he has for these top outfits. They're not backing off from using him. They're enjoying it, and he's going to continue on with this for a long time.
An ultimate dividend and a combination of talent and longevity. Still riding at such a high level. Not much has changed except for the mustache, which he says that ain't never coming back. The embrace there with Joel Rosario. Rosario's like, I almost got you. Johnny Velazquez, 1,000 wins at Saratoga. More history at the Spa.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked #1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
And what a moment at Saratoga. Johnny Velazquez, 1,000 wins per cursory. Coverage on Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Oh, by the way, we have a stakes race coming up. Thursday featured the Risk-Averse, named after Peter Schiff's terrific mare. One of only 2 mares ever to capture back-to-back editions of the prestigious Flower Bowl. This was in 2005, the second Belmont Park. Risk-Averse, 6-time stakes winner, and her legacy will be honored today. What a terrific mare, Risk-Averse, and that it was that late acceleration that she had, and winning 2 Flower Bowls. Again, one of only 2 mares ever to win the Flower Bowl twice. Field for the 13th running coming up. Another look, operating there in tight quarters, Risk-Averse.
Trying to see if I was actually in that.
Also won the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge at Keelan as a 3-year-old filly. Here's the field for the 13th running. Restricted 3-year-old fillies who've never won a stake unless it was against state-bred company at a mile or longer. Got it? Good. Early favorite, Skims, 5-2. On the topic of stakes races, another look at Saturday's stakes rundown. 6 stakes, 5 Grade 1 events, included the 73rd running of the Grade 1 Personal Ensign. Top class fillies and mares. Here's the field. Race 9 compact field of 5 big talent. Some of the very best in the division. Let's meet the contenders with Greg Wolf.
When Personal Ensign retired, she was the first elite thoroughbred in 8 decades to do so undefeated. Her dramatic triumph in the 1988 Breeders' Cup Distaff over Kentucky Derby winning Colors in the final start of her career is still considered to be one of the greatest moments in Breeders' Cup history.
Personal Ensign, a dramatic finish, and here is the wire, and it is Personal Ensign there.
This year's edition of the event, named in her honor, could produce a finish just as scintillating. Clairiere seeks her 3rd consecutive victory. This filly enters this contest with wins in the Grade 2 Chuvie and Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. Both wins were over dual champion and longtime rival Malathot, who finished in front of her all 4 occasions they had previously met.
It's a showdown in the Chuvie that's going to go to Clairiere, who comes through on the inside to win it.
Malathot had never lost 2 straight races in her brilliant career. The daughter of Curlin may not have been on top of her game in the Chuvie, but last year's Alabama and Kentucky Oaks winner will be on her toes for this event, prepared to turn the tables on Clairiere.
Malathot, Army Wife, Clairiere, Malathot, back in the win column.
Like Malathot, Latruska will attempt to return to a location she's accustomed to, the winner's circle. A victory by the 5-year-old mare would make her only the 4th mare in history to win this race more than once. The champion has never lost 2 races in a row and enters this race after setting a scorching pace in the Ogden Phipps to finish 5th. Latruska is also responsible for handing Clairiere her only loss this year in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom.
Latruska reaches. Clairiere is second and closing. Latruska, Clairiere. Latruska says, no, you don't.
Search results gave Malathot all she could handle in last year's Kentucky Oaks and won the 2021 Grade 1 Acorn. She hooked up with Latruska in the Ogden Phipps and was a game 3rd after pressing blistering fractions. Search results rebounded from that performance with a facile victory in the Grade 3 Molly Pitcher.
Search results with a 16th to go, 3-length lead. Leader of the band trying hard, but can't get to Search results, who was much too strong in the Molly Pitcher.
4 fabulous fillies and mares, 4 familiar foes in a field of 5, but only one can win.
Terrific edition of the Personal Ensign, Gary. Can you explain how the key to the race could come down simply to the strategy of one jockey in particular?
That would be Flavian Pratt on Search results, and that's going to depend on what kind of race Latruska runs, because the last time they faced off in the Phipps, Search results went after Latruska. They went way too fast. Latruska went way too fast. She was done early, midway around the turn in the Phipps, so The whole strategy of everybody in the race is going to focus on what search result does early on.
That's what you have to look at right from the start. They'll be eyeball to eyeball in the starting gate. One of 5 Grade 1 races Saturday. Personal, Instant. Thursday feature, Risk Averse. You're looking at Republique at 17 to 1. Keisha, I'm glad you brought your track shoes today.
I wore the flats today, Lafitte, and I'm glad, as I had to hustle back here to the paddock, but a good looking group of fillies here. And just going in numerical order as they start to head out. Looking at the number 2, Republique, as she is the half-sister to Preakness winner Rombauer. But let's not forget that he actually started his career on the turf and was a turf winner. And this filly, her 2 wins were on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream. There isn't turf racing taking place there right now. She has been training on the turf since coming up here to New York, and you can watch her work 2 back on XBTV, in which she was in company with sister Luann, who's a 4-year-old and a stakes winner on turf. And I thought that Republique was going better than her. She also showed some speed, and she is sharp in here for sure. She'll have to step up her game, and it's an ambitious spot, but she has some intriguing things to offer. The number 5, Kanisi, has done little wrong. She was able to dictate things comfortably last time out, and they did end up scratching last weekend, opting to come for a softer spot in here in the Risk Averse. 2 back for her in her workouts on the turf. She outworked Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf winner Pizza Bianca. Javier Castellano has ridden her all along, and she has some versatility too. Thought it was funny what Christophe Clement said earlier, in that he trains them and lets Javier decide how to ride them. So I like the fact that she's adaptable, and she has just continued to get stronger and fill out with every subsequent start. The number 10, Amo Ray, this is another first-time turfer, and she is one that she never grew a ton. She's on the smaller side. That being said, she's out of a mare whose only win was on the turf, and she's by Uncle Mo, who can be very proficient with turf runners. She has a turf hoof to her. She's very fit. She too has been training on the grass, though for me it's a little bit tough to figure out how to gauge those works because of the company. 2 back worked with Grade 1 place Double Thunder, who's making his first start. That's a colt as a 3-year-old this weekend at Charlestown, but she has always been going better than all of her company in those turf works. And to me, Lafitte, an intriguing prospect at a nice price.
So many angles to work with, Acacia. Turf debuting runners. This Risk Averse, couple of them. There's Linda's Gift making her stakes debut.
Yeah, I think Linda's Gift is very dangerous. She was against the track last time she ran, and she really had a big excuse in there. Is she coming back too soon? My top choice.
On paper, we could have a hot pace. On paper, Missy Greer, Gronkowski's half-sister.
Yeah, this horse, it does show some speed. They put blinkers on her 4 starts back, and she's improved with her speed. And the first time she got back on turf since a 2-year-old, I thought she ran okay.
Rombauer's sister, Republique.
Yeah, we'll see. Not really a big turf move up pedigree.
Skims the favorite 5-2.
This horse right here is very, very live in the picks. Second choice to the 5.
Kanisi, half length from a perfect record.
Yeah, and you listen, the trip's going to be everything. 9-2. It's a heck of a price.
Customer list, look out.
I've had this one read wrong. I thought she would be the favorite. I think she should be the favorite, and I think she's the horse to beat.
6-1. Gina Romantica, expensive filly turf debut.
You know, she won on the slop and off the turf, and so they tried to get her on before, and I thought her last race was okay.
Faith in Humanity, third of the Chad Brown trained trio.
Yeah, listen, winner first time out. You hate to throw out undefeated horses. She's probably going to have to step it up a tiny bit, but Chad Brown at 18-1, enticing.
Number 10, Amore, another making her turf debut.
Yeah, I mean, there is some turf pedigree there, but it just feels like Todd Pletcher's sort of trying something new and taking a shot.
Wonka, a tough post, okay, but it ran well in the Soaring Softly.
You know, I have a feeling this horse is a tiny bit sneaky. When you look at the wheel pace, this horse is actually getting bet a tiny bit. Gets a tough draw, and you get Junior Alvarado aboard for Bill Mott, who are a very good team and have done well so far as this meet together.
She has some upside. Again, tough post, but she has a shot. Risk Averse, the Thursday feature. Travers Week, Military Appreciation Day, and more history made at Saratoga. Johnny Velazquez with his 1,000th career victory here. The Risk Averse is next. Post time, 4 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
Two minutes till the risk-averse. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Eclipse champion, record-breaking speed, now the sire of winners on all surfaces. Dirt, turf, and synthetic, and distances from 7/8 of a mile to a mile and a quarter. This one, a mile on grass, the risk-averse. Andy Paul Canisi showed us in her last start. You hand her an easy lead. She's going to take advantage and cash in.
Well, a lot of horses do, especially good ones. She was unlucky in her prior start, and she can rate and do it. The important thing, two important events happened. Javier Castellano was great at thinking on his feet, and he went at the front when the other speed was a late scratch. The other thing, though, is what happened to Customer List, who's a number 6 and was the favorite in this race. You're going to see her get in extreme early trouble. In fact, she's going to stumble after this. She squeezed the start, and she'll actually bobble badly. Like, she could almost have gone down in here. Watch that red and white cap, and she's going to go right in here, or she's going to stumble badly. So you've got Canisi, who's walking the front end, and she's found herself a good 4 or 5 lengths behind. Some of it because she was being rated, but some of the start, and some of it was having to steady in this situation. Canisi is having everything go her own way, and Customer List has nothing go her own way, Paul.
No, not at all. It's a great thing to look at because now you see Customer List starting to make, her run on the outside. Meanwhile, Canisi's been able to go 50 and change, 115, which is very slow for 6 furlongs, and was able to just keep on going. Now, when you go back to Customer List, I thought this was one of the best fourths you'll see in a while on the turf course, considering after that trouble. When you go back and you looked at that head-on, the 4 and the 7 all came in, and those horses all got squashed at the beginning of the race. So I can understand where you're going with the 6, and I'm with you. I mean, people play trips. I'm surprised this horse is 6 to 1.
I was dead wrong. I thought she'd be favored, so I was completely wrong. I would have picked her on top if I thought she was 6 to 1, guys, but I did pick the number 4 on top, and that's okay. I don't mind taking Linda's Gift as well, because she was one of the few horses, Lafitte, in her last start, in her 2-week period to make a significant closing run against the gold rail on the inner turf. In her last race, very good. I worry a little, though, she's coming back on too short rest.
The quick turnaround, Linda's Gift and Customer List, the race before that, half those fillies couldn't stand up in that deep, deep, soft bog of a turf course in the Pen Oaks. 6 to 1, Customer List, Irad Ortiz. Gary, your top selection, number 3, the favorite here, Skims.
Yeah, I mean, she's coming out at the best races. She was only beaten 2 lengths in the Lake George. Joel got to know her. Joel's the type of guy, he rides one, and when he rides it back, he knows a little something about him, may try and change a few things up. And look, I like the bottom horse Wonka in here as well. Didn't like the draw. Do not like the outside here.
Joel's out there riding angry. Just got posterized by Johnny Velazquez in his 1000th win here at Saratoga. We're all set for the Thursday feature. Johnny I with the call. Post time for the Risk-Averse.
The Risk-Averse Stakes, and they're off. Canisi was away well. Now moving up is Faith in Humanity. And coming on through is Republique along with Missy Greer. It's Missy Greer and Republique, and they are right together going into the clubhouse turn. They quickly open up 3 lengths on the rest of the field. Faith in Humanity has made her way over to the inside and is in 3rd. And then comes Wonka, who's next in 4th, followed by Canisi, who's back running in 5th. Customer List is next in 6th, 2 lengths to Amore, who's in 7th position. And then farther back it is Gina Romantica in 8th.
And then Linda's Gift, and trailing the field is Skims in 10th. They are spread out here through a quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. And the leader is Missy Greer, stepping away here to lead by almost 3 lengths. Republic is next in second. Another 2 lengths to Faith in Humanity in the white cap there in third. And then comes Wonka next in fourth as they go around the far turn, the half in 47 and 2. Missy Greer, the long shot. Now Faith in Humanity has moved up and into second. Kanisi is down at the rail. Skims has made some progress right behind Kanisi. On the outside there is a Republic as they come down for the 8th pole. And now it is a Faith in Humanity who has taken the lead. On the far outside is a Customer List. And here comes Gina Romantica with a late surge. Gina Romantica. And it's been quite a day for jockey Flavian Pratt. His 4th win on the card, and he takes the risk-averse for 3-year-old fillies.
Gina Romantica, in her turf debut, turns it on late. Another win. 4 on the afternoon. Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown winning trainer, Peter Brandt, Gina Romantica at 14-1 in the risk-averse.
Yeah, and he was all jammed up right here. Nowhere to go, absolutely nowhere. Shifts to the outside, sees the daylight, and instantaneously hit the afterburners to nail the other Chad Brown.
I feel like I'm watching the 7th race or whatever it was that Pratt won for Brown and Brandt. Almost looked like an identical trip. Gina Romantica, I guess she likes the grass, guys.
I guess she did. It was a quick pace, and the race that collapsed in the late stages, even though they came home in under 23. And this is a filly that when she won in an off-the-turf race earlier in her career, she was entered as a main track only. Well, she's found the right home on the turf.
Yeah, right. They paid $1 million for this filly by Into Mischief, and maybe dirt obviously in the future. But sometimes when these horses look well at the sale, you really never know. And wow, she might have found a home on the turf. And Faith in Humanity, the 9, the other Chad Brown runner. Wow, not many times you're going to get 14-1 over 19-1, but that just happened. And Todd Pletcher, 2 horses in here that had never tried the turf, ran 1 and 3.
And Chad Brown finished 1st, 2nd, and 4th in here. Gina Romantica, a nice upset winner and a heck of a day for Flavian Pratt.
4 wins. Chad Brown wins 1-2. What's this Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher trifecta going to pay, Gary? 14-1 over 19-1 over 8-1. My God.
I have no idea. This is like history.
Chad Brown had
making.
Customer List as well. 1, 2, 4. I felt like I was watching James Jones again from the 7th race with almost an identical trip from Pratt here with Gina Romantica.
Yeah, but Gina Romantica, she wasn't blinded by the light. Her acceleration was instant.
By Into Mischief, versatile, run on anything, and so does she. As Paulie mentioned, $1 million filly, and cashes in here. Does Gina Romantica? Huge afternoon for the connections. 14-1. Peter Brandt's Gina Romantica for Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt. 4 wins at Saratoga. Results, reaction when we come back. Gina Romantica at 14-1 in the Thursday feature.
Malafat gets up to win it in the Central Bank Ashland.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Here comes Malafat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Clariere and Malafat on the outside. It's a showdown in the Shelby. That's going to go to Clariere.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Gina Romantica took to that turf course beautifully, wins the risk-averse. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. And Gina Romantica entering the winner's circle, the lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event, to be held on November 6th after the Breeders' Cup. Nominate your star today. Had done very little since her, well, she'd won 2 races. Opening day, Wilton did not work out. So they try her on grass and bang, $30 later. That exacta 130 round 1-2. The try, $9.79 round to Pletcher. Gina Romantica, huge afternoon. Flavien Prat standing by with Acacia.
And his 4th winner today. What a day for Flavien Prat. And Flavien, we talked a little bit earlier about Gina Romantica trying the turf, and I guess she liked it. What did you feel from her as she really kicked in late?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. She was traveling well. She didn't broke well, but I got myself covered up. She relaxed well, and I was going to drop in, turning for home, and then I found myself behind a wall of horses, so I went around, and she kicked on well.
She did have to navigate that trouble, too. What's that feeling like for a rider when you know you have horse underneath you, and you just have no place to run for a few strides?
Yeah, no, it's usually demanding on horses to, get a second gear after that, so I thought it was a good run.
Oh, as we've talked about before, your first year full-time here in New York, a 4-win day at Saratoga. Those are not easy to come by either. Can you talk a little bit about what that means and just the success that you've had here in New York, especially this summer?
Yeah, no, it's as you say, it's really hard to just get one winner. I mean, usually you get one winner a day. You got to be happy with that. So, no, I'm really pleased. Obviously, I'm riding for the right connection, and I'm trying to, do the best I can. You got to adjust. You ride with new rider on new track, so obviously, feel like things are coming around, and we're going to stick to it and keep our head down and keep walking.
Terrific day indeed. Congratulations, Flavien.
Thank you.
4-win day, and the right way to cap it off with the stakes win in the risk-averse Lafitte.
At 14-1, Flavien, the 4 victories. Don't look back at all. Really impressive first-time starter. Beside herself, Gary liked her going wire to wire. James Jones, Peter Brandt, Chad Brown, Gina Romantica, Peter Brandt, Chad Brown in the risk-averse. Like a silent assassin, Gary. Not a lot of emotion. I say to act like you've been there before. Flavien Prat acts like he's been there before.
Did he say things are coming around?
What happens when they get there? Then what?
I don't know.
You just start sweeping cards?
Silent assassin. Yep.
Riding Zandon in the Travers as well. And with Epicenter as the morning line favorite. So a big chance for Pratt to ride in the Run Happy Travers. Take down a first, perhaps. That happens on Saturday. He's going to enjoy this moment. And it's been tough, Gary. James Jones, the shortest price in this sequence. Per cursory, $30 for Gina Romantica in the risk-averse.
I would have thought at least one person would have, on our show, would have had Gina Romantica, and we'd have somebody alive for the late pick 5.
Just $30 for Chad Brown in a stakes race. Gina Romantica. Might be a while before we see her back on the main track. Stakes winner takes down the risk-averse Thursday feature here at Saratoga. 1 left, and by the way, Pratt did pick up a mount in the 10th. Kendrick Carmouche off his mounts. He'll ride number 9, FOMO. $35,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. 5.5 furlong turf sprint, 3-year-olds and older. That's coming up in 22 minutes. Digital Future, Uncle George, 3-1 co-favorites. Again, 21 minutes out. On Saturday, on Fox, Saratoga's marquee event, the Midsummer Derby. All the history, all the prestige, championship implications, very real. Coverage begins at 4:30. The Travers only on Fox. The field, 8 deep 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter, $1.25 million purse. Epicenter, 7-5 morning line favorite. Let's meet the field in post position order, starting with Cyberknife, Arkansas Derby winner, Haskell winner, second choice on the morning line, drawn inside.
The only dual grade 1 winner in this field, having won the Arkansas Derby and the Haskell, improved with a great ride and trip last time in the Haskell. Can he take another step forward at 1.25 miles?
Coming around is Cyberknife, trainer Brad Cox, looking to go back-to-back in the Travers. Of course, won last year with Essential Quality. Rich Strike, the Kentucky Derby, full of energy since he's arrived. What will he do in his first race at 1.25 miles since the Kentucky Derby?
The most interesting horse in the race. Can he repeat that Kentucky Derby? And his sire pulled off probably the biggest upset or one of the biggest upsets in Saratoga history, beating American Pharoah. So maybe he'll be like Daddy.
Silencing Saratoga in front of 50,000. Ain't Life Grand, the Iowa bred and Iowa Derby winner.
Trainer Kelly Von Hiemel's last runner in Saratoga was Miss Macy Sue, who won the Honorable Miss in 2008. She's the dam of Not This Time. Not This Time, the sire of Ain't Life Grand.
Great angle. Ain't Life Grand. Long shot side by side. Gilded Age. He does have the Hall of Famer in his corner, Bill Mott, who's never won the Travers.
He's a 3-year-old colt by Paddock who's a very good runner that is progressing. But is he good enough? He got beat by Artorias, who's progressing. Gilded Age, I think, is a tiny bit behind Artorias.
Daliadoro won the Travers on a sloppy track, rapidly improving. Artorias, winner of the Curlin.
He's the shortest price in the morning line of the 3 Chad Brown runners, and in my opinion, he's the least likely winner. He is a talented horse with a ton of upside. Is he going to keep improving with distance? Can he take a huge step forward to win this race? We'll find out.
If he's going to contend with the likes of Epicenter, seeking a first Grade 1 victory, 7-5 morning line favorite.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that you could say that, considering he's got 3 Grade 2s on his resume. But his last win in the Jim Dandy proves he is the one to beat easily.
That was a statement race. Leader in the division. Then early voting, as good as he was in the Preakness, equally disappointing in the Jim Dandy.
His Jim Dandy was a disaster, no excuse whatsoever. Chad Brown feels strongly he is better with a target, and his Preakness win is the fastest buyer fig in the field, and at 8-1, he's enticing.
Brown runners on the outside. Zandon, Bluegrass winner. There goes that man, Flavien Prat.
Yeah, you know, listen, you're getting a hot rider in Flavien Prat. And Flavien said, listen, I kind of rode this horse. I wasn't happy. He was very, very candid in an interview saying, I wasn't really happy the way I handled this horse. I might have had him up too close. I have a feeling that Flavien might take him back and make one big run. That mean, he might be more effective, or Flavien thinks he's more effective doing that.
Owner Jeff Drown hoping those colors, the edge of the canoe, will be his colors with Zandon towards the outside. Gary, how much farther back do you expect Flavien Prat to have Zandon in the early stages of the Travers?
The way he's riding right now, I have no idea what he's going to do at any point in any of the races that he's doing, because he's making all the right moves. And listen, as a rider, a top rider, you admit when you make mistakes, you're forward with, and that's a sign of confidence. When he's able to tell a guy like Chad Brown, or any trainer, look, I thought I had this horse too far back. I'm going to change things up. I'm sorry. It wasn't a good ride by me. I can do better than what we did, and the horse can do better than what he did in the Jim Dandy.
Sonny Leone will be here. Won't be his first ride at Saratoga. He'll be riding Rich Strike, Kentucky Derby winner, as you know, second biggest upset in the history of the event. Blazing 5 furlongs, 59-4. What'd you notice from this particular move in Rich Strike, how he's entering the Travers?
I noticed that it was a workout very similar to 9 days prior to the Kentucky Derby. Same type of workout, lit it up. They weren't expecting this kind of work. They were thinking more along the lines of 101, 102. Kind of caught everybody off guard, I believe, including his trainer, Eric Reed. Said he didn't anticipate it, but he was happy with what he saw. He loved what he saw, as a matter of fact. And I thought it was a good workout. Can lightning strike twice? Why not? I mean, was it the Churchill Downs surface? He's run 2 great races. His 2 best races came at Churchill Downs. Was the timing just right in both of those races? The first race was a claiming race, a maiden claiming race, and then obviously the Kentucky Derby. So I'm not counting him out of the race. He did it once. The buyer was a huge number. He beat 2 very good horses in Epicenter and Zandon that day. So I'm not going to just say no, he has no chance.
Thanks to our friends at XBTV. Yeah, just getting a lot of I don't knows to that question. What do you think Rich Strike is going to do? Can Rich Strike win? I don't know that anybody really knows what to expect from the Derby winner. 80-1 Kentucky Derby shocker. Dull in the Belmont Stakes. What will he do in the Travers? We'll find out on Saturday, the Run Happy Travers on Fox. Right before the Travers, the sword dancer Gufo, Joel Rosario, out to defend his title in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer Invitational. A look ahead when Saratoga Live continues.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
It will be McCulloch, domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. State of Rest to win it here by a length. And in Italian here at Saratoga wins the Diana in front-running fashion.
Standing at Gainesway.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
And here's Gufo on the outside. Gufo has now taken a narrow lead. Channelmaker, Tribovan, and Japan all chasing Gufo as they come down for the finish. Japan with one last try on the outside. Gufo and Japan, and Gufo got it.
Excuse the pun. I mean, really excuse the pun. But yeah, he used to be goofy. That's when Gufo grew up, Gary, and stepped forward. We saw a more professional Gufo putting it all together in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer.
Yeah, terrific race last year. He's going to try and repeat this year. He's got someone new chasing him, though, this year, Gufo.
It was Japan last year who he held off for trainer Aidan O'Brien in Coolmore. He was able to do so. Can he do the same with Broome? And if successful, this list he would join as back-to-back Sword Dancer winners in some of those names. And Flincher, as good as he was, and telling. Grand Couturier, a fan favorite frontrunner with anticipation. El Senor, Majesty's Prince. Will Gufo be next? Not if Broome has anything to say about it. Brings his A game. Grade 1 Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer, most prestigious long-distance turf race at Saratoga. Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Longines Turf. And the connection there, how well Broome ran in last year's Breeders' Cup Turf. Second to Yabir, 3-1, the tepid morning line favorite. Adamo, the 7-2 second choice. Gary, what did Broome show you in the Hardwick with Ryan Moore?
Well, it was interesting. He rode him totally different in the Hardwick than he had ridden him in some of his other races. He really turned it into a staying type race, going the 1.5 miles on a very trying course. It's uphill for part of the journey, the last part of the journey, but he sent him straight to the front, basically took him gate to wire, and he started riding him hard about 3/4 of a mile from the finish line, and then he found another gear in the last 3 furlongs, and he just turned it into a toughness kind of race. I don't know if he'll be able to do that here on Saturday. It's a totally different type of race for him. There's more speed here in America, and he showed a tendency at times not to leave the starting gate very well. So it's going to be very important that he gets a good break at the start of this Sword Dancer. For Broome, I'm talking about.
Again, a lukewarm favorite. Trainer Aidan O'Brien trying for a first win ever at Saratoga. Hard to believe. Gufo looking to go back-to-back. Acacia, what can you tell us about Gufo in terms of how he's coming into the Sword Dancer, trying to successfully defend his title?
Well, as you mentioned, Lafitte, he could be a little bit of a quirky horse and a frustrating horse at times, too. The blinkers do go back on for this Sword Dancer try, and I was out last Friday when he had his final big work on the turf in company with a recent Forbidden Apple winner of City Man, who we'll see running tomorrow in the West Point, and he worked with the blinkers on. Unfortunately, that was when Joel Rosario was sick, but he had a good substitute as a pilot, Trevor McCarthy, who did win the Kent on him as a 3-year-old, worked him in the morning, and he had his hands full. He's a very, very strong horse, and he's one of those ones that I think Joel Rosario has gotten to know so well because it's all about timing with Gufo. So it will be exciting to see if he could potentially defend his title on Saturday. But those blinkers, I know, as they had been added earlier this year, Christophe Clement saying that it did seem that those blinkers allowed him to respond to his rider's cues a little bit faster. Taking a look at horses in this field, though, for the nightcap, the number 1 Spetro is where we'll start, as he does drop in class, a horse that has been exposed for some lower claiming races before, having raced at 25, claimed for at that price tag and running for 50 on the turf, but lately he's been facing much better. He does have speed too, and he's pretty sharp in here. He's always one that can get a little bit warm in the paddock. I saw that from him last time. So at first when I looked at him and then comparing to my notes, I'm seeing much the same. So it's not a negative for Spetro. That's just kind of how he is. But I like the turn back in distance for him as well because he is sharp, he has speed, and he looks incredibly fit in here on this drop in class for Tom Morley. The number 6, your current favorite, Digital Future, who also takes a big drop in class, and I think more importantly comes back as a gelding too. He's a very big horse, and he's actually not really built much like a sprinter, but he was always one that could be very tricky in the paddock prior to the races. In his preliminaries, he'd be really sharp, really kind of tough with the pony, maybe kind of snorting and just a little bit all over the place in the paddock. He's sharp in here today, but he's definitely more composed. Also on top of that, as he is coming back now as a 4-year-old, sometimes when horses are gelded and they are just so big too, it can kind of help them from getting too big, and horses that are just have too much size to them can be tougher to keep sound and tougher to kind of have their legs underneath them. So I do think that that should be a key angle for Digital Future, who's a major player in this spot. The number 7, Uncle George, takes a drop in class as well, and he does cut back to the 5.5. Physically, that looks like the best distance. The problem is you just can't trust him to get out of the gate on time. He comes in with cotton in his ears. He's incredibly strong behind the saddle, and typically horses that do have so much push off behind will break a little bit sharper. We'll see what happens in here today. They've tried blinkers, tried everything. We'll see if that drop in class does help Uncle George, as we'll check in with Andy and Paul.
Digital Future's the worst to beat. Chad Brown's numbers, Paulie, with horses off 250-plus laps of the turf are just outrageous. 30% with 178 stars, 239 ROI, 7 for 23 with sprinters. Saratoga numbers are good. I mean, what are you going to do? The horse is off a year as a 4-year-old gelding. You drop him where he can win. He's the horse to beat.
He is the horse to beat, and it's not like they paid a ton for him at the sale. I understand $90,000. Now you're in for $35,000, and he's a gelding, like you said. He's 4, so you can afford to lose him. Obviously, Claridge Stables runs a very, very good stable because they put horses where they're supposed to win, and 5-2 right now to me is a gift.
He's the horse to beat, 5-2 for sure. I took a small shot to beat him, though.
Spetro kicks off the post parade, and Tom Morley looking for a second win this afternoon.
I took a small shot with this horse, actually, a horse who's cutting back. Is he good enough to be efficient at 5.5 furlongs is the question. If he is, he can win.
As is Jay Provenzano. Then after 5, once finished 5th in a Breeders' Cup race.
Yeah, you know, this horse got some back class. It seems like he just can't seal the deal that's great. Ricardo Santana in the irons.
Milano now with David Jacobson.
Yeah, and I think this horse has got an outside look. Obviously dropping way down and cutting way back. This horse has never sprinted before.
Sandrone, number 5. James Bond.
First time for a tag for Jimmy Bond on turf. 3 for 33, 9%, 89-cent ROI for every $2 bet. First time for a tag on the grass.
Louis Saez in the saddle. Sandrone, then the favorite. Digital Future 5-2.
Yeah, first time gelding, dropping first time for 35, looks the part. And, you know, I always look at the jockey. 35,000, you would not be sticking Irad Ortiz Jr. if you wouldn't want to win this race.
Uncle George, as Acacia mentioned, man, needs to get out of the blocks clean.
Yeah, he just won't. He never does. It feels like he never will. Very frustrating horse. Actually, very talented, too.
He's a stone cold fox, has been spinning his wheel since his maiden win last fall.
You know what? His first race was gigantic as a 2-year-old, and it's just, I don't know where that speed has gone. He ran another good one in his third start. It's just tough to endorse.
FOMO, Flavien Prat's won like 19 races today.
I just can't get past the owner. I can't bet a horse owned by somebody on our team, Liza Hendricks.
Terrible. Big Boss Ben. Wasn't this you love Big Boss Ben, Paulie?
I think Big Boss Ben is very sneaky because if you look at his 2 turf starts on form, they're in stakes races, so they look awful. His other 2 turf starts, a first and a second.
Civil Service, it's been a while, but he did win his last race.
I like little underling Andy, actually. Good luck to Civil Service.
Napa Spirit on the outside, Trevor McCarthy at 8-1.
Yeah, a little bit of the kitchen sink here. Gelding Lasix hasn't run since Chantilly way back in 2021. Getting bet a little bit here at 8-1.
This horse RNA'd for $27,000 at a recent sale for people interested. Was a Wesley Ward Stone Street runner.
Wow. Now here for $35,000. Restricted non-winners to lifetime. Getting closer to Travers. If you haven't joined and signed up, do so today. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. This late pick 5 sequence has been tricky. Is the favor going to restore order here to close the show with Digital Future?
I guess we'll find out. He's the horse to beat, as we said. Chad Brown, outstanding numbers, off layoffs on turf. It's just really remarkable. Routers, sprinters, they all run well. And listen, he beat a field that, you know, this field pales in comparison to horses like Kawaimia River and First Law that he was beating. But obviously there's some issues. They're not on the bench this long and dropping down. It's not like they couldn't run him in a non-winners of 1. They're trying to win a race with a horse that's soon to be a 5-year-old gelding, Paul.
Yeah, listen, the horse wins this race. You get 30,000. If the horse gets claimed, it's 65,000. Okay, do they lose a little bit? Yeah, but they won a lot of bit on a lot of their other horses in those colors too. So sometimes it makes sense, and I think the horse looks tremendous on the racetrack.
Carver Stables hasn't won the last 3 or 4 owners' titles here by running their horses above their heads.
Yes.
As far as the one Speedtro, I took a slight shot with to beat. And frankly, at 9-2 versus 5-2, I'm not sure this horse's value versus the number 6 in this race. I was hoping for about 8-1 versus 2-1. This horse has run well enough to win this race, set the pace in a race that collapsed last time. But I worry about these horses, Paul, that have never been shorter than 7 furlongs. 5.5 is a very different animal.
I kind of get it, but when you look at his internal fractions at Belmont, right on there when they were going 110 and change, when they were going 7 furlongs, and they finished up fast in that race, 11 and change. So I think he has enough speed to stay intact. Will he be able to show a little bit of kick late to try to run some of these horses down? But I do think, like you said, the rail has been the place to be on the turf course, at least early. And then if he can swing out, if he can stay within 4 or 5 lengths, he's got a shot.
He's got to be proficient sprinting. It's a big question. 9-2, I'm not sure I'm going to take the risk. I wish Uncle George could get out of the gate. Got to be frustrating for the owners. Got to be frustrating for Christophe Clement. But Digital Future, he's the one to beat.
And there he is, Andy. Because we're looking at a Seth Klarman-owned gelding trained by Chad Brown, I wanted to ask you about search results in the personal instant. And we saw how aggressive Flavien Prat was in the Ogden Phipps Belmont Day and just blanketed on Latruska, one of the best losing efforts you'll see at the Grade 1 level this year, as well as she ran. They're drawn right alongside once again, search results Latruska. Are you expecting the same tactics on Saturday?
Not a chance, and it's important to note that Irad Ortiz rode her last time, and I think that's why Flavien is riding her in this race. And I think one thing happened in defense of Irad. She broke search results really fast and really sharp. Latruska didn't. And it feels like when Latruska didn't break that sharp, they had to ask her, to get into the race. And when she did that, she kind of took off, and because search results broke so well, they took off together. I talked to Chad Brown before the race. It was painful watching the race with him. And he said, I just want to sit off the flank, a little bit off of her, not engage her, wait, let her go. I think I can beat her. Obviously, the best laid plans don't work out. Naira Ortiz a great rider. Sometimes horses get out of your hands, I'm sure Gary knows. But if Search Results can relax off Latruska and she runs her effort in the Ogden Phipps, they're all running for second.
Naira Ortiz, my mistake. Yeah, something to watch for right from the start. It's a compact field to 5, but who else would you want in the race? Some of the best older fillies and mares in the game in the personal ensign.
Everything Andy just said makes perfect sense. I mean, Latruska was sluggish that first jump that day, and I've had that happen to me before, being on a horse that I just want to stalk. I don't want to engage. Horse next to you gets left a little bit, they have to ask, and all of a sudden you're both getting run off with, and that's I'm sure neither jock was happy with what was going on up front.
That's 1 1/8 on dirt. This is 5 1/2 on grass. Acacia, they've reached the starting gate.
Just a quick note on the number 4, Milano, as David Jacobson does look for that first win when back training, as we have seen him entering horses with significant drops in class. Just wanted to mention that this horse was purchased at the Horses of Racing Age sale for $35,000. So he's actually running him for the price tag at which he purchased him. So it's not a negative drop to me. It is built like a turf sprinter for what it's worth. I submitted my pick on the 1, but I got to say Digital Future looked sensational in his warm-up on the track and very much the horse to beat.
9 5 now, Digital Future as they file into the gate. We're set for the 10th and final. John Ambriel standing by, post time for the nightcap from Saratoga.
Waiting for Digital Future and Napa Spirit and Civil Service. They're all in line. Number 2 after 5 broke through the gate. We'll have a slight delay.
A little too eager, Gary, after 5.
Yeah, and I want to explain these gates. Most gates in the United States nowadays, they're magnetic, and it doesn't take a lot for some hit just right, and the gates fly open. Everybody did good. A lot of times you're better off when the assistant does turn you loose, go 50 yards out of there. And Ricardo doing a great job getting him pulled up. Ricardo having a rough day at the starting gate. We saw one act up with him earlier on the card today, and scary moment. He thrown out the back, landed on his feet, twisted an ankle a little bit, but recovered right away. So I'm sure Ricardo's going to be happy this day's ending.
He was just after 5 telling Uncle George, this is the way you do it, man.
This is the way you race.
This is how you break sharp.
This is how you get a head start.
Uncle George, got to watch that 7 post, see what happens once the gates pop open. Now after 5, as I mentioned, once finished 5th in a Breeders' Cup event, coaxed forward. We'll try this again. Johnny I standing by.
Race 10. And they're off. He's a Stone Cold Fox is going out for the lead. Spetro broke well down on the inside. From the far outside, it is Napa Spirit. It is Sandrone who has now come on through to grab the lead. He's a Stone Cold Fox, runs in second. And then it is Napa Spirit next in third. Spetro on the inside in fourth, with FOMO alongside in fifth. And then we come back in the field to a Big Boss Ben who's racing in sixth. Digital Future is seventh at this point. Then after 5, racing in 8th. And on the outside is Milano, who's in 9th. Make that Uncle George in 9th, followed by Civil Service, and Milano is the trailer. The quarter in 21 3, the half mile in 44 4. It is Sandrone and Napa Spirit, and the two of them are heads apart. Sandrone is prevailing here and getting away now. Sandrone is in front. Then Napa Spirit, Digital Future on the far outside. They're coming on for the finish. Sandrone and Digital Future, and it's a photo finish in the finale. Did Digital Future get up? Did Sandrone hold on? They were right together.
Bang, bang finish in this 10th and final at Saratoga. Sandrone, Luis Saez, Digital Future, Naira Ortiz hitting the wire simultaneously.
Yeah, I think Sandrone held on. just at the shadow of the wire. And listen, Digital Future, he didn't ever look real comfortable to me. Was not showing a lot of early speed down the backside. There were, I think he got his head down. Digital Future. It was the only time he had his head down the whole stretch. He was running with his head up in the air. And it wasn't until about the 5/16 pole that Digital Future got interested. And then I said, well, Irad's going to have to get lucky and find somewhere to run. He found somewhere to run, but he didn't look like he was really trying until the last 3 or 4 strides. Take a look at that.
Late surge Digital Future outside, Sandrine inside. Heads bobbing, where's the wire?
I'm not calling it.
So close.
Maybe the guys down on the other set will call it for us.
So close. Paul, this is right in your wheelhouse. You don't miss. Who won?
You're under the gun now, Paul.
I am under the gun. You know, Andy and I kept looking at this, and I'm like, you know what? The 5, I think, held on. Then you came and look at it, and I think the 6 got the best of the bobs. Now, I am going to go on a limb and now say, I think the 5 either won this race or it's a dead heat.
I'm going to say 6 won or it's a dead heat. How's that?
Okay, we'll go. We'll
no.
I want to go lunch with you because you and I never bet any lunches because
we can go to
when
lunch
I went
if
to
you want.
this angle this angle right here, it swayed me towards the 5.
Yeah, I know, but I don't trust that angle. I don't trust that angle.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I want to see the race, and I don't know. And the 6 got up.
Yeah, there you go. I get a lunch, Andy.
Nah, you don't. We'll go to lunch. I'll pay. We'll go to lunch, actually. We'll just let Lafitte, we'll get Lafitte's credit card. I stole it, actually, earlier today, and he doesn't even know it.
You know, when people talk about dirty beats, Lafitte, and, you know, everybody's like, oh, I got beat a dirty beat. I got this by a head. That's a dirty beat when Digital Future is literally in front for a millisecond.
Yeah. There is no point in this race, and this is a very tough beat for Jimmy Bauer to find.
Yes.
A very tough beat for Luis Saez.
It's filthy. Absolutely filthy in front every step the length of the stretch. Digital Future somehow able to get up in time over Sandrine and the favorite at 8-5, a third win of the afternoon. Trainer Chad Brown, leading rider Irad Ortiz padding his stats. For Seth Klarman, winning owner, Digital Future by next to nothing in the nightcap. For that guy, Rich Strike, he won the Derby by much farther than that. But what will he do in the 153rd Run Happy Travers with Epicenter, the favorite, and Zandon, third in the Derby, Bluegrass winner, ready for the Run Happy Travers on Saturday.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
What a day. It's only Thursday at Travers Week. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Guy's going to get dizzy going in circles. I'm dizzy trying to figure out that photo. Watching it live, I thought for sure Saez held on the inside. The replay, you called, said, the favorite may have gotten his nose down.
But then I called a flag on myself and said I wouldn't call him it. So I was on the 5, then I was on the 6, then I was off of both of them.
I thought heater. Sandra Day in front, puts away Napa Spirit, who had been hounding him. By the way, good race from after 5, who broke through the front of the gate and ran 3rd. And here comes Digital Future. Again, it still looks like Sandra Day held on.
Well, he never did drop his head down until the very last stride was the only time that he reached.
Run happy photo finish. Seeing is believing by that much. Oh. Next to nothing, millimeters, flared nostril. Very ignorantly, I just asked Gary, man, what's the biggest race you ever won by the smallest margin?
That'd be Beholder. It was about that margin
about
right
that
there.
much. I was also thinking Victory Gallop. Belmont Stakes with a Triple Crown on the line. Digital Future. So, yeah, 3 wins, Chad Brown. Seth Klarman winning owner. Irad Ortiz, 2 wins. That pick 6, 39,000 plus. That's a tough one for Jimmy Bond and Team Sandra Day. 10,000 plus, Gary. 10,000 with the favorite in the end for the late pick 5 here at Saratoga.
Good day if you bet it. I didn't have it, unfortunately.
Didn't have it?
No.
Well done if you're able to wire those together. The only favorite there in Digital Future, and you had to sweat that one out. How about Charlatan Fan 26? Just over Horse Sense. Charlatan Fan 26 takes down the Saratoga Showdown.
That was a photo finish, too.
That was tight. Real close. How close will the Run Happy Travers be on Saturday? Of course, it is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Saratoga's marquee event. 10 furlongs, American Classic Racing distance, $1.25 million purse. Number 6, Epicenter. 7-5 morning line favorite. We get to do this all over again. Revisit the first Saturday in May, the Kentucky Derby, with Epicenter leading at the top of the stretch. Zandon breathing down his neck. And number 21, who wasn't in the race the day before, Rich Strike, Gary, starts to pick his way through traffic.
Yeah, so I'm watching this, and I'm thinking, well, the table is set. This is what we all wanted to see. Epicenter and Zandon, the 2 favorites in the race, battling it out. And I see this flash down on the inside, and I'm like, who is this? It's a horse that nobody talked about. Rich Strike. And he's back to prove that it wasn't a one-shot wonder.
Blackjack 21. 20 wasn't in the race the day before. Second biggest upset, as everyone knows, in the history of the Kentucky Derby. So then these 3-year-olds regroup. We had the Preakness. We had the Belmont Stakes. Mo Donegal sideline. Early voting wins the Preakness. Jim Dandy, keep prep for the Travers. Early voting in front. First race since the Preakness. Zandon closer to the pace. And Joel Rosario, Gary, biding his time with the favorite Epicenter on the outside.
Yeah, and look, the pace of this race, it wasn't blazing. It was realistic in my eyes. And Epicenter, I thought he was going to be up closer to the pace, and Joel was very relaxed with Epicenter on this particular day, and he liked it back there. He liked it making this one run. Ears are up. Not encouraged a whole lot. There was more in the tank right there, and I think he's going to need everything that's in the tank on Saturday.
I'm hearing a lot of the same conversation about tactics and strategy with Epicenter heading into the Travers, as we heard heading into the Jim Dandy, when I think everyone was convinced he was going to be so much closer to the pace. Rosario took him back to last in the Jim Dandy. Now it's like, no, they're going to be more aggressive this time. Like, at this point, I have no idea what to expect. Well, I know he's versatile, and whatever he does, they can be effective. No idea what the game plan's going to be.
I have no idea either, and I've said before, and I'll say it again, that Joel is the best reaction rider that I ever rode with and I've ever watched. I enjoy watching him and seeing what kind of decisions he's going to make, what those decisions are going to be. I don't think he's going to vary too much from what he did in the Jim Dandy, because you know what, it worked well, and this horse has been consistent. It's a reliable kick, and you can afford, we've seen it time and time again at this race meet, horses swinging wide off the final turn. It's been just fine down the middle of the racetrack, so I can't wait to watch it.
Can't wait. About 48 hours out until the 153rd running of the Run Happy Travers Championship implications. Who is the nation's best 3-year-old on this historic day of thoroughbred racing? Military Appreciation Day at Saratoga, and where Johnny Velazquez won his 1000th victory at Saratoga. Wife Leona leading precursory into the winner's circle. Chad Brown in an upset. Big price. Gina Romantica turf debut takes down the risk-averse. We'll see you tomorrow. Saratoga Live continues on the eve of the Travers tomorrow's program. Have a great night, everyone.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and